Ooh, good morning. Good morning. Right, I'm going to start the video at 9 o'clock Eastern. I hope you're all morning, Shannon. Hope you're well. I know you posted that last night or this early this morning, so you're probably not here, but good morning to you as well. Um, let's get a rumble. Yes, that's all set. I'm set. I just got to make one tweet when I get the chance. When well, I'll probably just do it now. Probably just do it now. So yeah, hope everyone's well. Rumble, thanks for being here. I hope you're well. Just gonna, as I always say, you see the inside of my brain working. I need to go in and just tell everyone that we're live. I always forget about this part. This is the part I always forget until we're live. I'm like, oh damn. All right. So profile, I'll just retweet it. Oh, beep, beep, beep. And people think that we're just on YouTube. We're not. We're also on Rumble. Um, so sometimes I'm speaking, people are like, what? Who are you speaking to? There's no one there. No, well, I've got, sometimes I do it on Twitch as well. So there's like three channels, guys. So at the minute, I'm not really talking to anyone. But if I was, bam, ba, ba, we are now. Oh, damn you. So, oh no, cancel that one. I have to do another draft. So as I say, I'm just going to stream from 9 o'clock Eastern. Whoever's here is here. I'm not gonna um. Celebration over there till this morning. Okay. Oh, Lou, hello. It's all good, Lou. Hey, I appreciate you when you say hi because it's weird because I got zero viewers on mine, but you're here. That's weird. But I know the score with you, Lou. Your attendance rate tick. Lou is here. Lou is here. I really appreciate you. Oh, I just fucked out now. I just tweeted something. I don't know what I tweeted. Oh, no, that was no, that's fine. Yeah, so hope you are well. We had a really good turnout from that group. Zachariah Anderson yesterday. I'll put the thing up again now. Fair play to them for turning up. Um, it was awesome just to see all this in chat and stuff. Oh, it was great. I know it was a one-off, but it's still great to see all that stuff. Um, just need to tweet this quote tweet. We are family. Da, 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 da. I just can't do stuff all at once. Paste. True crime. Open link. No, fine. I don't want that. Delete that. Closing arguments. Right. Sorry, Lou. Let me just. I literally cannot do two things at once. Um, tweet. Send now. So, closing arguments. Like, obviously, I won't lie to you. I think there's a bit of bias. Obviously, I believe he should be found not guilty. So there's a bit of bias here. But if I'm being honest with you, I wasn't that impressed with the prosecution because they were just not. They were just saying, "Oh, look at the video. It's clear in the videos what happened." I was like, "What? What?" There wasn't much substance there, in my opinion. Mark did a good job. It was not the best closing from the defense I've ever heard, but I think he did enough. He was it was fine. He didn't need to do any further. He basically was just saying how shoddy it all was, how the police didn't do a good enough job, how there is no evidence, they're not bringing anything here, all that, the usual. Do you know what I mean? That we all saw really, and yeah, that's what he banged on about. Um, the prosecutor woman was, oh, she thought she was in church, but then she was doing mic drops like, oh my, he's guilty. I did not like her one bit. So, but then the comb over guy closed it then, and he just basically tried to dismiss everything Mark said. And by that I mean, Mark said there was a Shoddy investigation. She was like, Shoddy, oh my god. And he was like, sorry, Shoddy, no, it wasn't. Look at all the evidence we have. She did a great job. She's a fantastic inspector. But I was like, what are you on about, you idiot? So I don't think either one were like the best, both sides, but obviously we're leaning towards Mark, and I appreciate that the bias is real as well. But even without bias, I still think that Mark did a bit much better job than the other two from the prosecution. Um, that's just my opinion. Obviously, I think majority of people thought the same, but I know a couple thought that Mark could have done a better job. It wasn't inspiring, but I don't think he needed to be either. I thought he'd just done enough. I, I, I thought if he'd gone on for longer, I think it would have dragged out too much. But so then I'm not sure if you saw it. They had an option to go deliberate that night, and everyone turned it down. No one wanted to, so they're coming in at 10 o'clock this morning to start deliberations. So we're going to be watching the Adam Montgomery, and we'll also be having. Well, I'll have that to the side then, um, from here, just so we can keep an eye on it. So when that comes up, then boom, we'll be switching to that basically. So that's where we're at. I think some people will join us later on. I think obviously you're going to be in and out, Lou, so that's fine. I think there's other people going to be here. Just you know, it is early. Do you know what I mean? Some people are on the way to work or just started work, or um, like for Luna, it's like 6 a.m. in the morning. So um, got to appreciate that. Here we go. Hello, Heidi. How are you? How's your shift going? How you started doing 60? How many have you got left? How many hours left? Because today, I think we're gonna have a big one today. You and me. I think we're keeping each other company today, Heidi, because I think we're gonna be here for probably good 10 hours. I think, if not 11 hours. Long. Oh, you had a long night. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll make you sleep. Ba ba black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes, sir, 3 bags full. One for the master and one for the. Oh, I don't remember the whole song. I'm joking. I thought we could try and sleep ID, Um, get off for tomorrow, 8 p.m. Fantastic. Thursday night. Fantastic. But if whenever you're around or if you're closing your eyes, we're here. We're going to start the video in 5 minutes, and we'll have the other video, the other stream, sorry, in the background. I don't know much about this. Um, Fantastic idea. Literally, when I see so you've never seen this. Lou probably has seen this before, but you haven't, Heidi. So what we do, we stream another one. As soon as we see like movement in the other court, even if it's half an hour, we stop the stream and swap it and just watch the other one. We don't miss it. So I'll be keeping an eye out for it. And so like Spider's on it. She's got tweets. People be tweeting her when there's movement. I've got my sources in the courtroom, which hopefully will tell us when there's something happening. So I think we're on it. I think we're on it. Um, no, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you guys. I remember when Lou came here first, they popped in and we didn't see them for a bit. They left, didn't see them for a bit. And now they're back. It's like, got to keep them. That's why I want to keep you going, Heidi. Anything you guys want to see, let me know. I'm uh, I'm at your service, as they say, as well. Um, so I will in 3 minutes. I'm playing. I'm going to start playing it whatever happens, and some people can catch up. As I said, Luna's in bed till about 6 o'clock in the morning. Some people are on the way to work. Some people will come in about half an hour. Some people, so we'll play it from 9, and people can catch up if they want to. And yesterday was a great day. I appreciated all the, you know, symbols in chat. Lou and me are members of that group anyway, so oh, they were great. I got 20 new subscribers yesterday, believe it or not, 20, and I think 29 likes on the video as well. Hey, Mad World, it's one of those things. I like they all have their own streams that they go to. They have their regulars that they would like to watch whoever they are, which is great. But the fact they just popped in, I like that about them and said hello, symbols in the chat, 20 new subscribers, 29 likes. And also, I think Kim, hopefully Kim is around. Um, she enjoyed the stream yesterday. She posted that she really enjoyed it. I asked if she's back. I think she said yes. So Rome wasn't built in a day, guys. And it's because of all you that they stay in, because I can only do so much. You guys are in the chat welcoming them and chatting to them. So don't underestimate your work on this. You guys are awesome. Right, so today, just be careful today, all right? Heidi and Lou, I'm not sure if you've seen this before, but it's a Wednesday. Mad will come. She could be a little bit loopy on a Wednesday, so just behave today. She's very strict, like shall we say on a Wednesday? Only Wednesdays. um, Lifty, when he comes in, will no doubt take the piss out of Madwell. One more minute. I'll get the stream ready. I stopped it on this bit. Oh, Kaz. Oh, no worries, Kaz. It's all good, bud. All good, boy. Didn't problem. He's on 4G, so he must be out the office today. So yeah, I know you're in meetings and you're in and out and stuff, Kaz. Hey, gwerthfawrogi boy. Dim problem, good ball. I'm sure when you have tea and toast tonight, you'll be back anyway. So, or later on. Right, I've set it up already. So add the stream. Oops, wrong one. I did this right, um, because this guy, right, when you see him, this guy, you see that he caught himself on camera. So I'll play it now. Crazy Wednesdays, Mad World. Look at he's just looking now. Looking. What's going on? Oh, what's that? Oh, okay. Just wait to see what happens. Oh, someone's there. Are they coming? Oh, bit of a smile now. You see the girl he likes. Ah, look at him. Look at him. Oh, yeah, flirting. Serious now. Serious now. Defendants here, serious now. I just love that. I just love it. See people's natural reactions like that. The dirty old man. Nah, he's not a dirty old man. I'd be doing the same. Right. So we could play this from here. I'm going to, right, where are we here now? What's this from? Madwell, do you even fucking watch or read the stream? This is Adam Montgomery, man. Yes! You Madwell! Crazy Wednesdays by Madwell. Woohoo! You started already. Morning, Amy. Morning, Amy. We got Lou, who she's gonna be in and out with work. Uh, no, cuz they're not starting to 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock Eastern. So in about an hour they'll be starting. They've not started yet. I don't fucking listen to you. Oh, she's off. She's off. It's a Wednesday. She's off. So morning, Amy. We got Madwell Carraway. Lou's working, but she'll be in and out. And we got Heidi here, who's super tired because she had a long night last night. So she'll be in and out as well. So all the guys are here. Need to get this. I need to change my set. Stacy. Morning, Stacy as well. Oh, look at everyone coming. I love it. I love it. No worries, Kaz. That's fine. New trial. So it's a long day today. 1 and 2. Now, day 1 and 2. Now, if we feel by day 2 that we're lagging, that we're struggling here, or if you feel at any point in this stream, oh, it's a bit slow. Oh, for fuck's sakes, now starts already. I might go to 1.25 speed. The reason I haven't right at the start is for people to catch up, because some people like Spider Madwell I thought would want to start from the start and maybe try and catch up. Oh, hang on, the volume is really high. I'll put that down. I'll keep an eye out now for. Right, just remember, once if there's a verdict today, whatever happens, we're pausing this and watching it. Whatever happens. So, and I think everyone in this trial that'll be here watching are used to that anyway, so it's all good. Um, people of Rumble, I don't know if you guys are used to that, but that's what's happening. And I'll set it up. So the other video of Travis Rudolph is not live yet. So
good morning, everyone. As I indicated yesterday, having given you my instructions yesterday, we're going to start right in with opening statements this morning. Attorney Ugati, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
how is that for volume? Jesus, loud for me. Let me know how it is for you. I'm going to have to turn it down on mine.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ben Agati. I'm the Senior Assistant Attorney General here at the DA's office. And with me is Chris Holmes. Appreciate your attention today and appreciate all the patience that you had going through yesterday and the working process. What you're going to hear about in this case, sorry. Nobody likes to be told no. Right? Nobody likes to be told what they can do or can't do, especially a convicted felon. And when felons are told no, they are definitely told no when it comes to guns. If you are convicted of a felony, you cannot possess or have under your control in New Hampshire any firearm. That's a right to guns that you gave up when you were convicted of a felony. And if you've been convicted of certain felonies, not just one, but 3 or more, then you really cannot possess a gun or have it under your control. But in this trial, you're going to see that for some people, because they wanted money, they wanted to project power, they wanted to get drugs, or maybe they just don't like being told what they can and can't do, those guns call to them. Over the course of the next couple of days, you're going to hear how the defendant, Adam Montgomery, certainly does not like being told what to do. Because you're going to hear how, despite living under the same rules that you and I live with here in New Hampshire, rules like don't steal, rules like don't hold on to property that when you know it's not yours, and rules such as, especially for a convicted felon 3 or more times over, qualifying felonies, do not have a firearm. He violated those rules in 3 different ways. Not only did he possess two guns, two long guns that belonged to a Manchester resident by the name of Chris Frayne, a rifle and a shotgun, but he obtained them. They came into his possession. He got that by stealing them. He maintained them. He held on to them in his possession when he knew that they were stolen. And he disposed of them. He sold them, moved them along. 3 different ways to be in possession or control of an item. He obtained, he maintained it, and he disposed of it. 3 separate decisions that he made for each of the 2 guns, a shotgun and a rifle. Any one of those decisions for either of the 2 guns, you will see qualifies for an individual being an armed career criminal. And you heard that phrase yesterday, right? You had the beginning instructions that were read by Judge Messer. Armed career criminal. It's the basic charge for the guns that we start with and that we're going to talk through today and you're going to see in this trial. So let's go ahead and take a look at all the charges, though, of what the defendant's charged with. There are 2 armed career criminal charges. The baseline, 1 for the rifle and 1 for the shotgun that were stolen from Chris Frayne. Then 2 counts of theft by unauthorized taking, for stealing, for taking those guns, obtaining those guns. And 2 counts of receiving stolen property. Again, 1 for each of the guns, 1 for the rifle, 1 for the shotgun, for maintaining them or otherwise disposing of them. Judge Messer will instruct you on the law at the end of the offense. You heard that in her instructions yesterday, how you're going to get all of the law that you need from the court. And part of what you're going to talk about and what you're going to hear are the elements of the crimes. The elements are what the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The state doesn't have to prove every single fact of what occurred, but must come forward with the requisite proof that the elements of the crimes have been committed. There are elements for each one of the crimes that are in front of you right now. The armed career criminal, receiving stolen property, and the theft by unauthorized taking. Armed career criminal has essentially two elements that you will hear. The first, and when Judge Messer instructs you, make sure that you pay attention to this at the end. You'll hear how the crime of armed career criminal boils down to the essential 2 elements of 1, being a convicted felon 3 or more times over of certain qualifying felonies, and 2, then going out and obtaining, maintaining, possessing, or disposing of a firearm, any firearm, revolver, or here, rifle, and a shotgun. What you're going to hear is that the first element of that crime is not in dispute. You're going to hear a stipulation. That's that every one of these tables agrees that this defendant has been convicted 3 or more times of the qualifying felonies, and that had occurred before September and October of 2019. He is a convicted felon 3 or more times over of the qualifying felonies. He is one of these people that has been told, no, you cannot have firearms. That element you'll see has been met. Now, the next element is whether or not he possessed or had control of the firearm. Again, the court is going to instruct you on the law. And one part of that is this possession or control. You'll hear that part of the law is built on some common sense. So when we think about possession, you can see the different ways that we can obtain, maintain, or dispose of. So, for example, I've got my little electronic clicker, for lack of a better term. It's technically a laser pointer, but it doesn't seem to work very well on that screen. I can obtain this. I take possession of it. Just like you're going to hear how the defendant took possession and stole the shotgun and the rifle from Chris Frayne's house. Another way that I can have possession of this is I can maintain. I can hold on to this when I know it's been stolen, making sure it doesn't go back to the original owner, but keeping it for myself or to do with as I please. That's another way that I can have possession or control of something, not just in the taking, but in the maintaining. And then the last part is a way of dispossessing is disposing of it. In this case, you're going to hear about the defendant shopping the guns around, selling the shotgun, moving the rifle off into the stream of commerce, as they would say, disposing of it, getting rid of the possession that I have. But someone like the defendant, any one of these three shows possession, whether it's obtaining, maintaining, or dispose of. And here, the defendant, you'll see, did all 3. He took, he maintained, and he disposed of later on. And he possessed or controlled 2 different guns. Let's talk about them for a moment. The first one is a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun, single barrel. It's got a thumb hole stock that allows you to put your thumb behind the grip. If you don't want to use it up at your shoulder, you can put your thumb in there. And you're going to have that explained to you later on today. And the second was a Stag Arms AR-15 rifle. This rifle, which was later recovered less than 20 days later elsewhere in the city of Manchester. You're going to hear the full details about where it was found and how it was found. So, what you probably want to know, now that we talked a little bit about the law, is whose guns were these? How did the defendant get them? And once he had them, what did he do with them? What did he say about them? What is the evidence going to be? All of that started in late September and early October of 2019. The evidence you're going to see from different witnesses, and you're going to hear from the first witness this morning, a gentleman by the name of Chris Frayne. Chris Frayne owned that rifle and owned a shotgun, was living in Manchester. He was working construction at the time. Construction details where on a Sunday night, you go out to wherever your work site's going to be. Maybe it's in state, maybe it's out of state. And you come back home for the weekends, but otherwise you're out working for the whole week. He worked on a construction crew, and for September into October 2019, he was working in Queensbury, New York. It was a little bit north of Albany. His crew would go out for the week, stay for the week, come back home to spend the weekends at home. So while Chris was away all week at the job site, who was at the home where he kept the two rifles? Well, who was with him, you'll hear, is Kim Frayne, his wife, and their young daughter. When Chris's long guns, the Mossberg 500 pump shotgun and the Stag Arms AR-15 rifle, where would he keep them? He keep them wrapped up in some blankets underneath the bed. Now, Chris also owned two handguns, a .380 Ruger and a .45 caliber handgun. He kept those elsewhere. The .380 Ruger ended up going missing at the same time as the two long guns. The defendant is charged with the two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. Chris only owned that rifle for a very short time. He had gone shooting with it at the range with a friend just the weekend before he went out to work. So when he came back from Albany after that week of work, that Friday night, he went to go get the long guns out to clean them so they could be ready for him to go shooting with his friends the following day. Sometime between when he left on Sunday, September 29th, 2019, and when he returned on Friday, October 4th of 2019, that shotgun and that rifle, which were wrapped up in blankets underneath the bed, had been taken. Chris discovered that on Friday. He did what any one of us might have done. And he called the police business line the next morning to report that they had been taken. So, next question. One of the things that you have to think about is theft by unauthorized taking, right? Obtaining. So, who had been at Chris's house while he had been gone? The defendant had. Adam Montgomery. You'll see and you'll hear there was no sign of forced entry. The home wasn't disheveled or broken into. This wasn't something you see in TV and the movies where it's a smash and grab and people take everything that they can find that's valuable plus the silverware, right? Who else was in the house while he was gone? His wife, Kim, and his daughter. We talked about that. And Kim told police initially that no one was over there during the week. But Kim, you'll see, in the fall of 2019, was battling addiction. And she was friends with Adam Montgomery. And Adam Montgomery was a friend that she got high with. And Adam had been at her home that week that the guns went missing. And it took sobriety and a number of years before Kim was able to admit that the defendant had been in her house when the guns had been stolen and her husband was away. She'll explain, and you'll hear from her this morning, that their plan that night, that week, was to get high. Both of them were sitting on the couch, she and the defendant. He fell asleep at around 11. She fell asleep around 11 o'clock on the couch. Woke up about 9 o'clock the next morning. Woke up to find that the back door was left open, screen door was shut, and there was a crack pipe sitting on the table. And that the defendant was nowhere to be gone. House wasn't ransacked, wasn't in disarray, and it wasn't until her husband came home on Friday, who went looking for the two long guns to clean them, that there was any discovery that these two guns were missing. Now, Kim is going to admit to you that she never pawned or sold or gave away these two long guns that are charged here, the shotgun or the rifle. She will admit that she did pawn some of the household items for money. Items like her husband's jewelry, a watch, a ring. And she'll admit to you that she bought drugs from Ishmael Garcia before, another name that you're going to hear. And you're going to see corroboration of that. You're going to see pawn tickets showing that she pawned jewelry at that time period. But what you're not going to see is any evidence that Kim Frayne pawned those two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. Instead, what you're going to see is evidence that it was the defendant who took the two long guns, taken from Chris Frayne the week that he was gone out in Albany, when the defendant was in person at Chris's house and went over to hang out with Kim to get high and came out of that house at some point with those two guns. Because even though there's no evidence that Kim pawned or did anything with those two long rifles, would you guess who's suddenly looking to sell a shotgun and an AR-15 on October 3rd, 2019? I have something right now that you've been looking for.
You see that?
Hit me up ASAP.
Can you see the Travis Rudolph thing?
Response. Yo, if it's metal, I want it. You're going to hear how how this Facebook message exchange occurred between this defendant's Facebook account and Mark Reed. Mark Reed is going to tell you that this is exactly what happened in these messages. That the defendant reached out to him, that he communicated with the defendant about the purchase of an AR-15 rifle and a shotgun with a grip. So this is Mark Reed on the left in gray, and you'll see the actual messages. You will see the images of the actual messages on the phone as we go through this trial. The defendant's response, it is, bro, the big boys. How much? Asks Mark. I can't hold it. First come, first serve, says the defendant. How much? I want. Well, which one do you want? Both of them? Or which one? I want the 12 gauge, but I don't got 3V. Then he checks back, because 8, get a pick, and up and down. The defendant responds, I'll take it. How much? Asks Mark. I'll take a stick for the pump, but I also need like $80 in cash. You're going to hear Mark Reed explain that a stick refers to a stick of heroin or fentanyl. The defendant, the week that Chris's guns go missing, starts his communication with Mark Reed to sell those guns. Talks about the 12 gauge, and Mark Reed and negotiates a price for it. Mark Reed is going to tell you about those conversations he had with the defendant. You're going to see these Facebook messages back and forth from the defendant's account. Mark is going to tell you about what a stick means and what he thought he was buying from the defendant and what he was paying for it, for a stick of fentanyl, heroin. There's no game of telephone here, that a rumor mill goes from one person to one person to one person, something gets changed. You're going to hear from Mark. He was the customer that the defendant was negotiating with to buy the shotgun. But all good dealers have more than one potential buyer. So you're also going to hear from Kevin LaBelle. Kevin LaBelle, who's going to tell you how he went to the defendant's house where he was living on Guilford Street at the time. And the defendant offered to sell him the Mossberg pump action black shotgun with a thumb hole stock to it, scope on the top. He also offered to sell him the AR-15. And you're going to hear how Kevin LaBelle bought that shotgun from this man's hands in exchange for drugs and cash, and then later on sold it back to him in exchange for more drugs. No game of telephone. Now, when you're listening to the witnesses in this case, you're going to have to decide for yourselves their credibility, whether or not they're telling you the truth. You've got to look at the whole picture. Ask yourself, does what I'm hearing from the defendant's customers, Mark Reed and Kevin LaBelle, does that add up? Is that corroborated? And the answer that we'll see is yes. What they're saying and what the other witnesses are saying is corroborated. Facebook messages, phone records, other witnesses will corroborate the fact that the defendant got these two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. And on top of just possession or control, that he had stolen them from Chris Frain's house and he had moved them on. You're going to hear corroboration from the defendant's then wife, Kayla Montgomery, who saw the guns in the house while he was trying to sell them, as she was watching the kids and he was peddling the guns in the other room. You're going to hear corroboration from a gentleman by the name of Michael Sullivan, who saw the defendant with one of these long guns sticking out of the back butt of the gun, sticking out from underneath a cupboard. You're going to hear corroboration from different sets of neighbors, because when you're told no, the one thing you apparently like to do is brag that you broke the rules. And he bragged to his later neighbor about dealing in guns, owning an AR-15 when he was living at that time back on Guilford Street, and owning and selling guns there. You're going to hear corroboration from Facebook messages that he sent others, which were later recovered by police, and corroboration from a phone that the defendant had his account logged into.
Can you all hear me now? Can you
hear
hear my audio or not? Yes or no? That's all I need to hear.
More corroboration from people that the defendant surrounded himself with. And when you hear these witnesses, keep in mind, this is who he was friends with. These are people who he associated with, who he did business with, who he boasted to, who he bragged to. He chose them. The state doesn't choose the witnesses. Evidence leads to the truth wherever it goes. And the evidence here all leads right back to Adam Montgomery.
Thank you, Amy.
In this room, you're going to see the truth of those people that the defendant.
What we see the Travis Rudolph thing, there's my TV. I got a camera on it.
Kim Frank, who's going to talk to you about when she was addicted to drugs in 2009, who's going to admit to you about having pawned her husband's jewelry at the time. But you're also going to see corroboration how Chris Frayn's guns never went to a pawn shop and that the defendant brokered his own customers. You're going to hear from Kayla Montgomery, the defendant's wife, who lied for the defendant to protect him initially, lied to the point of perjury, sworn under oath, and she lied to protect him before. You'll hear about why or what she saw the defendant do with these guns and why she lied with them. Kayla Montgomery had a reason why she lied. She made a bad choice, an illegal one. She chose to help the defendant by not telling the truth when she was under oath, like she will be here, which is a crime called perjury. She's pled guilty to those crimes. She's gone to prison for those crimes, as she should have. And just like Kayla Montgomery was held responsible for her crimes, the defendant should be held responsible for the crimes that are charged here: possession, and on top of that, obtaining, maintaining, and disposing of the stolen shotgun and the stolen rifle. But let's keep addressing the full picture of what you're going to see. The defendant's customers: Mark Reed, whom he messaged and talked with; Kevin LaBelle, whom he sold the shotgun to. These men weren't talking to a customer service rep from Riley's gun shop. They weren't down at Bass Pro Shops. You'll hear how they too have criminal records. They too themselves had been told, no, you cannot own a firearm. That's who the defendant picked as his customers to quickly move newly stolen guns. You're going to see how his actions fed on the underbelly, the soft targets, the people who knew he knew were interested in guns and that couldn't just walk into a store to buy them, and how they are not proud of their current situation. They're not proud of the situation where they are. Some of them, I'm sure you're going to see, are not happy to be here and do not want to testify. But the full picture includes hearing from these witnesses so you can look at them. You judge their credibility. You look them in the eye and decide whether or not they are telling you the truth. Witnesses have to take the stand. That's what they do here. The state's witnesses must go and take the stand, and you have to look them in the eye and judge their credibility. And whether what they say corroborates one or multiple of the different elements of those crimes that you're going to have instructed on at the end, you will see that there is no reasonable doubt that Adam Montgomery possessed and controlled these two long guns between the end of September of 2019 and the middle of October 2019, including the moments when he stole them from Chris Frayn's house. He advertised them, showed them, peddled them as he held on to them, and when he sold or disposed of them to people who would knowingly buy an illegal firearm, a stolen firearm. The defense may ask you to believe some other witnesses about other guns, but you'll have heard by then some verifiable and corroborated facts. And in the end, you're going to believe Adam Montgomery. You're going to believe the defendant because he's the one who told others that he had these two long guns. He told his customers, he told his spouse, he told his neighbor, he told his friends, the people that he showed and sold and bragged about these guns to. At the very end of this case, my co-counsel Chris Knowles will have an opportunity to come up to talk with you, to recap the different evidence that we're going to hear during trial and to ask you to return a verdict guilty. The process of this trial is incredibly important to everyone inside this room as well as everyone outside of this room, because it's important for a good and a functioning society to have facts be shown, proof be given, and that you people decide whether the elements of the crime have been proven. The defendant didn't like to be told no, but we don't expect you to just say yes. Not in here. At the end of this trial, we expect that you will say guilty, because the evidence shows that the defendant took these guns, had these guns, the shotgun and the rifle, when he had been told no. We expect that you will say guilty to hold him accountable for his actions beyond the mere armed career criminal, but also through to the taking and the stealing of those guns and the theft by unauthorized taking from Kim Frayn's home, and as well as the receiving stolen property, for possessing and maintaining these guns when he knew that they were stolen, for selling and disposing of them when you see and you hear from who he sold them to and who he shopped them to. The defendant doesn't like to be told no, but we don't expect you to just say yes. We expect you to hold the state to its burden, to examine the witnesses and the facts, and then to find him guilty on all counts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. Just for those viewing here, I've got two sets now, me and my TV, so we can all see. The second camera will show us what's happened
Make
in
sure
the Travis
everybody's okay
Rudolph
here.
trial.
Okay.
Right, I'll
I
shut up
assume
for a
you
bit.
still remember me. I'm Caroline Smith, and I got something very, very different to tell you about. Chris Fran came home from a shorter than normal business trip and discovered that his guns were missing. While he was gone on that shorter than normal business trip, his wife, Kim Fran, was left home with her cravings. While he was gone on that trip, Kimberly Fran did a lot of drugs. And at the end of the time that Chris was gone, she wanted more, and she had no money. And the guns ended up being the means that she used to get more drugs. They were not stolen from the Fran's residence. They were taken with Kim's knowledge. They were taken with Kim's permission. And they were taken by Ishmael Garcia with Kim's consent. As Chris Frayne was talking to the police, Ishmael Garcia was reaching out to sell the guns. And one of the people he reached out to was Adam. And Adam reached out to others to help Ish. Adam tried to help Ish sell the guns. That's what he's called. Ishmael Garcia goes by Ish. Adam tried to help him, but he did not steal those guns. Ish did. Adam reached out to buyers for Ish, but he did not possess the guns. Adam tried to connect people interested in the guns with Ishmael, but he did not control those guns. Ishmael Garcia held on to those guns until the moment that he sold them to someone else. Unfortunately, the police didn't pay a lot of attention to those missing guns back in 2019. They didn't really pay any attention, or much attention, to those missing guns until 2022, when Adam was arrested and when they wanted to get Adam for more. People will give a lot of statements here in this courtroom, and you're going to learn that those statements changed over time. From 2019, when the original investigation into the guns happened, to 2022, when the police wanted Adam for the guns. People's statements changed dramatically in some cases and a little bit in others, but they substantially changed what happened in 2019 when Ishmael Garcia took the guns. On September 29 is when Chris left for his trip. It was a business trip, a work trip, but he didn't come back on October 4th. He came back on October 2nd, and he discovered that his guns were missing. And what he will tell you is before he went on his trip on September 29, he looked under the bed and he checked, and both of his guns were there. And he went to the drawer and he checked, and both of the pistols were there, the .380 and the .45. And he'll tell you that when he came back on the 2nd, he checked under the bed and his guns were missing. And he checked in the drawer and the .380 was missing, but the .45 was still there. So he's trying to figure out throughout October 2nd what's going on. He confronts his wife. I don't know. She's got nothing to say. He looks around, tries to figure things out, cannot, calls the police on October 3rd. And the police arrive, and Chris tells the police that he was gone those days, that he checked before he left. He knew the guns were there. He checked when he came back, and 3 of the guns are missing and 1 remains. And that was very strange to him. So he told him that he talked to his wife, Kim, and Kim said she knew nothing, must have been stolen. And he also had a list of other things that after he noticed his guns were missing, he went around the house more and he found other things missing. His watch that he thought was about $800 watch, a wedding ring, silver wedding ring that he thought was about $1,000, speakers, and maybe some other stuff, but that was what he could list for the police, along with the .380, the Mossberg shotgun, and the AR-15 assault rifle. And he said that he confronted Kim, and at first she said she didn't know the guns were missing. She hadn't noticed it. And then she said she hadn't left home in the entire 3 days that he was gone. She must have been stolen. And Chris said he didn't see any sign of forced entry. He didn't see any signs of things moved around as if somebody is looking for valuables. And he didn't know. And Kim was just like, must have been stolen. She did not tell Chris that she had pawned the wedding ring, $1,000 wedding ring that she pawned in August for $50 and hadn't been able to get back from the pawn shop in those 2 months. She hadn't told him that she had gotten rid of his watch. She didn't tell him any of that. And when he confronted her with that list of items, must have been stolen. So then Chris called the police on the third, and he told the police all of his checking, and he said, and another weird thing is the dog would not let somebody in here. The dog would be barking if somebody came into my house and stole items. The dog barks when people move around in the house. The dog made everything very suspicious. So Officer Brunelli spoke to Kim. She said, they must have been stolen. He confronted her with the dog and the condition of the house that Chris had told him that. She said she wasn't gone the whole time. She didn't know what happened. But as the officer confronted her more and more on the things that didn't quite add up, she said, well, she went to sleep on the couch with her 2-year-old daughter around 10. And then she woke up around 11 to take the dog out for nightly pee. And then went back to bed, and maybe she left the door unlocked. She must have left the door unlocked because when she woke up in the morning, the door was wide open. So that was her explanation. Must have been stolen. But she did not have an explanation for the officer about why the 45 is in the drawer and the 380 is gone. She didn't have an explanation, or didn't give one. There was an explanation. She didn't explain, actually, all those things weren't really missing. I pawned some. I got rid of some. She didn't explain that. She was protecting herself with the police. And she couldn't explain how the dog didn't go crazy if somebody came in after she went to bed. So around the same time that the police are called and responding to this, Ishmael Garcia is trying to sell his guns, or the guns that he got. And he reached out to different people, and one of the people he reached out to was Adam, and Adam was not interested in buying the guns, but he knew people that might be. And so Adam reached out to people for Ish, and it was not a good thing to do. It was not the right thing to do, but that's what Adam did. But Ish had control of the guns. So one of the people that Adam was reaching out to was Mark Reed, and wanted to sell the guns, connect the two. But he said, he acted as if these were my guns, and we're in a hurry. We need to move them fast. Let's go, Mark. Come on. Mark doesn't move fast enough. Adam would like to have his friend Mark, have the gun, but Ishmael had sold it to somebody else by the time Mark and he were working things out for a price. Ishmael sold it to someone else. We'll address each bit of those text messages that you saw, because there was more to the text messages. Now, Ish also sold the AR-15, and that was sold before the communication between Adam and Mark was even done. That was gone pretty quickly. And after the report on October 3rd, Kim went to her friend Mike Sullivan's house, the place where she hung out, and she told Mike Sullivan that Ish and Manny had stolen the guns. And Mike went to Ish to talk to him about that and came back and was just shaking his head at Kim. And Kim started accusing other people of stealing her guns. One of the other people at Mike's was Adam. She accused him as well. And at some point she said, I got a video. That was laughed at. If there was a video, somebody would have been arrested. There was no video, and it was very clear at the time. But Kim couldn't own up to what she had done, because these people were somewhat friends of Chris too. So the police go back to Chris. Officer Brunelli wants this investigation to go on, but there's nowhere to go as far as what he has. What he didn't know is that on October 22nd, 2 weeks after the guns were reported stolen, the AR-15 assault rifle was found. But it was never connected to Chris's guns. So this investigation into Chris's guns didn't know it had been found. It was off the street. But as far as the Manchester Police Department knew, it was still on the street. But in November of 2019, the police decided to close the case. They couldn't go any farther based on what Chris and Kim had told them. December 19, 2019, Kim Fran is arrested for drugs. And she doesn't want to go to jail, and she wants to go home, and she wants to turn things around, and she promises to turn things around. And the officer there asks about the guns. And she's got another story here. She says, oh, and she still, in that story, did not talk about Ish. She then gave a story that she moved the guns behind the couch to be close to her daughter. Chris and Kim had a 2-year-old daughter in the house as well. And in this story, she says, well, Adam came over that night and she fell asleep. And in this story, she woke up in the morning and Adam was still there. And so as she was leaving, she said in this story that she was going to work. And as she was leaving, she said, lock up when you leave, Adam. That was her second story. That wasn't true either. She didn't mention Ishmael Garcia. She didn't mention that she knew what happened to the guns. And then Mike Sullivan was arrested. He was arrested in January of 2020. And Mike Sullivan didn't want to go to jail. And Mike Sullivan did not want to have his kids taken away from him. And he will tell you he was threatened with that, with DCYF taking his kids. And he was promising, I'll do rehab, I'll give you whatever you want. And so they sat Mike Sullivan down to see what Mike knew about things that were going on in the neighborhood, that maybe if he could give them something important, they might work with him. And so Mike sat down with them and he told them everything he knew about, I can't say that. He told them about many different people in the area.
Morning, girls.
They did wrong. And he said,
How we doing?
Danny, that gun's from the house. When they followed up, what are you talking about? He said, Chris and Kim, I think he said Fran, they took the guns from the house. And he mentions Adam too. Pulls Adam in, give him as much as he can. And the police say, what guns? And he says the 380 or pistol, maybe, shotgun, and an AR-15. This is in January of 2020, where he identifies the people who used to own the gun, identifies Ish and Manny as people who took the guns, and pulls in Adam as well. And when they say, ask him, did you see a picture of the guns? He says, no, I held on to them. I held them. They did not follow up with the Frans after that. They did not reopen the gun case after that. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, they don't know that the AR-15 is safely in an evidence locker somewhere. As far as they know, there's still an assault rifle around Manchester missing. So then Adam is arrested on unrelated charges and he's in jail. And the police reopened the investigation. There was a connection to Adam there, and they were going to make that connection. They were going to make it stick. Kim had said, Adam, we're going to get Adam for the guns. On February 6th, they learned that the 380 was also recovered much earlier, back in March of 2021. The 380 was the pistol. So that was also safely off the streets, but they didn't know it until they ran another NCIC check and discovered that. On February 12th, they talked to Kim again. And this time, Kim's story was that on the night before Chris got home, Adam came over hoping to get high with her. She was tired and he was too, so they went to sleep. And she said she woke up around 9 or 10 in the morning and the door was wide open and there was a crack pipe on the counter. And she said some of the guns were in the bedroom and some of the guns were under the couch. Ish Garcia's name came up during that interview. And she said she was somewhat familiar with him. She didn't say that Ish was her dealer. But she did say, well, maybe Adam and Ish could have sold the guns. But she was keeping Ishmael as far away from her story as she could, given that she had to answer the questions. On February 14, the police learned about the Stag AR-15, that it had been recovered 2 weeks after, give or take, 2 weeks after the guns had been taken from the Fran's house. There was a switch on a number, on a serial number. They caught that, ran it through NCI again, and they had the gun. And it had been safely off the streets for a long time. On March 1st, the police went to Mark Reed. And Mark Reed said, yeah, he had wanted to buy the gun. Still had the Facebook messages. You could look at them. And didn't work out. It got sold before he could buy the gun. Then on March 11, they talked to Kayla. This is Adam's estranged wife. She was incarcerated at the time too. And before the police talked to her, she had talked to her attorney about what they wanted to talk to her about. She already knew. She'd also talked to another friend, Tara Hebert, who knew that Adam, the investigation in the guns was going on. So she did not protect Adam. She protected herself. She said, yeah, Adam went over to Kim's. I remember the guns being stolen. Adam went over to Kim's. And when he came back, he said the door was wide open and Kim was asleep.
Nice to have you.
And
Nice
she
to come
also
back.
mentioned Ish and Manny. And she said, well, they were accusing each other of doing that. I remember, but I don't really know anything. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. She was protecting herself, but she was willing to say, yeah, go for Adam. Adam was over at Kim's that night. And on March 21, after that, oh, and she also recalled that Adam was gone for about 20 minutes when he went to Kim's, not overnight. On March 21, Kim Fran testified before a grand jury. She started to give us similar events, but at this time, instead of being somewhat familiar with Ish Garcia, she had to admit they hung out, they did drugs together, and if she needed drugs, he would come by and sell her crack. He was her drug dealer. And when she was asked at that grand jury, did Ishmael Garcia ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns? And she said, not that I saw. No. More questions on that. She said, well, I like the 45 and I would take that with me. So if he ever held it, it was when I had it with me. He could have held one of the guns then, my 45. She said that while she was sober, under oath. She's recently admitted that she used to let Ishmael Garcia take her car and his 380 while Chris was out of town. On March 30 or 31, no, there is no 30. Anyway, in March, Mike Sullivan is arrested. That story that he had talked to the police about in January of 2020, that was supposed to take care of the charge, but Mike didn't do what he was supposed to do. And he fled the jurisdiction, or at least fled the court, would not show up in court. And he will tell you that he left because he was scared, because one of the people that he gave information on had been arrested. And he was afraid that that person would read through and discover he had
Oh
given
shit,
information.
brings all the girls to the yard. And they're
Because
like,
he left that jurisdiction,
oh shit, Mike's
those
on
cases
fire.
stayed. And so when he was arrested, he wanted to give information so that he could get that deal back, so that this case could go away. And so he knew that the police wanted to talk about Adam, knew Adam had been arrested. And so he gave a different story from what he said in January of 2020. And he kind of implicated Ish and he implicated Adam, but he definitely had Adam selling a shotgun. And he embellished that story a bit about the shotgun. And so the police say, great. And he describes how he knows that Adam sold this shotgun, because he didn't touch him or anything. But he was with Adam when Adam drove to this place where he didn't exchange with somebody else. And yeah, I could identify who that person was. I don't know right now, but if you showed me a photo, I would know. And yeah, I know where that place was. Yeah, I know where that place is. So the police take him up on it. All right, let's go. Let's find that place. And they take Sullivan on a ride around. No result. Nope. You can't figure it out. They don't bother with the photo lineup with Mike Sullivan. So Mike appeared for another story or another statement after that. This statement was under oath, and his story changed again. And when he was caught in March into April, he was kind of in a bad way. He was a little bit better off mentally with off drugs for that other statement. And he knew that the police wanted Adam, but he couldn't remember exactly what he had told him before. So he probably got a little bit closer to the truth when he was talking about Ishmael Garcia then. But he couldn't remember all that he said, so it became a different statement again. On April 1st, Adam was charged with stealing or receiving 2 of the 3 guns that went missing at the same time. no one was charged with the third. On June 3rd, Kayla went to the grand jury as well, but she wasn't asked about the guns by the prosecutors at that grand jury. She wasn't asked about that case. And after she had given her statement to the police that she knew was coming, that she volunteered to do after talking to her attorney, she was charged with receiving guns. The two guns that Adam Montgomery was charged with, Kayla was charged with, and she will tell you, and has always said, she never held, never controlled, never managed, never disposed of those guns. And the police didn't have, well, she will say when she gave her story, no, none of this was. And throughout this time, she will tell you, I never controlled, held, owned, possessed, managed, disposed, nothing with those guns. I was in the house and all I wanted to do was get high. But she was charged on June 3rd. And after she was charged, or knew she was June 3rd, I think I have that wrong, but I'll figure it out later. We'll get it as the facts are presented at trial. But on June 3rd, after she had been charged with that, she talked to the police and gave them a different story, giving them more of Adam. They want Adam, they get Adam. Other people have implicated Adam since. Kevin LaBelle bought the gun, bought the shotgun. You're going to hear how his story changed too, very much so, from when the police first spoke to him in 2022. And you can see why the state wouldn't want to just rely on these witnesses who keep changing their stories. So the police do send the AR-15, the Stag AR-15. They do send it to lab for DNA testing and for fingerprint testing. Let's get science to see if it can back this up. You won't hear anything about DNA or fingerprints connecting Adam to that AR-15. But there were results on the fingerprints for sure. Nothing to connect Adam. People can say after the fact what they want for their own reasons. But real evidence in this case is what was going on in 2019 when there wasn't this focus specifically to get Adam. And that connection to Adam was not made, except shortly after by Mike Sullivan, when he talked about Ishmael and Manny taking the guns. And Adam, they're a part of it. Adam's part was to help Ish either connect him with buyers or have somebody to buy the gun for Ish. At no time did Adam possess the gun. Ishmael held on to the guns until he sold them. At no time did Adam control the guns. Ishmael decided who would buy the guns. At no time did Adam manage the guns, and he did not dispose of the guns. Those were Ishmael's actions, and Adam did a very bad thing by contributing to it to the extent that he did. But he didn't steal the guns. He didn't possess them. He didn't control them. And he's not guilty of what he's charged with here. Thank you. Council approach 1 minute, please.
Morris gave you every stuff that I've never seen Depp and Heard. Never seen it. I'm going to the trial like in Heard. I'm told, like, I've only based it on 2 depositions. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening. So don't hate on me. Apparently, I'm going to love Johnny Depp and hate Amber Heard. So we'll see. We'll see. I've never seen it. I know the result. I know that Johnny wins, but I don't know anything else about it. So yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern, every Saturday for the next 26 weeks. I'm glutton for punishment. I've not seen Rittenhouse, I've not seen Depp, I've not, so many I haven't seen yet. Right, what we do in a propola, what we do when we got 10 minutes to decide, am I pausing this and going into the back to the Travis Rudolph trial, just listen to the judge say, go and deliberate, or what do you want to do? I'll let you guys decide. I don't care. Okay, we got 2 votes, both saying yes. Fine. And do you all like my little camera? Look at that. Camera watch for Travis Rudolph. That's my second camera. Lady Law, you love to learn this. My second camera streaming onto my TV. Boom. So we can watch it to see what's happening. And then I'll take it off then. Jesus.
Hold on, Attorney Gotti.
This audio is not very crisp. So in my left ear, it's like bouncing. I hope the audio's okay for you guys. I'm suffering, I am. But for you guys, I'll do it. I love you. So yeah, so we will watch it. Yeah, so then I can watch it. So you hang on, I'll show you that. You can see it. Wee! Wee! So obviously I won't be able to pick up the audio, so I'll have to switch it onto this. But that's an easy thing to do. Just stop this, bam, bring that on, bam. But I just wanted you to follow along so you can see then. You guys can see, okay, boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a minute, we're going to begin the evidence and the state will call its first witness. If this is a good time to stand and stretch, you're welcome to do that. These days can be long, and I do recognize that sometimes there are moments where people feel sleepy or a little more tired. I don't have any issue. If you need to stand for a moment and you want to do that, or even just stay standing, if you want to come down and stand by the rail, if you feel yourself getting tired, in the middle of testimony, you're welcome to do that. Okay. So the most important thing is that everybody is alert and listening to the evidence. I think the state needs just a minute. If you want to stand and take a stretch right now, that would be fine.
That's good, Judge, that is. I like that, Judge. Oh, loading. Jesus, that's powerful, Kim. I don't know what I'm walking into. I don't even know what the death trial is about.
When you're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna begin with the evidence. The state will call its first witness. As I say, if you feel yourself getting tired and you need to stand down by the rail, that's fine.
Mr. Crane, when we get to the stand, you can remain standing just for a brief minute.
Yeah, I don't know what Johnny Depp has done.
Testimony that you will give this jury.
So I'm intrigued.
Yes. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Frayne, I'm going to stand back here just because I want to make sure that the end jurors are going to be able to hear you. But if you cannot hear me at any point in time, please just ask me to speak up and I'll be glad to do so. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Frayne, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Chris Frain, Frain,
And Mr. Frayne, where do you currently live? What city?
Manchester,
How long have you lived in Manchester?
my whole life.
Whole life. Okay. And how old are you now?
40.
All right. So been here for 40 years.
Yes.
All right. What are some of the different kinds of jobs that you've had during your lifetime?
I've been a mechanic. I did waterproofing, and now I work for a highway department.
Highway department. And how far did you go in school?
A little bit of college,
Okay. And what was that for? What were you studying in college?
automotive repair.
All right. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your spouse's name?
Kim.
Same last name, Kim
Yes.
Frayne? Are you still currently married?
No.
All right. When did the two of you split?
March of 20.
March of 2020. Okay. Back in 2019, what were you doing for work then?
I was working for Venture Construction,
And what type of construction work does Venture do?
waterproofing, bridges and stuff like that.
What does that entail? What kind of, like, for your day to day, what does that look like when you were with them?
Usually the job site's at a different state, drive there, and if they want us to work for the week, we stay the week, or however it works out.
Okay. And you stay out there, you stay at the job site or a hotel nearby, I take it?
Yes.
In September and October of 2019, did any of your jobs there take you to a place around Queensbury, New York?
Yes.
Right. What was the job?
We were putting high friction surface on a couple of bridge decks.
A couple of bridge decks? Is that the top of the deck or top of the bridge or the bottom?
Yes,
of the
to the top.
bridge? And what was your normal work schedule back then? Where were you on any given day?
On the bridge.
Okay.
In Queensbury.
And how about, and that was a bad question for me, I apologize. What days were you working?
We would leave from home on Sunday and work Monday through Friday and come home after work.
When you were gone at work while you were working on this the spot at this bridge, excuse me, in Queensbury, New York, when you did that, who was living at home during the week? Who was at your home when you were not there?
Kim and my young daughter.
And did you have any firearms or any guns in the house?
Yes.
Right. What guns did you own in the home?
I have a HK-45 pistol. I had a Ruger LCP. I had an AR-15 and a 12-gauge shotgun.
12-gauge shotgun. Do you remember the brand of that shotgun?
Mossberg.
What color was it?
Black.
And did you have any attachments to that shotgun?
It had a scope on it.
So that's a scope for folks. Could you please explain for the jury what a scope is for people who might not be familiar with firearms?
It's like a mini telescope that you look through to help focus on the target.
Okay. And did it have, what are some of the other features of the shotgun? So for example, the grip or the stock that goes into your arm. Could you describe that for the jury?
It had a thumb hole buttstock. You could put your thumb through it and get a better grip.
And did it have any other sort of attachments on the side of it?
Not that I can recall.
And separate from that, do you recall whether it had the ability, how many rounds that it would hold?
I believe 4.
What kind of shotgun was this? Was this like one of the ones where you kind of pump it to fire
Yes.
one, or that's what it was?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you said that you also owned a AR-15,
Yes.
Correct.
Stag Arms Model 2.
Stag Arms Model 2. That's the brand name, Stag Arms?
Yes.
Did that also have an optic on it or a sight on it?
Yes. A Romeo 7.
Romeo 7. Okay. And finally, you said you had a Ruger firearm as well.
Yes.
Is that a long gun or is that a pistol?
Pistol.
Pistol. I want to talk with you for a moment about the shotgun and the rifle. Where did you normally store those guns in your house?
They were under my bed, wrapped up in a blanket.
Wrapped up in blanket?
Yes.
Okay. And they were under your bed. How many bedrooms did you have in your house?
4.
4. Okay. And at the time, were you and Kim living in the same bedroom?
Yes.
How long have you owned the rifle?
Maybe a month. I just got it.
Where'd you get it from?
In
My
Sandwell.
youngest brother.
Youngest brother?
Yes.
And what's his name?
Connor.
No idea, Amy. That's what. Oh, that's good to know, though.
Identification on state exhibit 6.
It is mad,
No
Will.
objection? The ID is stricken on exhibit 6. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Brown, I'm showing you with marked states exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
That's me holding my AR.
How long had you had the gun again?
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month or so. All right. And so this was taken, what, in that same frame, that same fall of 2019? So
Yeah, that was the weekend before I had him stolen.
the weekend before it was stolen? Okay. Your permission to publish to the jury.
Yes, you may.
So this is taken just a week before this gun is stolen from you? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that it did have an optic that was attached to it. I believe you said a Romeo 7.
Yes.
Is that a brand name or is that a style or?
It's a model.
Dock, so I'm gonna swap over to the other one because I don't want to miss the other one. So share screen. Otherwise, Mud will start shouting at me. I didn't realise that, Amy. I didn't realise that. That would make sense. Now it makes sense to me. Travis Rudolph. Get that out for now. Now it all makes sense to me, guys. Because I hear the Parkland thing. Yeah, it is. It is Mad Wolf. It all makes sense now. I just thought it was a separate case. So I'm glad that I'm watching that. I'm glad I'm not watching. I don't think we need to watch that. A coward. If you're there to protect children, you're there to protect. That's your job. That's your paycheck. So do your bloody job. Uh, so Borrow Gate would probably be a little bit late, but what we'll do is probably play that other one at 1.25 unless people want to disagree with me. It seems to be quite slow. And, so yeah, I'm glad we're doing this trial and the other one. So yeah, let's do that. Well, I'll play at 1.25 for a bit and see what we all think. Um, Adam Montgomery, because we could skip stuff and stuff like that. Yeah, it was an absolutely awful muggle, wasn't it? And the judge from that case, she's no longer a judge, is she? Because they felt that she's too biased towards the prosecution. She's fit, mind, but you can't be that biased towards prosecution. If she's still fit, though. He's awful, isn't it? And when you see the videos and stuff of him sitting down in that restaurant with the brother of one of the people he killed, looking for a lift and stuff, I was just like, this is heartbreaking. Listening to her all. Again, that's another trial I didn't watch. Just watch parts of it. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. That's something we don't obviously experience in the UK as much as what you guys do, so can't imagine. We now have two. Let's try that. I can't with babies yet. Yeah, I think she said that, didn't she? I think she said that, admitted that herself, that emotions got the better of her. Because she was quite young. I don't think she was that old. Do you know what I mean? So so he pleaded guilty, didn't he? But it was a fact of whether he was going to get a death penalty or not. There we are. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, we watched a few. I watched a few clips of it, but it was a long, long like sentencing period. But they were unanimous or something, were they? So he didn't get the death penalty. Also, I saw the videos of him attacking an officer in jail and stuff. It's like this guy's not changing. He's a danger to society. And that officer was very, very lucky. Do you know what I mean? If he got hold of his gun or something, because he nearly overpowered him. She tried to hug. She had the victim's family as well. She tried to hug the defense attorneys, but they pushed her away. Said no because they felt she was too biased. Horrible, horrible situation. I just be judged now. We should have known. I should have been back here 10:30. I won't judge. Got never a chance to do. There was no way he sentenced to death. The system failed him and every. Okay. I don't know his story. I don't know anything about him. I just know he killed all those children, so I can't really judge, say anything. Okay. Yeah, I saw for sure resigned. I'm not going to say too much about it because I don't know enough about it, so it's not really my place. $17 people, was it? Jeez. That's a lot. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oof. Those poor families and oh, geez. Oh, here we go. Sorry, guys. I'll cut you off. The judge is here. The judge is in the building. So let's hear what they got to say. Hang on. Oh, my arm. I'm live. So there's movement here. I didn't know that. Well, I didn't see that bit there about attacking the victim impact statements. I didn't see that. Oh, so this killing me. It's an exaggeration, but it's hurting me. I couldn't do it either, Madwell. I couldn't do it either. I think she was probably conscious of it and maybe being too, I don't know. Where's this trick on?
This is Sam. Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, people. I thought they would. There was movement, so I was like, oh, they're going to come in. This church is a like I get angry at this church because it doesn't prioritize this case. He's like, oh, I got pick a jury. Don't give a fuck if you have to, mate. This is your main focus. This is the murder trial that you oversaw. So stop trying to do another one. We'll have to finish this one. Come on. I hate stuff like this. Give due process the respect it deserves. Give Travis Rudolph the respect it deserves. You know, he's just, if he's half-assed with going, oh, I've got another trial now. Yeah, just going back and do whatever you want. Disrespectful, in my opinion, but just in my opinion, honestly. You're entitled to disagree. Come on, Judge, Jesus. And he's the one that said yesterday that he's picking juries and I'll be stopping at 10 o'clock on the dot. Bullshit. Do you know what? Do you know what it is? I think it's the audio. Oh, jeez. Right, how am I now, baby? How am I now? I can't hear myself. How am I now? 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3, check. Am I feeling? Am I sounding better? Thank you for telling me as well. Madwell, you're supposed to tell me when I sound like shit. um, is it still bad? Oh, Jesus. Hang on there. We've got to get this right, guys. What's going on? Motherfucker. Well, has it just gone like this, or has it always been like this? Throughout the stream, or is it just literally just starting now? Just so I know what to look at. It's been the whole stream, then I've set something wrong. If it's just literally happened in the last like 10 minutes. Okay. It might be. Hang on there, hang on. I left the would you make not all two issues, so really. So just change my audio a little bit, speak for a second just to see play it back on my um phone to see if it's any better. I'm still struggling. Still struggling with it, so I'm gonna leave it. I'm not gonna speak for now anyway.
All rise, jury entering.
All right, everyone, take your seats, please. Once again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for punctuality. It really helps a whole lot. Sorry I had to keep you waiting for a quarter hour. Nevertheless, we're all back here today. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring that verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as a blog, Twitter, I guess that should be tweet, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Of course, I have previously ordered all of you to relinquish cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices to the deputy so that you do not have any such device here in the courtroom. Likewise, the rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those other types of electronic communication devices into the jury room. Your devices will, of course, be returned to you after you complete your deliberations. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. I will tell you that has happened before. It creates a real serious issue. Please don't fail in that. If you have a question, put it in writing and give it to the deputy, who will give it to me. I will talk with the lawyers before I answer, so it may take some time before I address it with you. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any question, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The exhibits, with the exception of firearms, ammunition, or other weapons, or videos, will be sent to the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, since 1790, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate those rules that we all share. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the point in this trial that always invariably makes me a little sad. In Florida, in this type of case, there are 12 members to a jury, because all of you have been very punctual and have come back every day for the jury trial in this case. 2 of you, as you might guess, are alternates. The 2 alternates for this trial are Ms. White and Mr. Colon. I appreciate the fact that you 2 have spent all of your, I think it's been 13, 14 days, something like that, of your lives being ready, willing, and able to sit as jurors in this case, and in fact, sitting through the 14 days of trial in this case. So I appreciate your time very much. You're being handed a letter signed by me. That letter is essentially a transmittal letter, which provides 2 things. First, it gives you each a signed certificate that is suitable for framing or posting on your refrigerator or filing as you see necessary or fit. But also, there is a questionnaire on there It's a very simple questionnaire. I encourage you to fill that out and send it back to me in the postage paid pre-addressed envelope, because I have made changes in how I conduct jury trials based on those questionnaires and responses, I should say, to the questionnaires by jurors who have come before you in the years before you, and even relatively recently before you. So I do pay attention to those things. Like I said, I've made changes in what I do based on the responses to those. So I thank you very much. You two are excused on the summons that brought you in, these many days ago. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you both. You'll be escorted out. For the rest of you, because he is closest to me, I will hand this to juror number 7. This is the verdict form. If you would please give that to juror number 7. He then will be the at least temporary custodian of that. You all will select a 4-person when you get back in the jury room. It came up yesterday, and I'll bring it up once again, very, very briefly. If you want to look at any of those videos again, you are more than welcome to do that. We'll set that up for you to see out here. If you want to look at the firearms, any of the 3 firearms that are in evidence, you may do that as well. They, of course, will not go back with you. All right, you are charged to go back and begin your deliberations. Now is the time, finally, to start talking about this case. Keep an open mind, listen to one another, and give everyone the opportunity to be heard. Okay, you may begin your deliberations. Now take your notepads with you this time, and you can keep your jury instructions, as I said.
We'll just see if he says anything else. And then I'll try and fix my audio. And that might, well, that's funny, yes.
All right. Have the lawyers had an opportunity to go through all these exhibits? No? Okay, so you all go through those exhibits. Can someone else do that in your stead, Miss Edwards? Where are your other 2? Oh, I'm looking right past you. I'm so sorry. Okay, good. So I don't know if we have our veneer for the other case yet or not. Do you know? Just see if they're here. Okay. All right. Any reason why we shouldn't do that right now so we can get started on that other trial? Okay, then we'll bring him up. I know Mr. Feingold's, he's right there. All right, so we'll get started on that other trial. Yeah, bring him up. That's fine. Yeah, okay. No problem. As long as there's not one up there to confuse them. There isn't? Okay, fine.
So I'm not really sure what's wrong with my audio. Sounds like a bloody underwater thing you said, but it's listen to me anyway, so it's all good. I have to play this trial back on now.
Somebody also asked, understanding the defense. There's no objection, we asked the ID stricken statement.
No objection, correct? The ID is stricken. Exhibit 33 is entered as a full exhibit.
You said that was a Stag Arms Model 2.
Yes, correct.
And going to show you now what's been marked State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that rifle?
Yes.
And with regards to this, what am I holding here from the rifle box?
A Sig Romeo 7.
Is that yours?
Yes.
So this was your rifle.
Yes.
Could you describe a little bit for the optic? You said that it was telescopic.
No, that is just an electronic red dot that helps you aim and focus on the target real quick.
The one for the shotgun, did it work the same way that this one works to be able to put a dot on something?
That was more telescopic,
That was more telescopic. Okay. Was it bigger or smaller than this one?
bigger.
Bigger. Permission to publish the rifle to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes,
Just to
you-
demonstrate, I will leave it in the box.
Yes.
Mr. Frame, do you mind if I leave these here in front of you? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you. When you went away for the week, Mr. Frame, on the week of September 29th, and you came back later that week, was that a full week of work or was it a short week?
Full week.
Full week. And when you came back, when did you realize that this gun was stolen?
Shortly after I got home
Shortly after you got home.
that night,
How did you find out it was stolen?
I went looking for them
And could you explain to the jury, why did you go looking for it?
because I was supposed to go target shooting with my brother the next day. I was going to clean them.
And you were going to clean them before going.
Correct.
Thank you very much for allowing me to use the space.
You're welcome.
What about your Mossberg shotgun? Was that there when you were looking for it as well that day?
No,
I don't have a shotgun to show you. Do you know if that shotgun was ever recovered?
I don't know.
You said that you had one of the other guns we talked about a moment ago was the 380, the pistol. That you said you had. Was that also kept under the bed and blankets?
No, that was kept in a drawer,
Kept in which room?
my bedroom.
And was that there when you went to look the day you came home?
It was not.
A lot of times people think about things being burglarized from them and they think about what they see on TV. How did your house look when you got home? Were things,
It looked pretty much the way I left it.
did you see any sign of a broken glass or a broken door?
No,
Anything else that people might think about when they think about a smash or a break-in or something like that?
nothing.
Nothing like that. Did you discover that anything else was missing from the house?
Yeah, my watch and a few other miscellaneous things.
And later on, did you find out what happened to the watch and the other miscellaneous things?
No, I heard that Kim pawned some of it, but I don't know exactly what.
So yeah, I just want to ask you about what you saw or what you know, not necessarily what you've heard.
Okay, I don't know.
So when did you call police after you discovered that these were missing?
I discovered it late at night, so I called the following morning.
And what number did you call for the police? 911 business
No.
line?
I think I called the business line. It wasn't 911.
When the police officer came to your house, did he come that same day that you called?
Yes.
And did you share with him the details about what you knew about the guns, where you had last seen them, all of that sort of information?
Yes.
And did that include eventually making sure that they knew the serial number of your gun?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Rob.
Hello, hey, how's it now? Oh my God, now it's still bad. Understandable, it's not only here, but
I
that's
wanna read
the
out,
here.
Mr. Crane, briefly, so with regards to that rifle and the black Mossberg shotgun, those two you found when you came back after a full week's worth of work?
Yes.
And did you ever find those two guns?
No.
In fact, until we looked at that there, when was the last time you saw that rifle?
When I shot it that day.
The week before they were missing?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Frayne. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
How could it be terrible? It's worked perfectly all this time. Bring the stream. Yes, I know.
Good morning, Mr. Frayne. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Who the
I'm
fuck's
Robin
going on?
Davis. So I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions to your testimony before the state this morning. So you indicated that back in 2019, you and your wife, Kim, and your daughter were all living in Manchester
Correct.
on Russell Street.
Correct.
And as part of your work, you left your residence on September 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a Sunday night.
Yes.
As you indicated, you leave on a Sunday and arrive on a Friday.
Correct.
So Monday, Tuesday, you were gone.
Correct.
And in fact, you returned on October 2nd, which was a Wednesday, correct?
I thought it was a Friday, but
Okay.
it was
Well-
4 years ago.
We agreed that Sunday was September 29th.
Okay. Yes.
That's when you left.
Yes.
And Monday would have been the 30th.
Yes.
October 1st would have been Tuesday.
Yes.
And then October 2nd, when you said you discovered the firearms were missing, that would have been a Wednesday.
Okay. Yes.
All right. And you indicated that you had utilized those firearms at the range with a friend on September 28th.
Correct.
And so on September 28th, you knew that both of the long guns, the AR-15 and the shotgun, were in your home.
Yes.
And in fact, you returned them to their location under your bed,
Correct.
wrapping them in blankets.
Yes.
And that's where you stored them.
Yes.
And you also checked the dresser drawer for the 380
Yes.
and the 45.
Yes.
And those were also located in your bedroom,
Yes.
and they were in the same dresser drawer.
Yes.
And then you left on your trip. And when you returned on October 2nd, you again checked for those weapons, correct?
Yes.
You were going shooting again.
Yes.
And there were no weapons under your bed.
Correct.
Were the blankets there?
Yes.
The blankets were still under the bed,
They were
just empty.
empty.
And you then checked your dresser drawer for the handguns.
Correct.
And one of the handguns, the 380, that was missing.
Yes.
But the 45 was still in the drawer.
Yes.
And that caused a little suspicion for you, didn't it?
Yes.
Because you were told that those firearms were stolen.
Yes.
And yet the person that may have stolen one of the handguns left the other.
Yes.
And that was curious to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what was the value of those guns? Do you know? I know that you bought them. Who
Correct.
did you buy them from?
The 45 I got from Shooter's Outpost. The Ruger I got from a friend of mine. The shotgun I got from another friend, and the rifle I got from my brother.
So 3 of them were private sales
Yeah.
amongst individuals, and one was from Shooter's Outpost.
Correct.
And what was the value of the AR-15?
Somewhere around $800, I believe.
Okay. And how about the rifle?
A couple $100.
Okay. And how about the handguns?
Oh, the 45 was $1,000. The 380, I think I paid $150 for it.
Okay. So the 45 was actually the more expensive
Correct.
handgun, and that's the one that was left behind.
Yes.
And you've already indicated this, but these guns were just stored in your home. They weren't locked,
No.
and there was no safe,
No.
no safeguards on them.
No.
So anyone that was in the house could have located those guns.
Yes.
And you indicated to the police when you reported the guns missing that the only person that knew where they were was your wife, Kim.
Correct.
And at that time, Kim indicated to you that she knew nothing.
Correct.
And you had no knowledge that anyone else had been in the house.
No.
But you were still suspicious of Kim.
Yes.
And you knew that prior to this, items had been missing from your home
Yes.
and money.
Yes.
And had you approached Kim about that?
Yes.
And did she indicate she had taken them?
Sustained.
And was she able to give you any information about them?
At first, no.
And you also knew that Kim was using drugs at that time,
Yes.
and you were concerned about that.
Yes.
And when you located or discovered that the firearms were missing, you also discovered that there were additional items missing.
Correct.
And you mentioned a watch.
Yes.
That was about $800.
Yes.
And your wedding ring?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned later that that had been pawned by Kim.
Yes.
And once you had reported it to the police in October, you didn't have contact with the police again until November, the next month.
Correct.
And at that time, they asked you if you had located the firearms.
Sustained.
They hadn't located the firearms at that point.
Right.
And they also indicated that the case was going to be closed.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you speak with the police again regarding the firearms
Yes.
in 2019?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that your wife got arrested in 2019?
Yes.
And that was for drugs.
Yes.
And the next time you spoke with the police was February 14th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was almost 2 years after your guns went missing?
Correct.
And on this date, you had learned that Kim had not been truthful with you.
Correct.
And the contact that you had with them in February 14th of 2022, they wanted to speak with you about the missing guns.
Yes.
And you indicated to them that you still didn't know who had the missing guns.
Correct.
And that wasn't true, was it?
No.
Because you had had contact with Adam Montgomery.
I did. Yes.
And he indicated
Sustained.
you had learned that Ishmael Garcia,
Sustained.
had you learned?
Counsel, approach. Sustained.
How was my clown? I should say, how was my clown?
After you continued to speak with the police, you told them that you knew that Ish Garcia was the one that had the weapons.
No.
On February 14th?
I told them, Adam told me that,
Yes.
but I didn't take it. I took it with a grain of salt.
So that didn't concern you.
Not coming from him.
Okay. But you never shared that information with the police, did you?
When I was interviewed, yes.
But before that, the conversation happened before that, a year
Right.
before
I
that.
did not. You're right.
So the conversation happened a year before
Yes.
you had this interview with the police.
Yes.
And you did not share that information at that time with the police.
I did not.
And it wasn't until they wanted to talk to you a year later in 2022 that you shared that information.
Yes.
And you told them the reason you didn't share that information, didn't you?
Yes.
And that information, you didn't share that information because you were actually scared of the person.
Yes.
You had met Ishmael Garcia,
Yes.
and that was not a pleasant interaction, was it?
No.
And you weren't looking forward to having a second interaction with him.
No.
And in fact, the word you used with the police was that you were scared of him.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Saying about the audio just to see, hoping this is better now, just adjust it to what I think it should be, so hopefully it's better, guys. If not, I don't know what that fucking hell, what I'm supposed to do. Don't know. So I'll just believe it.
You can stay where you are.
Thank you. Just a couple quick follow-up questions to what you just asked.
Oh, I shouldn't have.
I think there's maybe a little bit of confusion that I have, but I want to make sure that it's clear. You testified on direct examination that you had worked a full week. That was on after that police break off that week. And a moment ago, it sounded like you were saying October 2nd.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what day and time I got home.
Okay. But let me just ask you, generally, without knowing a specific day, do you feel like it worked a full week or that it had been less than? Or if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Thank you. Next question that I have for you is that you said that when you look back underneath the bed, that some of the blankets there were still there.
Yes.
Was all of the blankets there, or just some of the blankets there?
No, it was only two, and they were both there.
They were all there. Right. Thank you for that. You were asked a moment ago by counsel whether or not at one point you were suspicious of your wife Kim on taking these two long guns.
Yes.
Are you still suspicious of Kim taking the long guns now?
No.
And you were also asked a moment ago about having conversations with Adam Montgomery. Is he in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Where is he? Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing for us?
He's wearing a white shirt.
If the record please reflect what he's wearing in his identified.
The record shall so reflect.
You said when he told you about where the long guns had gone, I believe you testified a moment ago that you took that with a grain of salt.
Yes, and not the long guns, the 380.
But you took it with a grain of salt.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Really hard.
Mr. Frayne, you reported the missing guns on October 3rd. Do you remember that now?
Yes.
Okay, because there was a police report generated,
Yes.
correct? And did you get a copy of that police report?
Yes.
Okay. So if it says October 3rd, that would be the correct date,
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
And therefore, you had discovered the weapons missing on October 2nd.
Correct.
And it was late at night, so you waited to call the police.
Yes.
Okay. And the state had asked you if you were suspicious that Kim took the guns, and you indicated you're not now.
No.
Were you suspicious that she knew who took the guns?
Yes.
And she may have been aware when the guns were taken?
Yes.
I'll say, I do ask this witness to be excused, please.
Okay, step down. Any objection to his being excused? May be excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:35, so we're 10:37. So this is a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we will be back to resume testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Counsel, approach for just 1 minute.
One day, Ben will tell me how my audio is. Lou, thank you for the earlier one, but I've tried to do it a little bit differently again. I'm trying to fix it.
15 minutes, everybody.
Thanks, Lou. Hopefully it is better, as in, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I can't hear it. Oh, actually, let me put the verdict watch down for a second. That I can hear myself. Madwell is supposed to be my audio technician, but she's just vanished. Vanished. Then here. Right. I want to hear what you guys hear. Let me just mute this for a second. It's not crap though, isn't it? But technician, Mad World, what's going on here? Right. Let me get to live. Yeah, it might be echo now because I've got the mic on, but just practicing. Is this better? Is this better? Is this better? Is this better? Same fucking thing. Right, sorry, listen, you did some Mad World. You did some Mad World. Mad World's mad. Mad World is mad. Mad World is mad. Mad World's mad. Mad World is mad. Mad World is mad. Which one? I think this is better now, isn't it? This is better now, isn't it? I'm cooking. I'll just play that. It's the echo one I'm trying to get to level that. I'm hoping that this is good now. It's still not perfect, but well, hang on, I'm just gonna put it down. How's this? How's this now, guys? How's this? It's still not perfect, but well, hang on, just gonna put it down. How's this? How's this now, guys? How's this? Fuck me, I can't even see the difference now, do it? Just put it down. Sorry, Kim. In this stream, what you see is what you get. So, mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Kim is in the house. Let's rock.
Really frame.
You stop spitting. I'm spitting. What the lefty? Don't make me paranoid now, lefty. I am not spitting. Now this one we need to watch. She's a runner. Hey, Teddy Gray lefty. Am I spitting? I don't know what I'm doing. You know that. Right.
I'm gonna administer the oath.
Thanks, Kim. The only, only helpful one here. You and Lou. The only two helpful one here.
Yeah.
Madwell and Lefty. Yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Okay, and then just some quick formalities. Can you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Kimberly Frayne.
Yes.
I think everyone knows this witness. We have to watch it because she bombs it out of the court. She runs out of the court. So we have to watch it. I don't know why she does it, but she sprints out. Superfly, welcome back. I love to see regulars and new people become regulars. So thanks, Superfly, for being here. We're missing Shelley today. I've not seen Shelley at all today. I hope Lefty's maybe really paranoid now that I'm spitting. Who will they get now? I'm going to put it on Superfly. You'll see on screen now.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So I just asked, can you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Kimberly Frayne, KIMBERLY FRAIN.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to be able to hear you.
Do you mind if I call you Kim?
That's fine.
Okay, is that what you go by?
Yes.
So Kim, there's a microphone right in front of you. Everything that you say is being recorded. I'm just going to ask that you get a little closer to it because it's
Got
difficult
it.
to hear. Okay, that's much better.
Superfly, stay
If at
on
any point
screen.
you can't hear me, let me
Verdict watch.
I'm a little loud, so.
We can
Okay,
be is sexy as fuck.
Can you tell us your date of birth?
Oh, motherfucker. Queen Camille is sexy as
86.
And how old are you?
36.
And just now you had a mask on that was taken off.
Yeah.
It sounded like you didn't want to take that off.
No,
Why is that?
I have a job. I wear a mask every day. I work in healthcare. COVID. I was just dealing with someone who had COVID over there 5 minutes ago. So
Where do you currently live?
I live in Meredith, New Hampshire.
And who do you live there with?
My parents,
Anyone
my
else?
daughter.
How old is your daughter?
She's 6.
And prior to living in Meredith, where were you living?
With my ex, Chris Rain, in Manchester,
What was that address in Manchester?
252 Russell Street.
How long had you lived there?
Probably 6 years.
You mentioned Chris Brain.
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably 7 years, 8 years now.
Do you have a child with him?
Yes.
Is that the daughter you mentioned?
Yes.
And what were the years that you lived on Russell Street in Manchester?
I don't know.
Were you living there in 2019?
Yes.
And when did you leave that address?
2 years ago, maybe 3.
So back in 2019, and I want to focus on late 2019, September, October, who was living in that home with you on Russell Street?
Me, Chris, and my daughter.
Did you have any pets?
Yes, my dog,
What was your dog's name?
Jack.
And tell me about Jack. What kind of dog was Jack?
He's like a pit bull mix, and he's brown. He's a big dog.
Was he a guard dog?
Yeah. Say, he barks.
And let's talk about that. When people would come, would he bark, come to the house?
Yes.
Always or just sometimes?
Always, like annoyingly always.
So, and you mentioned this briefly. What do you currently do for work? How are you employed?
I work in healthcare and I work at a hospital.
What hospital do you work at?
I don't want to say.
But you're in healthcare.
Yes.
How long have you worked in that field?
2 years.
Same hospital?
Same hospital.
And so I want to focus back on September, October 2019. Were you working in healthcare back then?
No.
Can you tell me what your life was like back then?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts. Me and Chris didn't get along. We were both into bad things. We were in both bad places then. Wasn't a good time in my life.
So you said you were into bad things. You're at a bad place.
Yeah.
And I want to suss that out. I want to talk about it a little bit more. What do you mean when you say you were in a bad place?
I was doing drugs. He was doing drugs. Bad things were happening all around us.
When you say you were doing drugs, what drugs were you using?
Heroin and cocaine.
Did you ever use crack?
Tattoo. Yep.
And back then, how did you support that habit?
I was working at the time.
And you mentioned you were working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
Which Dunkin' Donuts were you working at?
Beach Street.
Beach Street.
Beach.
Are there things that you did back then that you regret?
Yep.
Can you tell me about that?
Everything I did, I regret.
Yes.
You're wishing me. I'm not a great film savant, so I don't know what you're on about. I thought maybe someone else would be, but I can't help you. I hope you're all watching the verdict, set it up on the TV so we can see what's happening. Obviously, my gorgeous self on the right-hand side. This is Adam Montgomery.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase the question.
When the results come back, we'll be switching over then to that one.
You mentioned you were doing drugs. Is that something that you regret from back then?
Yes.
Were you heavy into drugs back then?
Yes.
You mentioned that back in 2019, your daughter would have been 2 years old.
Yes.
Do you want those things becoming public?
No.
How do you feel about having that time in your life, that dark time, becoming public?
It's the last place I want to be right now. It's right here, right now.
You don't want to be here.
No.
And you don't want this information coming out to
No.
your coworkers.
What movie was it?
All my friends, my new life I created. I moved away from Manchester to get away from it all. Now it's all back.
Are you ashamed of this period in your life?
Yes.
Are you currently sober?
Yes.
What did it take for you to become sober?
I went to rehab, and when I got out of rehab, I moved back in with my parents, my daughter, and I did like an outpatient program for like a year. I did meetings, and eventually got a job.
You had mentioned you took yourself out of the situation.
Yes,
That was being in Manchester.
yes,
How long have you been sober?
3 years in March.
So back in that time frame that we were talking about earlier, September, October 2019, who would you associate with?
You just want me to like name them? Like
Please.
friends. Well, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts with Kayla and Adam, and I hung around some not great people like Ish and Manny and Mike and Amber.
And so I want to follow up on a few of the names you just mentioned, but first, so you were working at the Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street, is that what you mentioned?
Yeah. So there was two of them. One was Beach Street, and then there was one that was in Irving Station.
Okay, and I think you mentioned you worked with Kayla.
Yes.
Who is Kayla?
Kayla Montgomery.
How long have you known her?
I don't know her like anymore, but when we worked together, we known each other for a couple years. We were both pregnant at the same time together.
So you were working together, you were pregnant.
Yeah.
Did you have a drug connection with Kayla?
It turned into that, yeah.
You mentioned Adam.
And Adam.
How did you know Adam?
Work.
And who is Adam?
Adam is Kayla's ex.
Do you know his last name?
Montgomery.
Okay. And you said, I think you said you worked with him at one point?
Yeah, he worked with us too for a little while.
And is that how you knew him, or was it more through Kayla?
Both.
I'm sorry?
Both. Like, we worked together and I knew him from Kayla.
And so back to Kayla, how would you describe your relationship with her?
We hung out like a few times. Like, I babysat her kids like once or twice. I didn't hang out like a lot.
Okay.
I give them rides to work and home after work.
Do you know where they were living back then?
Yes, but I can't remember.
Was it in Manchester?
Yes.
About how far from where you were living were they?
Like 10 minutes
And that's a 10-minute drive.
drive.
Did you have a drug connection with Adam Montgomery?
Yeah, I'd call him and see if he could find anything.
Would you use drugs with him?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Adam Montgomery?
Just like acquaintances, drug friends.
I'm going to ask you,
Sorry.
you need to speak up. Okay, thank you.
Lefty's an old guy, you see.
Did
That's
you
why
have
it's an
items
old
stolen
film.
from your home back in 2019?
Yes.
Was that October 2019?
Yes.
Were you and your husband, did you go in to report a theft?
Yes.
So can you just tell us what happened that led to you reporting that?
Yeah, Chris went to work and he was gone for like a week. And when he came back, he noticed his guns were gone. And so he reported them. And then when the police showed up, Chris called me and had me also talk to them that day to report them.
So what items were taken?
3 guns, a watch, and I don't know what else.
Was a men's silver wedding band initially reported as being
I
taken?
think Chris reported it stolen, but it wasn't. I had pawned it like months before.
So it wasn't one of the items taken during this incident? Did you subsequently clarify that with the police?
Yeah,
Do you remember when that was?
no. When they asked me, I told them.
Judge, I'm gonna move to
Superfly.
Marcus Bolt.
Oh, sweet.
All right. Exhibit 7A through E, the
Oh,
ID
Lefty
is
loves it.
stricken and they're entered as a full exhibit.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I've seen this sort of truck.
And so Kim,
It's
I'm
interesting.
handing you what's been marked, or I'm handing you exhibits 7A through E.
Attorney Knowles, if I could just ask, is the ID not yet stricken on those?
No.
All right, so let me just ask for the monitor. If you would give them to the monitor first, you can strike the ID, mark them as full, and then I'll have you show them to the police. Thank you.
He does not want to be there. As you go across, she just runs out.
So Kim, I'm handing you exhibit 7A through E, and I just want you to look at each of those in turn and describe what they depict. So what are those documents?
The ring that I pawned. And that's me. That's my ID. And that's my signature.
Okay, and when did you pawn that ring?
August 5th, 2019.
And you said that that's you in the photo?
That's me.
That's the ring that you'd pawned?
Yes.
And I think you initially mentioned, or I think you mentioned that you had clarified that subsequently with the police.
Yes.
You can just set those aside for now.
It's time to build a high games, Christine. So we get would be nice.
So we're describing this incident where items were taken from your home. Did that have an effect on your life at the time?
Yeah, it was like the worst thing that could happen because it created, it was a robbery at our house where my daughter lives. So DCYF got involved. They tried to take my daughter away. It was a nightmare.
Okay, and so I want to unpack the events that you described.
Okay.
You said that your husband was out of town,
Yes.
and can you just describe when he left?
I don't remember exactly when he left, but he always left for work and would come back a few days later.
And
He
what,
traveled a lot for his job.
what would you typically do when he was out of the home?
I'm sorry.
What would you typically do when he was out of the home?
Work. I don't understand that question.
You'd continue to work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang out with friends, work.
And so on this occasion, did you hang out with friends at your home?
Yes.
Who did you hang out with?
Adam came over one night.
Do you know how he got there?
He drove.
And had he been to your home prior to that occasion?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times.
And that night, did he come by himself or was he with other people?
He was by himself
And why was he there?
because we wanted to try to get some drugs together.
And was there more to that plan? Were you going to do the drugs together?
Probably, yeah.
What were you trying to get that night?
Crack.
Earlier, you'd mentioned Kayla. Was she there that night?
No.
And can you just describe for us, how did he get to your home? So from the moment he entered?
Like I called him and he came and drove over and I let him in the house.
When you let him in, was that in the front door or the back door?
Front door.
And what did you do when he arrived?
We went into the living room and I remember just sitting on the couch and we couldn't find, do you want me to say that like the whole night?
So you're at the point where you let him in, you're sitting on the couch. What
Yeah.
happened next?
Then I remember looking over at him and he was like half asleep. And I had been up for like 3 days at that time. And I remember just closing my eyes. And when I woke up in the morning, he was gone.
Before you had Adam over that night, had you seen those guns?
Yeah,
Okay, do you remember when you had last seen them?
I don't.
But it was after Chris Frame left, your husband?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember telling officers that you had stubbed your toe while you were making the bed on the guns that week?
Oh, probably.
Do you remember,
that though.
Remember?
No.
Do you remember who you contacted for drugs that night?
No.
Who was your typical connection?
There was lots of people. There was Mike, there was Ish, there was Adam.
Those are all people that you had bought from?
Yes.
When you say Ish, do you know his name?
No.
When you say Mike, do you know his last name?
Yes. Now I do.
What is his last name?
Sullivan.
So at what point in time, I just want to understand the timeline. At what point in time did you contact individuals? Was it after Adam got there or before?
I don't know.
You must become clear in me why they're asking these questions.
And did you reach out to Adam Montgomery or did he reach out to you?
I don't remember.
When Adam arrived, you said you let him in your front door. Did your dog bark?
I would assume so. He always barks.
Was your daughter home at the time?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Sleeping.
She would have been 2 around that time?
Yeah.
Don't rock the bell. How did they know who it is for now? DG.
How was Adam acting when he got to your home?
Normal self.
And do you remember around what time you arrived?
No. It was like late at night. I remember that, but I don't know what time.
I think you mentioned that you looked over at him and he looked like he was half asleep.
Yeah.
How long had he been in your home at that point?
Maybe like an hour, 2.
I think you also mentioned that you'd been up for a few days, 3 days.
Yes.
Why were you up for so long?
Because that's what drugs do to you. Keep you awake.
So you'd been using drugs for the past 3 days at that point?
Yes.
At some point, do you believe you fell asleep?
Yes.
And what was the last thing you remember before that happened?
I just remember looking over at him and he looked tired and we had the TV on, just watching TV.
Where were you in the house at that point?
I was on the couch and he was in the chair.
No, she's not kidding.
And the firearms that we were just
I
discussing?
know what
where
you
were
mean,
they
though.
in your home?
Under the bed and in Chris's drawer, I believe.
He doesn't know where be there.
Did you wake up at some point?
I woke up in the morning.
And describe what you saw when you woke up.
I woke up in the morning. Adam was gone. I went out into the kitchen and there was a pipe left on the table with like drugs still in it, which was weird because we didn't have anything that night. So that was weird. Then I went out onto the breezeway and there's like a back porch and that door was wide open. And I thought that was weird, but I just shut the door and went on with my day.
And at that point, had you realized that anything was missing?
No,
At some point, did you realize that items were missing?
when Chris got home and he looked for them.
And would that have been the next day? Or is that the day where
I
you
think
woke
it
up
was a day or 2 later
that Chris got home?
when Chris got home.
And describe Chris coming home and realizing the guns were missing.
He came home and he looked under the bed and he couldn't find them. And I helped him. We just like looked everywhere around the house. And then he got really mad once he realized they were really gone. And he started throwing things down the stairs and throwing things across the house. And he was very mad. And then we went to bed. And then he called them the next day to the police.
He called the police the next day?
Yeah.
Were you there when he called the police?
I wasn't when he first called, but the police said to have me come there. So Chris called me and I drove over there.
Okay. And I think you said that when he got back, you realized the guns were really gone.
Yeah,
What guns are we talking about?
all 3 guns.
Okay. And do you know what types of guns they were?
The 2 big guns and then the 380. I think it's a shotgun and the AR.
So you weren't there when he initially called. Did you return home?
Yes,
And was that while the police were there?
yes. They wanted to talk to me. So
Was there another gun in your home the night that those items were taken?
yes, the 45.
And where was that kept in your home?
He usually keeps the 2 handguns in the drawer and then the 2 big guns under the bed. But I had the 45 in my car during that time.
When did you return? At some point, did you return the 45 to the drawer that you mentioned?
I don't remember doing it. I could have. I wanted to say I handed it to Chris, but it was 4 years ago, so I really don't remember.
Needless to say, though, the 45 wasn't amongst the items that were taken.
Correct.
So back in 2019, when you were living at that house on Russell Street, did you have security cameras?
No.
Were the guns in a safe?
No, he had a small safe, but he didn't put anything in it. I don't know why.
So when you returned home that day, were the police there?
Yes.
Did you speak with them?
Yes.
In that statement, did you tell them Adam Montgomery had been to my house?
No.
Why not?
I really didn't think like a friend of mine would do that to me at the time. So I literally thought we just got robbed. Like it's Manchester. It's bad. I thought we just got robbed by someone I didn't know.
At some point, did you become suspicious?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I started hearing rumors from friends that Adam had taken them.
Sustained.
Its effect on the listener, Judge.
Approach.
So, yeah, I believe she's drug free. It came, I think it's because she does not want to be there. And when she runs out of some, why are you zooming in on that? She doesn't want to be there. She doesn't want to work all these new friends or anything, knowing about her previous life. She just wants a new start. See, she's got, she's a little bit teary-eyed. I hope my mic's okay now, Mad World, my technician. I presume Heidi's sleeping. I presume Spider Girl's sleeping because I've not heard from either in a very long time. Stacey's not working. Shelley's not here, so I'm not sure where Shelley is. So I don't know anything about weapons and weapons trials, so it's quite interesting. I like to think, not clue, right. Oh. I'll put it down this way to see if it's better. Hopefully it's better. That makes sense if she doesn't want to be there. Oh, absolutely. I mean, she runs out of court. I think it's no secret. She runs out of court at some point now. So it'll be interesting to see that. He's so zoomed in, this cameraman. It's just like, dude, pan out. If the audio's bad again, my audio's bad again, it's Mad World it is. I don't know what she's doing to my audio. I think she's tapping it from somewhere. That's a tattoo on his face or a tear.
Overruled.
So based on the rumors that you heard that the defendant had stolen your firearms, what did you do next?
So yeah, I heard from friends that he might have done it. And I was still working with Kayla, his ex-girlfriend, wife at the time. And when I went to work one day, I made up a lie to her about having the cops. I told her that the neighbors had cameras and I wanted to see her reaction because I was suspicious of them. And her answer to me was, which way do the cameras point? And when she said that to me, I just had like a gut feeling that he had done it.
You didn't have cameras, though. That was the
But
lie.
we didn't have cameras and the neighbors didn't have cameras, but I just made it up to see what she would say. And her response was, which way did they point?
Did the defendant know you had those guns?
Yeah.
How?
I think I told him when we were leaving the mall one day.
Was that about the AR specifically?
Yeah, just the AR.
So I asked you about your first statement to the police. You didn't mention the defendant, and that would have been right after this happened, correct? So I want to move forward in time. We were talking about September, October 2019. I want to move to December 2019.
Okay.
A major life event in December 2019.
Maybe?
Were you arrested?
Yes.
Would
I
you
was.
consider that a major life event?
Yes.
Okay. What were you arrested for?
I had drugs on me.
And can you describe that incident?
I was at a gas station and I had drugs on my lap. And when the cops came, they saw them and arrested me.
What were you doing at the gas station?
Taking a nap.
So you were sleeping?
Yeah.
Smart
Were
Lou,
you
I
outside or
believe.
inside?
Inside the
I
car.
believe so. She comes back.
So you got arrested.
How's my audio, Lou?
And did you, after being arrested, did you speak with detectives?
I think they asked me. I don't really remember that whole time
Why do you think you don't remember?
because I was on drugs.
Were you still using crack? Were
Yes.
you still using heroin?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned cocaine as well.
Sure. Yes.
So during the second interview, did you tell detectives that, or did you tell officers that you had said goodbye to Adam the next morning when you woke up?
I don't remember that.
So I want to fast forward even more. I want to talk about February of 2022. Did you meet with detectives again?
Yes.
Is that when you told them the information about the pawned items or the pawned
That's
ring?
when they asked me about it.
You told them, I pawned the ring.
Yes.
Sustained.
During your February 2022 interview, were you sober at that point?
Yes.
You were living a sober lifestyle?
Yes.
Did you have any of the memory issues that had been associated with your drug use?
No, not anymore.
Did you have any reason to protect Adam in your initial statement to police?
No.
Were you afraid of him?
Yeah, I don't know, Mad Wolf. Probably cross, isn't it? How's my audio now,
Afraid of him?
technician, Mad
Yeah.
Wolf?
So Kim, I'm going to ask you to look at the jurors now. The acts that you admitted to doing, having this man in your home when your husband's gone, using drugs for days on end, those are all things that you did?
Yes.
Pawning your husband's ring, that's something that you did?
Yes.
Lending out a 380, is that something that you did?
Yes.
The night that the guns were stolen, the big guns, did you buy those guns or did you sell those guns?
No.
Did you trade those guns?
No.
Did you lend them out?
Yes. Not the big ones, but
So-
the little one.
So I'm talking about the night of the theft.
Yes,
Oh,
no
no.
way.
None.
I believe so.
So you didn't buy them, or sorry, you didn't sell them?
No.
How's my audio, Carol? No one's telling me how my audio is.
Overruled.
My mic audio, that is.
Go ahead.
And you had mentioned just now that there was one that you lent out.
Mhm.
Can you tell us about that?
I did like twice lend them, but I got them back.
Which was it, them or was it one of the guns?
The 380
Who would you lend that to?
ish.
Yeah,
I'm
you don't know
suspicious.
his name, his full name.
I can't remember it.
The times that you lent them out, was that before or after the theft?
Before.
And you said you always got it back.
Yes.
Would you lend any other items out?
My car as well.
I'm
Did
just,
you always get it back?
I'm just gonna buy a mixer. So I'm probably an arms to buy a fucking mixer.
You were always able to get it back.
Oh my.
Yes.
Sustained.
Pick it up just a moment.
Can't remember. Fuck. What did Lady Law tell me I needed? A mixer and something else for mics. I don't remember what it was. I'll just buy the bullet, fucking buy one. Even though it costs 100 or whatever.
So just a moment ago, I want to follow up. Just a moment ago, you mentioned them when I asked you if you'd lent the guns out. Were there other guns other than the 380 that you'd lent out?
The 45, I think, maybe once.
And who would that have been to?
Mike Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan. Any of the long? Did you ever lend the
No,
long guns?
no.
The big
I never
guns?
touched those guns.
Why not?
They're huge and they just lived under the bed. I'm not comfortable touching them.
The event that you described, lending out the two smaller guns, was that something that was public amongst that circle of friends that you had?
Public, yeah. Like they knew. Everybody knew.
Everybody,
Talked.
including the defendant?
I would, maybe.
The person that you were using drugs with that night, or wanted to use drugs with that night, had over at your home?
Yes,
You said that was Adam Montgomery?
yes,
Do you see him here today?
yes.
Can you point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there in a collared shirt.
Your Honor, can the record reflect witnesses identified the defendant?
Record should still reflect.
And thank you, Ms. Rain. I have no additional questions for you at this time.
I have to move the podium, Your Honor, closer to my desk. Ms. Frayne, right? Frayne. My name is Caroline Smith. And would you prefer Ms. Frayne or can I call you Kim as well?
That's fine.
Okay, thanks. So a couple of things that I wasn't clear about on your direct. You said that you were not at home when Chris called you. You were not at home when Chris called the police, but you came home.
Right.
And you were at Mike Sullivan's when Chris called?
I believe maybe.
Okay.
I don't really remember where I was, but I know I wasn't there and I had to come back.
Okay. And you knew that Chris was going to call the police?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that you said that your 45 was in the car when the long guns must have been stolen, the other guns, and that you put the 45 back.
I don't remember putting it back, but I could have.
Okay. But it's your recollection that the 45 was in the car at the time the other guns went missing.
Yes.
Okay. And let me see. I think you said you never touched the big guns.
Correct.
And okay. So on May 26th of this year, like a few days ago, that is when you told Attorney Knowles and Attorney Agati that you would lend the 380 to Ishmael Garcia and lend him your car, and you would do that in exchange for drugs, right?
Correct.
And you hadn't made that admission before, right?
What do you mean?
That's the first time you told him that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll go through. When you let Ishmael Garcia take the 380, it was when Chris was out of town, right?
Right.
And when you let Ishmael Garcia take the car, it was with Chris out of town, right?
No.
You'd loan him the car as well when Chris was in town.
Yes.
But the 380 would be when Chris was out of town.
Right.
And it would not be done with Chris's permission, right?
Correct.
It would not be done with Chris's knowledge, right?
Correct.
It would not be done with Chris's consent.
Correct.
And Chris would not have approved of that.
Correct.
And let's talk about who Ish and Manny are. You actually mentioned Ish, and that's Ish Garcia, right?
Yes.
And Manny is somebody who hung with him quite a bit, right?
Yes.
And Ish was generally your dealer.
I mean, no, he's one of them.
Okay. And often if you needed drugs, you'd be able to call Ish and he would bring you some.
Right.
And did Ish have the car that night?
I have no idea.
Okay. So it could be that Ish had the car while Adam was over at your place, right?
Maybe.
Okay. And you would
don't
let
remember.
Ish borrow your car in exchange for drugs or money, right?
Yes.
And there was some drugs on your counter when
Correct.
you got up in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said that you didn't always get your car back.
Yeah.
And one of the things with that is you'd actually tell Ish, I need it back by a particular time, maybe for your daughter, maybe for work, and he just wouldn't bring it back in time, right?
Yep.
You got stuck more than once with Ish not bringing the car back in time, right?
Yes.
And Ish would kind of laugh at that, right?
Yeah, probably.
And you sort of let him get away with it because you wanted to keep that drug connection open with
Right.
Ish, right?
Sure.
And I think that you said not only did you let him use or take the 380, but did you say also the 45 now?
I don't remember. I'm just putting it out there because I don't know.
Okay. Okay. But if Ish wanted one of the guns, you would allow him to.
It only happened, me lending the guns only happened twice,
Okay.
tops. The car was all the time, but
Pardon?
I lent the car out a lot, but the guns, no, only twice.
Okay. And Ish knew about the other guns in the house, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, do you remember talking to a grand jury in this case?
Yes.
And it was a place that was a courtroom sort of setting, right?
Yes.
And like you are here, you were on a witness stand and you were sworn in, right?
Yes.
And you swore to tell the grand jury the truth, right?
Correct.
And that was last year around March. That sound about right? About a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, March 21st, 2022. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And when you were talking to the grand jury under oath, you were asked, and you said that you thought Ish would know where the guns were because he was a friend of yours, so you were sure it came up. Is that right?
If I said it, yep.
Sounds right to you?
Yep.
So Ish did know where the guns were. I mean, that you had the guns, right?
I guess.
Okay. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, so would it help you to look at your grand jury testimony?
No, we were all friends, so what they saw in my house, I don't know. I'm just assuming they knew they were there, but I don't know.
Okay. So you were asked, do you recall that, did Ish know where the other guns were? And you said, I think he did know. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And you were asked, why do you say that? And you said, because he's a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
Right. They were in my house. Yeah.
And you had been sober for over a year before that grand jury testimony, right?
Yep.
And Ish didn't really come over when Chris was around, right?
He would.
Okay. Now, Chris was out of town from the end of September, September 29th, he left, right?
I believe so.
And sometimes Chris was gone for weeks at a time, sometimes only a week, right?
Yep.
But it was usually for the full week, Monday through Friday.
It was all random times.
Okay. And on this time, he came back in less than a week, right?
Yeah.
He came back on October 2nd.
Yes.
And while he had been gone, you had been using crack for days on end.
Yep.
And you were able to, well, it caused you to stay up for days on end, right?
Yep.
And when you wanted more, you would reach out for more, right?
Correct.
And Ish was one of the places that you reached out to more for.
Correct.
And when you said that Chris came home and he discovered his guns missing, you had a big fight, or you had a fight.
He had a fight with himself.
Okay. So you weren't concerned.
Well, I was concerned, but we weren't fighting with each other. He was just mad at the world,
Okay. Well,
throwing
Chris,
things.
Chris was actually confronting you to try and find out what happened, right?
No.
Okay. And Chris discovered other items more than the guns were missing, right?
I don't know.
Well, he confronted you with the other items missing, like the wedding ring, the speakers, the watch.
No, I don't remember that. I
And
just remember looking for the guns in the whole house.
okay, well,
So
you
it's
told Chris that the guns and the other items must have been stolen, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about when the officer came. When the officer came, he also confronted you with the missing guns, right?
Yeah.
And he confronted you with the missing guns and the other items that Chris had listed, and you said they must have been stolen.
He didn't give me a list. We were talking about the guns. I didn't know Chris said anything about rings and watches, and I just thought he told it was just the guns to the police.
So you're saying the officer did not confront you about the other items missing? Okay.
Not that I remember or thought.
Okay. So are you saying that he could have, but you don't remember?
I guess.
Okay. All right. And
Chris said he was calling the cops to report the guns stolen. I said, yeah, we should do that. He did it, called me over. I said, yeah, they're gone.
okay. So that night, you told the police that, not that night, I'm sorry, when the officer showed up, you told him that you and your daughter had gone to sleep around 10 o'clock that night, right?
Which night is this?
The night before Chris came home.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
It's 4 years ago. I'm trying to remember.
Okay. I actually have to ask you, and perhaps we can ask the officer as well later. But you told the officer that the night before Chris came home, you fell asleep at 10, right?
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Sure.
And that you woke up around 11 o'clock to let the dog out.
Okay.
You recall that?
No.
Do you think if I show you the officer's report, it'll refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
the state covering and the defense are going to because of exactly how she's behaving right now. She doesn't remember anything, so how could it be Adam? Like Superfly basically said it.
So before I show you this and see if it refreshes your recollection, I'm going to ask you a couple of more things about what you told the officer that night. You told him that you got up at around 11 to let the dog out, and you must have left the door unlocked. Does that sound right?
Possible.
Okay, and that the next morning the door was wide open. Is that right?
The back door was open.
Okay. So when you're saying that you didn't really know if things were stolen or not, that was sort of when Chris is talking about missing items and you're saying your door is wide open the night before.
We did a lot of drugs. The door would be open here and there, unlocked, so it didn't surprise me.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you a copy of the police report from October 3rd, 2019. It's a 3-page document, but I'm going to point your attention to a couple of paragraphs on the last page, those 3, but I want you to feel free to look at any part of that. And then I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay.
Yep.
So reviewing that, does that refresh your recollection about whether the officer confronted you about the items and you said you thought they were stolen?
Not really.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection about whether you told the officer that you went to bed on the couch with your daughter? 22, I think is 10 p.m., right? At around 10, and then got up.
It says it. I just don't remember it. I'm just being honest, though.
So it doesn't refresh your recollection about
No.
whether you told the officer that?
No.
And does it refresh your recollection about when you say that you woke up around in the morning and the rear door was open?
That was the morning. That was a different morning.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
Okay. Did you tell the officer the truth when he responded on 10/3/19?
Yes.
Okay. You did not tell the officer that Adam was over when you
Nope.
talked to him on 10/3/19, right?
Correct.
You did tell the officer that you had been home all of the time that Chris was gone, right?
Yep.
And you told him that you didn't have anyone over that whole time, right?
Right.
So you didn't tell him the truth.
I told him the truth. I've always told the truth.
Okay.
My thing is, I never even thought Adam would do that. So when people ask me, I didn't think it was necessary to say if I had a friend over or not.
Okay.
Who cares?
And you didn't tell the officer that you had Ish over, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. So one of the things that you talked about on direct was that whoever stole the guns didn't take the 45 because it was in your car, right?
Right.
And sort of you're assuming that if your 45 had been in the drawer when the guns were taken, the 45 would be gone today.
That's what I'm assuming. Yep.
But because it was in the car, it was not among the missing guns, right?
Correct.
And yet the 45 was in the drawer when Chris came home, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, if Chris remembers that, Chris, you don't recall that the 45 was there when Chris came home, and you don't recall that the officer asked about the 45 and why it was still there while the others were gone?
No.
And you do recall that the guns that were reported missing was the 380 pistol from the drawer and the 2 guns under the bed, right?
Yes.
So somehow or other, that 45 got into the drawer after those 3 guns are taken, right?
Sure.
And if they were in the drawer before Chris got home, then it was probably you that put that gun in the drawer, right?
I guess so.
And if it was after the guns were taken, then you would have seen that the guns were missing.
No.
Okay.
His drawer is like this full of all his boxers and socks and what else in there.
Okay.
It's not necessary. I would have seen it in there.
Okay.
Because he would bury them in the back.
All right. So I'm going to talk about you said, I believe on direct, that you never touched the big guns.
Correct.
You didn't like them, and I think you kind of went like that when you said it, shaking your hands. Gives you the willies a bit, huh?
I like the guns. I just don't know how to use them, so I wouldn't touch them.
Okay. And the guns are kind of heavy, right? I mean, it's got some heft to it. And I think Chris said, does it sound right that the shotgun's even bigger than this rifle here?
Sure.
A bit heavier?
Sure.
And you told the police that you moved the guns behind the couch while Chris was gone.
I remember saying that. Yeah.
Okay. So you told the police on 9.
I told them, I believe it. They were either under the bed or behind the couch.
Okay.
One or the other.
So when the first officer arrived, you told him that you knew that the guns were present under the bed on September 30th because you stubbed your toe while you were making the bed, right?
Sure.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you talked to the grand jury, you told them that you had moved the guns behind the couch.
Yep.
And you had taken them from the bed to behind the couch.
I remember doing that at some point. I just don't remember when it was. So that timing, there was no time. So
Okay. And you told the grand jury that you did that because bad things happened in the area and you wanted the guns somewhere where you could grab them.
sure.
Do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
Nope.
So do you know that that is what you told the grand jury back in March 21, 2022?
Makes sense as I remember moving them.
And earlier on direct here in front of the jury, you said you never touched the big guns.
Well, okay. Yep.
And you told me one of the reasons you didn't touch them was they kind of gave you the willies, right?
Sure.
And that they were too big for you to use, right?
Sure. By myself, but yeah.
Okay. But you told the grand jury that you put them behind the couch where you could grab them.
Well, anyone can just move them. I'm not picking them up to shoot them.
Okay. Okay. One of the other things
Bicycle asked away.
grand jury about was where you slept. You slept on the couch while Chris was gone?
I've never heard of this rabbit hole
With
either.
your daughter.
Yes.
Why?
Why not? It's my house. It's my couch.
Okay. So you have a bed in your room that you share with Chris.
We don't like each other, me and my ex.
So are you saying that even when Chris was there, you slept on the couch?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the reasons that you might be sleeping on the couch while Chris was away is that was where you normally slept.
Right.
Okay. And then your daughter normally slept in her room?
Yeah.
And she was 2 at the time?
Yes.
And you had her sleeping on the couch with you while Chris was gone?
Yes.
Just, you wanted to make sure she was safe.
Yes.
And being in the house without Chris there, you wanted her close to you so that she would be safe.
Correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons that you said that you brought the guns to behind the couch was because your child was there and you put them behind the couch where you slept so you could hear. Is that right?
Correct.
Hear if somebody came in and they would be close by to be able to use?
No, so they wouldn't get stolen.
Concern of yours that somebody might be interested in the guns, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if your friend knew where they were, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Because you had let him, at least told him before, right?
I don't remember that, but sure.
Did you?
I don't know. I could have.
You may not
I
have.
could have.
Okay. And I think on direct, you said that you thought Adam was there a day or two before Chris got home.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you know that the guns were under the bed on September 30th, because that's where you stubbed your toe while making your bed.
Yes.
And he came back the night of October 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. The wedding ring that you pawned in
Yes.
August, that was worth about $1,000?
Don't know, but maybe about that.
You pawned it for 50?
Yeah, I tried to get it back 6 days later, but it was a day too late, so he wouldn't give it back to me.
Okay. And it's one of the reasons that you pawn things is that you get less money for it for the option that they hold on to, for the option that the pawn shop holds on to an item so that you could get it back.
Correct.
And you had only gotten $50 for that ring when you pawned it, right?
Yeah, I don't remember how much, but
I'm showing you exhibit 7A through 7, is it 17 or 7? 7A through E. Does that, you identified that as the information about your pawning the ring, right?
yes.
That showed that you pawned it for $50?
Yes.
And so you essentially, if that ring was worth $1,000, kind of threw away $950 by being a day late with the $50, right?
Yes.
So you mentioned also on direct Mike Sullivan, right?
Yes.
And he was somebody that you also did drugs with.
Yes.
You'd hang out at his house to do drugs.
Both houses.
Both?
Yeah. Mostly his house, but he would come to mine too.
Okay. And Mike was a friend of Ishmael Garcia's, right?
We were all friends. Yeah.
Okay. And when Chris returned and was really mad, throwing things on October 2nd, called the police on October 3rd, and you're not sure, but you may have been at Mike Sullivan's
Correct.
because you wanted to get away from Chris.
Probably.
And Chris was there to watch your daughter, so you could.
Probably.
And so you went to Mike's probably to do some more drugs?
Right, the judge is back for seconds. I don't know what's happening here, but I hope my audio is okay, Mike, but something's happening and I don't know what it is. I don't think it's a result, but something's happened. And it's like, that's a sad story. I know nothing about this case either. I think the jury must have asked for something.
Okay. Okay. No, they're not going to get stuff that they didn't see, to use your phrase. They'll only get whatever has been previously played, because the rest is has not been exhibited to them, and we're not going to get additional evidence in front of the jury. That's improper. Okay. Okay. So now the question is, are you able to edit it to the extent that they will see only what they saw before?
Well, Judge, I do have a question about what you're saying, because the jury's entitled to see anything that was
The state only plays certain parts of different.
How long is that video? How long is that video?
The video that Mr. Shiner saw, the one that has everything from that day, is,
I mean, it's not.
it's not because it's clips, but it's a lengthy video.
Can you be a little more specific? Precise.
Probably a good 6 or 7 hours, possibly.
Let me hear argument from both sides as to the appropriateness of the jury seeing the entire 6 or 7 hours of that video.
TV was on.
From the jury, if they want a particular part of the day,
Or
just every single thing that happened.
or what they have already seen. Defense? Just what they have already seen versus the entire thing?
I'm asking they just what they've seen be
Okay.
shown, but if the court inquires, that's okay too.
Okay.
And then we have 3 body worn cameras. It's the very first officer that got there. I think the officer that got there second, Tavares.
Should be gone, guys.
Okay.
At most, each one is maybe 9 or 10 minutes long.
Okay. All right. So are you ready? You got them queued up, so to speak?
We have all of the ring videos that show the relevant
Okay.
portions, I guess, during the trial. So we would play those, I guess, one by one.
Okay.
And then start with Officer Jose.
Well, I will ask them though, in a unless either side is opposed to my doing it this way, I'd like to ask them in a manner such as this, that the assumption is that you want to see the video that you have already seen, so far as the ring cameras go. There may be more.
Well, if you do that, Judge, they may.
Okay, that's why
Ask for the rest and we'll be here for.
I'll have to get another judge to come in here for that.
What we could do, is like,
And there may be irrelevant portions and hearsay on those. And that's why I didn't make any objections because they weren't shown.
Well, if both sides agree, then we'll show them only that which they have already seen, and that's, which is what I think is the proper thing to do in any event.
That's what the fence is asking for, Judge.
and then Judge, if they have if their intent was to see more than these 13 clips, they can rewrite another question. at that
Okay,
point, right?
there's 13?
Yeah, but each one is like
Okay,
18 seconds long,
All right.
something like that.
okay. All right, that's what, so then, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell them that, yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's
there's
okay.
I don't want to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
It also says city and other body cam. I don't know if they want to see the car in the city camera.
City?
It says, and city and other body cam. So it sounds like they want to see the video showing the car in its final resting spot and coming down Broadway.
Seconds.
I don't know.
I missed that. Do we have the original?
How is my image on my mic? Is it still bad? Is it okay?
Any other body cam.
Oh, I thought it was city. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can't read too good. To me, it looked like city.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Okay, we ready to bring him in? Okay, thank you.
Just a question. Are they requesting to see the videos?
Let's bring him in, please.
That's it. Explain the theory, Jen. Jenny! So happy to see you. I was missing. It was asking her, oh, where's Shelly? Thanks for coming back, Shell. As I say, hopefully hopefully not alright. Hopefully my mic's okay. She's played up all day. I don't even know if you fucking can hear me.
Okay, welcome back, folks. I've got everyone take your seats, please.
Okay,
Thank you. All
Mike.
right, I've gotten the question, a series of questions really that you've already provided to me. I've gone over with the lawyers. We're prepared to show you the video, the segments from the ring camera video that you have already seen in evidence. And then we've got the body cam from several different sources that we're going to play for you as well. I guess without further ado, let's play them. You all have to tell me if it's better if I dim the lights. I can't remember for each particular video. All right? For all of them? Good. Okay.
Can you hear me okay? Good morning, sunshines.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so how, and can you tell me how my mic is, or is it that bad that you
I have
can't
no
tell me?
objection to that. As long as they can see, if they can see better that way, then that's fine with me.
Yeah.
A glare? Yeah. Okay. So come on down then.
This way, guys, this way.
Be careful of your step. Just ask the deputy questions to me. Okay, what do you need? Be careful of your step, please. The camera.
Okay, anybody that is okay looking over the plexiglass is fine to do that as well. But don't block one another's view. You've got some people are taller than others. All right, perfect. All right, Mr. Clausey, whenever everyone is ready, go ahead and play.
And then Judge, just for record purposes, this is state's
Thank you.
All right, I'm shifting my mic again. I changed it. 1 2 concert, 1 2 concert.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge, we're having technical issues. Can I try another person just to check?
Yeah, go ahead. Is that the same equipment we were using for the trial, or is that from a different courtroom? Okay.
Yeah, Judge, can we just take a few minutes so we can get this set up for the jury member?
Right, another mic check. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Judge, you prick. Mic check. Mic check. Grumpy bastard. Mic check. Mic check.
All right, we're good, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
What do you think? I know you're mad, but you're gonna eventually have to talk, right? Okay. He still wants to do shit. But she said yesterday, so. He told me yesterday, he still wants to, he wants to go with you, he wants to be stuck with you.
Open this door, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up. That means stop.
Why are you calling it me, Joanna? I wasn't playing with you, bro. Don't worry about that shit. I want to tell you right now, bro. Travis, I want to tell you right now, bro. Hi, bro. Fuck y'all. It's so whack, bro. Go do what you do, bro. Go do what you do, bro. You and your feelings. What is it? Travis, stop trying to get out. Yeah, what the fuck going on, bro? Hey, well, that don't even damn show, though. What?
That's the conclusion of the written videos, Judge.
Okay. You got the other, what exhibit are the individual exhibits for the body cam? I can't remember.
Yep, I'll say right now.
Okay.
The first one is going to be Exhibit 52.
I'm so sorry, I missed all that. I had to see my nieces. My nieces, two of them were here and they were leaving, so I had to say goodbye to them. Nightmare.
All right, yeah, what's wrong? 40 the brother. Line us up the medics this way.
Oh, we've seen all these, that's fine. But at least we get to see it.
4015 Broadway. Hey, step back from me, step back from me. Please. Okay.
Okay, the dead body was there.
Okay, go back.
So they zoomed out of, that's the first officer, Jose then, Jose, or whatever you say it. Oh, our mic should be spot on now. I know what the issue was. I didn't plug the mic in. So I was using my camera as a mic. Now it's plugged in properly. Fuck's sakes.
I don't feel the pulse. Yeah. What's that? I don't know, bro. He's not breathing, right? Yeah. Hey, what is this? All right. What's wrong? You got medics. Says one, correct? 10-4. This dude's probably gonna be 7 or something. Oh yeah. I just heard something. What's that? All right. All right, hey, let's try to take him out, bro. I don't know if it's me or him. Yep. Hey. Yeah. Go. We're still not sure on all of that yet. Do you feel anything? He sounded? Yeah. Okay. He has in the shoulder. The only shot, Day2? Yeah, I was the only one that stayed. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the pulse of my finger.
Yeah, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
Another victim in Lake Park, 51 St. Mary's now.
All right, Judge, as I stated, that was 52.
Okay.
The next one is Officer Tavares's body worn camera, which is number 64.
All right.
Obviously, they couldn't show us that because of the dead body, Sebastian's. I imagine that's why. Are we all happy to? Are we all happy to view all these videos again, or do you want to go back to the trials? It's up to you guys. So quiet, so quiet. The stream is quiet, the chat is quiet. Heidi's sleeping, Amy's concentrating.
Where did this occur? Down the street. Where is down the street? What is that?
Here we go.
Address. What do you? Where did this occur? Where in?
At Travis's house.
What's Travis?
Travis Rudolph. What city? Here. In the city. Yes. Okay, but you know the address? No, I'm not sure. Travis Rudolph's house?
Sarge says, ask where this happened.
Yeah, we're still
It
getting.
happened down the street, probably like half a mile, not even a mile. We're trying to get from there, so I was down here to the hospital.
Bridge.
So much shit's happening. I came like 5 minutes down the road.
Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. Where did this occur?
No, I did not. Travis Rudolph's house.
What is Travis Rudolph house? Who's that?
That's his name.
That's his name?
No, Sebastian. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my fucking god, man.
Hey, relax.
I can't.
Relax. What's your name, dude?
Keyshawn Jones.
Keyshawn?
Yes.
Spell it for me.
K-E-I-S.
I-S-H. Spell it again? K-E-I-S-H-A-U-N. Date of birth, or last name?
10-15-99.
Last name?
Jones.
Middle initial?
J.
That's a good
Where
point,
you live at?
Superfly. Very good point.
I live in Delray.
Address.
1505 Spring Harbor Drive.
1505 Spring
Harbor Drive.
Harbor Drive. Date of birth, or Delray, right?
Yes, Delray is usually 4-5.
What's your phone number, man?
412.
Huh?
412-297-1020.
All right, dude. You gotta understand, where did this happen? Did this happen here? Did it happen in Riviera Beach? Did it happen in Lake Park? Lake Park? Hey, it happened in Lake Park. Lake Park. What's the address?
I don't know.
Bro, I'm telling you, what's the address? So you don't know where this person lives at?
I don't know where.
All right. This is Lake Park, my dude. Do you know streets at least?
I'm not from here. I'm not from here.
So tell me what happened.
To talk to him.
Who's Travis?
Travis is. He's my I'm sorry.
Bro, think, I need you to breathe and think.
That's me.
Okay, man. So tell me what happened.
We went to the house and talked to Travis.
Okay.
He came outside trying to argue. We're not trying to argue with him.
Okay.
We're on our way out. We get to the car. He runs back in the house, grabs his gun. comes out and starts shooting at us while we're trying to leave.
Okay, and then you guys just started to, you noticed that he was shot, or what happened then?
He was starting to shoot. I didn't know he was shot. I'm driving away. I'm driving away, and he told me.
So Travis, this person named Travis did this?
Yes.
Okay. He said Travis, he lives in Lake Park. He doesn't know the address, he just knows it's in Lake Park. Who's Travis? What's Travis?
Travis was my sister's ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
Well, what about Travis? What is?
He came outside with the gun and started shooting at us and we were trying to drive away.
Okay.
1474.
All right, man. So what else happened? You started driving down here to try to get to the house, but that's when you noticed him shot?
Yeah.
Okay. What was he shot at?
I think he did shoulder. I'm not too
Shoulder? Was this the only vehicle that he was shooting at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Well, Sean Jones.
Keyshawn.
Keyshawn Jones. Keishaun. J. Initial. Last name Jones. 10/15/99. And then he lived at 1505 Spring Harbor Drive. That's in Delray.
Is he still driving the black?
Yeah.
Cross the SUV. Sebastian. Sebastian what? Dean Jack. Yes. Yes. It's like John Jack. You know how old he is? He's 21.
$21.79.
What Gordon?
Gordon's 21.86, I believe.
Hey, you got a better name.
Hey, my man, let's step over here for a minute. Come over here. Sit down.
Why is it still in the car? Why is it still in the car?
I'm done with Heidi. I don't think this is good. I don't think this is good for Travis.
Just again, Judge, that was Exhibit 64. And then the last one is State Exhibit 69, which is the body worn camera of Detective Etienne.
All right.
Do you think they're going to be sympathetic, though, Shelley, with this? I don't say murder, but to watch all the drama and stuff. I don't like this.
Travis Rudolph? Where down the street? What city?
Here.
In the city?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't know the address? Travis Rudolph's house? Yeah,
This happened down the street by like half a mile, not even a mile. You're trying to get from there to the hospital, down here to the hospital.
Okay, did you pass the bridge?
We don't know. I can't tell you. So much shit's happening. I can't like 5 minutes down the road.
Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened.
This is just
That's our phone? No, I did not know.
just the other angle of the video. It might be just to go over things you're right, but at least one person's asked to see this specifically.
All right, they're saying that it's happened at Travis Rudolph's house. Can you look up that name and see what address is on file for him? Hey, come here. No, yeah. Hey, come here. You sit back. Sit back. All right. So you was at somebody's house?
Yes. We came into his house, we pulled up to talk to him.
Okay.
And he came out wanted to fight. He came out trying to fight. We ended up running back to the car and started tearing up the car.
We got Gardens?
Gardens?
Yeah.
No, we're not Gardens.
No?
It's over here. North Lake. My bad.
You say North Lake?
No. No, I don't.
Or Lake Park? Okay.
Or whatever. I don't know if you ever.
I mean, we're still not sure on all of that yet. I don't know what Travis Rudolph is our victim of here.
I gotta get my head together, please. I'm so scared. I just want to call my mom.
Okay. All right. We can't have you fun with that. You have your bike, you?
I don't. I left it in my car.
Were you the driver?
No.
Okay. Where were you sitting at?
I was in the back.
You're in the back right seat? Did Travis get hit too? Oh, huh? He was shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. So you definitely Travis?
Yeah.
You know from the shooting?
Yeah.
And okay, so you guys were at Travis' house and he tried to fight you guys?
I came in and talked to him.
Okay, I went there to talk to him. Okay. Wait, well, they're saying that it happened in Lake Park. Okay, come here. One of them here is saying that the shooter is Travis Rudolph. Okay, so no, one of them saying that they went to his house to talk.
We're almost done here. I'll go back.
Okay, come here. I don't understand. So you guys went to Travis Rudolph's house to talk to him, right? Okay. The fucking dollar, bro. The fucking dollar. Okay. Listen, man. Thankfully you're here, bro. Thankfully you're here, and we're okay. We're glad that happened. Okay, but I need for us to figure out this out. I need to know what happened. Okay. So you guys went to Travis Rudolph's house to talk.
Yes.
And then what happened from there?
He came out wanted to fight.
Okay.
Yes. He's already hostile now.
Okay. Then we came out. What happened?
Altercation.
Altercation happened between you guys?
Yes. He's arguing verbally.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we just started shooting.
When he went to the house, we already knew what time it was, so we ran to the car.
Okay, and then by the time you guys were leaving,
I'm in the back seat, I'm just like, this is some fucking movie.
Alright, thanks, man. Just make sure you're not hit, you're not hurt, or anything. Let me just look at you, check you out. Make sure you're not hit, so you know the adrenaline and stuff.
I'm good, I swear.
Okay. Yo, come here. I need your name, boss.
My name is
Christopher Lowe? Alright, Christopher, stay here, man. Stay here.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying, but
I understand. Listen.
This is the craziest shit I've ever
Listen,
in my fucking life.
And listen, and I'm not close enough, man. I've been shot at. Alright. Okay, while we're okay, I know how scary that shit is. I know how scary that shit is, okay? So.
Oh my God, we're still missing Todd.
Christopher Lowe, right?
Yes.
Lowe?
Yeah.
You have a middle name?
Brian.
Brian? And what's your date of birth?
February 13th, 2000. Can I just take a look at my left bro? That's it. I just feel like I love you, that's it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. And what's your phone number?
561
Uh-huh.
377
Uh-huh.
8266.
8266?
Yes.
All right. What's your address, boss?
5045 Palm Hill Drive.
Palm Hill Drive?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
West Palm Beach.
West Palm Beach?
Please, excuse me.
What's your boy's name? Yeah. I need your boy's name. What's your boy's name?
Sebastian G. Jackson.
Sebastian, you got the Sebastian what?
Oh my God, bro. Sebastian
Yeah.
G. Jackways. JACQUES.
JACQUES.
Yeah.
You know his net worth? All year? Yeah.
He just turned 21.
He just turned 21?
He just turned Sunday.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh.
Yo.
God, bro. This is fucking shit.
Alright. Come here, I need you to stay here. Alright. Honestly, okay.
I just gotta get my head together, boss.
Alright. Yeah. What? Oh, that's I was gonna give it to Gordon, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just give it to Gordon.
My fucking ears are still fucking ringing.
I need you. I can't have you talk. I can't have you.
I just can't make you.
Yeah. I just can't have you talk.
Oh my God, bro.
Okay.
Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car?
Huh?
Why is he still in the car, man?
Come back.
Why is he still in the car, man?
Listen.
Oh my God.
This is nothing that you're not gonna know. Okay. So. Yo. Look at me. I'm not here to lie. Okay. Okay. Is that something that you're not gonna figure out? Okay.
Oh, 10:30 this morning.
All right. Isn't that something that you're not gonna know? And when did you guys go to the hospital? I'm just asking. When did you guys go to St. Mary's Hospital?
The car stopped working.
The car stopped working?
Oh my God, bro. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Did I see the car or something, bro? Like, I don't even see
One of our cars? All right. Yeah, that's fine. You can sit in my car. Yep. He's putting him in the car. All right, let me shoot out anything on you, okay? I know, yeah. If you're in the backseat, yeah. Yeah. I know.
I don't know how I didn't get hit, bro.
Yeah.
Thank God,
So,
bro.
yeah.
All right, Judge, I believe that's all the video.
All right. Very well. Thank you. Okay, folks. I understand the lunches are here, so go on back to your jury room and continue your deliberations.
Careful of your stuff on this way.
Yep.
It's hard.
Yeah, so Shirley, 10:30. Well, 25 past 10, something like that, this morning.
So ready to go, please.
Oh, stop that. I don't believe there's anything else. If there is, we're in recess, he said. So, all right. They're in recess, so it's all good. Right, let's put the other stream on. Oh. No, 2 hours. Well, it'll say on the screen now. Once it goes off, it'll say exactly how long. Let me just get this on. That one. No, that one. Not long at all, no, Shelley. Left hand, as you look at the screen, left hand box will have a timer. That is a live camera on the actual Travis Rudolph trial. Then right is me, the good looking one, and then this is the Adam Montgomery trial.
Maybe.
Maybe. And you talked about the missing guns with the people there, right?
Mike should be a lot
Probably, yeah.
better.
And you told them that Ish and Manny took the guns.
I could have, yeah.
Okay. And Mike actually talked to Ish and Manny and came back to you about what he said. I'm not.
So it was 9:25, Shelley, because it's paused at 2:07. So they pause it now. They've been at it for 2 hours and 7 minutes, but an hour and a half an hour of that was in court just now. So an hour and a half, basically. That'll be on stop for the next
Objection
half an hour, 45 minutes.
You can rephrase the question.
A little after she was accusing, you may have been accusing Ish and Manny, Mike had a conversation with you, right?
Yes.
And after that, you started accusing a whole bunch of people there, right?
I don't remember that.
You sort of accused everybody there, right?
No.
Okay. And you continued going to Mike's after that, right?
Yes.
And you would accuse different people while you were at Mike's.
No.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And while at Mike's, you talked about a video that you claim to have, right?
No.
And you said that with the video, it showed who took the gun, right?
No.
And nobody had been arrested for the gun, right?
No.
And it's pretty clear that if you had a video of somebody with the gun, somebody would have been arrested, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So your conversation about videos, wherever you had it, was just kind of made up, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about, but okay.
Okay. Well, you did talk about having a conversation about a video, right?
And I said that the cops were going to the houses around me looking at 4 video cameras.
Okay.
If they had them, to see who came in and out of the house.
Okay.
It's not great to
And
state, is
that's
it?
when I said that to Kayla, and Kayla's answer was, which way do they point?
Okay. So I just need to make sure that you are saying
I never had a video.
that you did not, while at Mike Sullivan's place, talk about a video.
I don't think so.
Okay. May have, you're not sure.
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, on December 19 is when you were arrested, 2019. Sound right?
Yes.
And I think you described napping at the gas station with drugs on your lap.
Yes.
And police came up and you got arrested.
Correct.
Very early morning hours, right?
Correct.
And they talked to you about the prior report of Chris about the missing guns, right?
Maybe.
Hmm?
Maybe.
Okay. And you told them that you had moved the guns into the bedroom, right?
I don't understand the question.
We'll move on. So you told them at that time that Mr. Montgomery was over, right?
No.
Okay. You told them that you went to work the next morning and told Mr. Montgomery to lock the door behind on his way out, right?
I don't remember all that.
Okay. And you don't remember, will reading the report refresh your recollection?
No, because the last one really didn't, so.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were asked about that report to the police officers, right?
Yes.
So at the grand jury, you were asked about the part of the report where it says Frayne, I think they're Kimberly Frayne, said it made sense since Montgomery was there the night the guns were taken, that you recalled that night and said that you had just moved the guns into your bedroom to be near your daughter when Montgomery was over, that you explained when you went to work in the morning, you told Montgomery to lock the door behind you on him on the way out, and that Montgomery was the only one home. And you were asked about that, and you said, well, that's not true.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
And at the grand jury, you were asked if you remembered saying that, and you said maybe, sort of.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Maybe sort of.
But maybe you remembered some of it, sort of, but it wasn't true, right?
I don't remember that at all.
Okay. But you agree that you said it, just that it wasn't true.
I'm confused.
We'll move on.
Okay.
By the way, you never mentioned Ish to the police in December of 2019, right?
I don't know why I would have.
And you didn't mention Ish in October of 2019, right?
I don't know why I would have.
Okay. Now, when Adam stopped by that night, I think that you testified on direct that he was there and the two of you were trying to find drugs.
Correct.
So he didn't have drugs and you didn't have drugs.
Correct.
And you were going to contact people to try and get drugs.
Correct.
And that maybe Adam would drive if that worked out.
Sure.
Which is why Adam is there with you, because otherwise you can both make phone calls, right?
Yeah. What?
Okay. So you called.
He came over and we hung out. That's about that.
I think you said on direct you called Adam over because you wanted drugs, right?
Probably.
And so you called Adam over because you didn't want to leave your daughter to get drugs?
Probably.
And you called Adam over probably because your car wasn't there to take your daughter with you to get drugs, right?
Travis Rudolph, they're back deliberating.
Why?
I don't remember.
But that might be a reason to call somebody over if you can't go and drive the drugs for the drugs when you find them, right?
They usually get brought to me.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Ish would bring them to you when you called,
Yeah.
right?
PG to Ria,
And if
you're
he
right.
had your car, he would bring your car, return it when you called for drugs.
Right. Correct.
And you talked about drugs being in the house in the morning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know what that means. Whether he did skipping lunch or deliberated over lunch. I don't know. I can't see him skipping lunch, surely. But why are they jumping into the courts now as well? Normally it's on the logo, but now we can see a bit more. Oh, pray.
Sorry, Your Honor, I got ahead of myself. Before the grand jury, on February 12th of 2022, the police came to you to speak to you about Adam Montgomery, right?
Sure.
You recall that you spoke to the police the same year as you went to the grand jury, but before.
No.
You don't.
No.
You recall speaking to a detective, Ray Hill.
I remember the name, yes.
And February 13, 2022 is a little over a month before March 21, 2022, right?
Yes.
And you sitting here today, I think you said that your memory problems are so much better because you're not doing drugs anymore, right?
Well, they're clear now, but You're asking me to remember things from 4 years ago when I was in not a great spot. So I'm trying my best.
I'm actually asking about a year ago when you were saying that
Okay.
you were in a good spot.
Okay.
Do you remember
When-
talking to the police for a fair amount of time about a month or so before the grand jury?
Probably
But you
What-
have no recollection of that.
I remember talking to them.
Okay,
Watch the body cam stuff,
Wanna
and now they've gone back to deliberate again.
may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, so they requested to see all the body cam videos. The judge allowed it. So they viewed all of them. She's pissed on the stand. They viewed all them. Then it came up as they're having lunch. Gee, she is pissed. So I'm not sure if they're deliberating over lunch or if they're skipping lunch. I know that if you were on their cars, there'd be no skipping lunch. Same here, but the find out stage is rough. I think this whole case is going to be a rough Superfly. But this must be fantastic for the defense, this witness. Fantastic. Look, she is
All right,
shaking.
ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 12:30, so I think this is a good time for you to take a lunch break. So I'm going to have you come back at 1:25. We'll start again at 1:30. I'm going to ask the witness to please remain on the witness stand for now, and we'll release you, and you'll come back to complete the examination.
To go
All
to
right?
work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and take a break. All rise for the jury, please. We'll see you back at.
She just said, I've
please
got to
come
go
back
to
at
work.
1:25.
No, I'm leaving. I have to go.
I'm leaving. Here we go.
I have to go to work.
You can hear her say, I have to go to work. This is
All right,
great for the
why doesn't
defense.
everybody else come back at 20 after, okay? And we'll have.
Uh-oh, she's gone. I think she might have said to the judge, yeah, I'll be back.
So that they can tell you what will happen if you are not back on this stand at 1:25. Okay,
We'll do that right now.
thank you.
Oh, she didn't run out or anything. It was a break. Oh, I thought she ran out. Right. We are skipping. We are skipping. We are skipping. I would go. I want to watch a little bit, see what happens to her. Right. Let's see if we can see this bad boy. Right, hang on. What's happening here? Right, hang on. Let's see if I can get this. Thanks, Mad World. Hang on, guys. I want to play something here quickly. This is Travis with his family. Like once the jury went to deliberation, this is him with his family now. my days. Oh my days. Hang on now. Hang on, Mad World. Right, I'll stop this for a second. I can't show it because. Hey, King. King, you're back. What's going on? I thought we upset you, King. The King has left the building, we thought. Glad to see you back, King. Hang on, I'll share it now. King, you missed us. We've missed you. But you've missed nothing yet, King. But oh no, sorry, Kim. We meant King. 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 Sorry, Kim. I know that's quite confusing, isn't it? Um this is them. This is them praying. Don't worry, kid, that's my fault. This is like oof, heavy stuff. No, I did know. It was just more of a look. That's tough. That's tough. Hi, Luna. Shelley, to be fair, it's a long circle, so you know he could have been on the other side of the circle. It wasn't a loop. I just thought it was quite impressive. It was a 5-second loop, guys. I just thought it was really hard hitting. That's all. So I wanted to play it all. Oh, Jesus! Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Hey, sup, Luna? Sup, Luna? Hope you're well, Loons. Have you just arrived, Luna? It's a tearjerker, that's for sure. Crime Network, Adam Montgomery. That is. Oof. Oh, I said this the other day. I did discuss it about take manslaughter and stuff. I was like, you'd have to consider it. He knows if he gets life, this is his last, potentially his last day as a free man. And in the hands of 12 random people. Luna doing sneak attack. Sneak attack Luna. Oof, this is heavy. I mean, oof. I just obviously hope, come on, please be justice. If it's not, and I don't know what I might never stream another trial. Do you know what I mean? Come on. It has to be justice, right? I'm going to skip a little bit of this. Well, the judge is back. Is the witness back?
Would you like us to have the witness retake the stand before the jury comes in? Just a second.
Ooh. So Amy, how far was court for him then how far is the courthouse to their home? Is it quite far? And where's King? Not Kim, King. Where's King gone? We've got to call you something else. Lexicon. Lex, what's happening? Oh, she's back. What the fuck's all this fuss about then? So we don't get to see anything. Fine, sure. Is there? I don't even know where this is, Amy. So you know better than me. As in, where's the courthouse and where do West Palm Beach or wherever they live in? Where's that? Just roughly. I mean, do they travel daily? What happens? Beep. 2 hours, 6.
You had gone to the grand jury in March, and that didn't come out of nowhere. At some point, police, before the grand jury, came out and talked to you. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And at that time, and going back to earlier, at one point you said that you hadn't touched the guns. At another one, you did say that you moved the guns to the couch to be near, from the bed to the couch to be near them.
Correct.
The police asked you about the firearms in that interview sometime before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And at the time you knew that Kayla was in jail?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You knew Adam was in jail?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Freed, I'm just going to ask you to please keep
Sorry.
your voice up again. I know it's a big room, but it is important that everybody be.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, we
And
skipped all the
you
lunch.
were living away from everybody in Manchester, right?
Skipping all the breaks,
And
Stacey.
you had gone through the rehab and you had a steady job, right?
Yes.
Feeling like you're separated from your former life. Right?
Yes.
Not entirely separated from Chris because you two share a daughter.
Correct.
And you still talk to Chris.
Correct.
So when we talked about not liking the guns and not touching the guns versus moving the guns to the couch, when the police asked you in the interview before the grand jury about the guns, you told them that you like to use the firearms at the range and would never get rid of them, right?
Right.
And that's when you said that the fourth firearm wasn't taken because it was in your vehicle, right?
Correct.
So,
the little guns. I don't shoot the big ones, just the little ones.
okay. So in saying that you like the firearms and would never get rid of them, does that mean that you like the little firearms and would never get rid of the little ones?
I don't shoot the big ones.
Okay. So when you said you like the firearms and wouldn't get rid of them, were you talking about the little ones?
Well, all of them.
Okay. Okay. And when you said that you like to use the firearms at the range so you wouldn't get rid of them, you weren't talking about all of them.
Right.
Just the little ones, right? Pistols.
Correct.
45 and the Ruger?
38.
And now you talked earlier about rumors that you said led you to kind of look at Adam differently about this, right?
Correct.
And the rumors actually came from Mike Sullivan, right?
Correct.
And originally you were accusing Ishmael Garcia and his friend Manny
I might have.
Okay. And you and Mike talked about that. And later on, Mike came to you. And after that, you started accusing Adam.
Yeah, he told me.
Okay. And when you were talking to the police on that interview before the grand jury, the name of Ishmael Garcia was brought up, right?
Maybe, probably.
Okay. You told the police, let's see, that you were somewhat familiar with Ishmael Garcia, right?
Yep. Yes.
And you told them that you thought you communicated through Facebook, but you didn't have a name or anything like that. Or was that about Manny?
I'm confused with the question.
Yes, I messed it up.
Sustained. Just rephrase the questions, please.
You didn't tell him that you regularly got drugs from Ish back in 2019, right?
Tell who?
The police officer who was questioning you.
I didn't tell them in 2019. No.
You didn't tell the police officer in the interview prior to grand jury in 2022 that in 2019 you regularly got drugs from Ishmael Garcia, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When they asked you about Ish, you told them you believed that Adam and Ish would have sold the guns for drugs and or money, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. And you didn't tell them that you sometimes let Ish take the car and the 38, right?
I did tell the police that. I just don't know when I told them.
You told the prosecutors that a week or so ago, right?
I've been saying it the whole time, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. And I think that you said, yes, you put the 45 back in the drawer before Chris got home and just simply didn't notice that the other gun wasn't there.
I said there was a possibility that I put it back. I don't remember. I just know I had it, and that's why it wasn't taken.
Okay. And you are aware that it was in the drawer before when Chris got home.
Overruled.
Is that right?
I just said I don't remember putting it back in the drawer, but I could have.
But you recognize that you were aware when Chris came home that it was.
We had the 45, so it wasn't missing.
And it's something that Chris saw or talked about or realized. You knew it was not missing and he knew it was not missing on the night that he got home because it was in the drawer, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But do you remember that it was, never mind. So then there was the grand jury. You remember talking to the grand jury?
Yes.
And that is still when you are out of Manchester, right?
Correct.
Clean, right?
Correct.
Working and living up north.
Correct.
Oh, sorry. One more thing about that interview before the grand jury is that you did tell police that there was crack in your home when you woke up the morning before Chris came home, right?
Yes.
So when you went to the grand jury, you swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said that Adam came over because the two of them were trying to get drugs, right?
We were, yes.
Two of you, sorry.
Yes.
And you said that Adam also wanted to get some to bring back to Kayla, right?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you may have wanted Adam to come over rather than just calling your connections is that if you could make a connection, maybe Adam could drive out so that you could stay home with your daughter, right?
I guess so.
Okay. By the time Adam left, you had not reached a connection, right?
We both, yeah, we couldn't find anybody.
Okay. And then at some point, drugs are in your house, right?
They were there when I woke up in the morning.
So when you want to reach somebody, you reach Ish by Facebook?
Probably just texted.
Okay. Just a message on the phone.
Yeah. Yes.
And when he gets back to you, he gets back to you, right?
Yes.
But he does get back to you, right?
That night.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Okay. And when he gets back to you, you let him know what you're looking for, and he actually delivers it to you, right?
Yeah, or I would pick it up.
Okay. And on this night, you weren't leaving because you were alone with your daughter,
Correct.
right? And so one of the people that you probably reached out to was Ish, right?
Yeah.
And certainly by the time that Adam left, you had not seen Ish, right?
Correct.
And when you talked to the police, I'm sorry, to the grand jury about the guns,
I think I'm on
you
the
let
opposite
them know
side, Superfly.
that all three guns, the AR-15, a shotgun, and a third, and I think you accidentally called it an AR-47. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Possibly.
Okay. And that was just a mistake because they're both kind of assault rifles, right?
Right.
Okay.
She's done well to get
And,
clean,
sorry, I lost my
but she can't answer any questions.
frame of reference here.
That's why I'm coming from anyway. So
Oh, heck.
I think she's a good witness for the defense.
I'll move on.
Can't say yes or no to
maybe you
anything.
remember. Did you say that you didn't know any distinctive features of the
Just my opinion.
AR-15 and the shotgun because you never really looked at them?
Yeah.
Okay. But they were guns that you moved from the couch to the bed and back,
They're
right?
in cases.
Cases?
Yeah.
Not blankets.
No.
Not
They're
two
big
blankets.
cases under the bed. I know the cases and the guns are under the bed, but I don't know if the guns were in the cases.
Okay. And at the grand jury, I read on direct that they actually asked you about your statement to the police the night that you got arrested, and you only sort of remembered that statement, right?
Correct.
And you said that that would never happen because you would never leave somebody at your house and say lock the door because Chris would kill you if you did that, right?
Right.
You didn't want Chris to think that you were doing very reckless things while he was gone, right?
He knew what was going on. He was involved with what was going on as well.
Right. But the time that you had Ish over things like letting Ish borrow or take the 380, that was when Chris was not around, right?
Correct.
Because Chris would not approve of that behavior,
Correct.
right? Okay. So, you said, I believe, that you had told the police all along that you had given the 380 to Ish more than once.
Correct.
And you said that that wasn't something that you were hiding, right?
No.
Okay. And at the grand jury, you were asked,
It's boring, Superfly. But she's saying a lot of she doesn't remember. She doesn't
we
remember.
talked,
So
the prosecutor was asking you about whether you, in the four guns that you talked about, the 45
Possibly,
and
yeah.
at least a couple of big ones that you called them, the AK-47 and the shotgun, did Ish ever hold, use, or fire any of these? And you said no. You remember that?
No.
Okay.
Possibly right
And
there,
I
yes.
will. You were asked if he ever did he ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? And you said no, right?
Correct.
And then you said, the only thing I can think of is maybe the 45 when we were together hanging out.
Correct.
And that's what you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
You did not tell them that, yes, Ish held and possessed Chris's gun, the 380.
I let him borrow it. Yes.
You did not tell the grand jury that when they specifically asked you that question. Is that fair to say?
But the way you're saying it, it's like I'm thinking like when we're in the house, like we didn't fire it. I didn't mean it like that.
I'm going to give you a copy of your grand jury transcript. And I know that you don't want to be too close for going back and forth to people who are ill. So I won't linger over you while we read, okay? If you hold on to that page from the front, it says it's the grand jury Henry investigation of Miss Montgomery. And then it has Kimberly Fran, March 21, 2022, right?
Correct.
And this, have you seen this before?
No.
So you didn't get a chance to review your grand jury testimony when you talked today, right?
No.
Okay. So if you look at page 36, tell me if I read this correctly. And I think you'll actually have to go to the page before to see that we're talking about, or you all are talking about Ish. About page 35, line 15. Actually, let's make it line 13. Do you remember where he lived at this time? You said, I don't think he had. I think he was living in his car, to be honest. And the question was Ish. And you said, yeah. And you were asked, do you know where he would park? Do you remember? And you said he would park at random places. You were asked, would he go to your house on Russell Street at all? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, was he there any regularly? How often? And you said, if I needed drugs, he would come by. And you were asked, was he selling drugs at the time? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, what kind of drugs? And you said, crack. And you were asked anything else? And you said, no. You were asked, was he one of the people that you and Adam might have tried to call that night to get crack? And you said, possibly, yeah. And you were asked, do you remember him coming over that night at all? And you said, no. And you were asked, was he there all night at all? Was he there at all that night that Adam was there? And you said, no. And then you were asked, so he ever, there's a pause. So we talked about maybe 4 guns, and you said, uh-huh. And the question was the 45 and at least a couple of big ones, you called them AK-47 and the shotgun, and you said, yeah. And you were asked, did Ish ever hold, use, or fire any of those? And you said, no. And then you were asked, did he ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? And you said, no. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was not true, right?
Correct.
You knew that he had held and used, or at least taken, the 380, right?
Correct.
With your permission, right?
Correct.
And that is not something that you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
But going on from there, you were asked, how certain are you of that? And then you said, the only thing I think of is maybe he held the 45 when we were together hanging out, because that's the one I take with me. But they stayed under the bed and I didn't bring them out.
Correct.
So I think that you said that you let him take the 380 and the 45 when he took the car sometimes, right?
Like twice total.
Okay. And that's not what you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
And it was to the grand jury that you said, when they asked you if Ish knew where the other guns were, you said, I think he did because he was a friend of mine. So I'm sure it came up, right?
Yes,
So Ish did know about the guns under the bed, right?
he could have. Yeah.
And when you talk about what you did that weekend, or sorry, not weekend, while Chris was gone, you've had days of using drugs, right?
Correct.
And you're not done, right?
Correct.
You want more, right?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
have been, I don't even know if you call it a bender, but you have been days with drugs. You're out of drugs. You want more, right?
Right.
And one of the people that you reach out to is Manny, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Adam is not your friend, right?
He was my friend.
Okay. Let me go on. Well, lost my place again, sorry. You and Kayla were friends, right?
Correct.
You were pregnant together.
Correct.
And I think you said occasionally you babysat her children.
Correct.
Or her Seamus, just Seamus.
All of them.
Okay. And sometimes, once or twice, they came over to your place, right?
Correct.
Together, right?
Correct.
But that wasn't a regular thing, right?
Correct.
Adam was over that night to try and assist you and he in getting drugs, right?
Correct.
And it didn't work, right?
Correct.
And were you crashing?
Yeah, I was tired.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Okay. Well, you've been going for days.
Right. So I was
right?
tired.
Huh?
Yeah, I was tired.
And it's kind of one of those tires that doesn't feel real good, right?
I guess.
One of those tires that make you want more drugs rather than make you want to sleep, right?
Correct.
It is one of those tires that drive you to just give me drugs, right?
Correct.
And that's not a sleepy tired, is it? It's your crashing, right?
Correct.
And the next day when Chris came home, you were not crashing, right?
I don't recall.
And you didn't have money on your own very much from Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I did. I had what I worked was my paycheck.
Okay. And you spent a lot of that money on drugs, right?
Correct.
And you spent your money on drugs while Chris was gone that particular trip, right?
Probably.
And when you were contacting Ish for more drugs, you didn't have money.
I don't recall. I probably had money if I was trying to call people.
Okay.
So I think, yeah.
Actually, back in the grand jury, at one point you said that you had like $40, and then you said you really didn't remember if you had money, right?
Sounds right.
That you just sort of pick a number, but then when you don't actually know, right?
Well, I wouldn't call people if I didn't have money.
Well, one of the things that you have done in the past is let Ish use your car and take the 380 in exchange for drugs, right?
Correct.
That's not money. That's a different form of barter, right?
Correct.
So you would contact Ish if you didn't have money and you wanted drugs.
Correct.
And Chris is still a bit bothered by the missing guns, right?
When?
Now, these days. You and he communicate over your daughter, right?
Right.
And it still bothers him that those guns are missing, right?
He says he doesn't care. He never wants to see them again.
And
Yeah, I mean, look, it's getting on too much. You're
in
right.
December of 2019, they let you go home after you talked to them about the guns, right?
I don't remember that, but I was only there for a few hours and then I left.
Okay. You left to go home?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And you never got convicted for those charges, right?
No.
They were dropped, right?
Right.
Essentially, they were dropped because you said that you would go to rehab, right?
Correct.
And do you know if anything can happen about those charges down the road?
I have no idea.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor, I seem to have misplaced some.
She's alluding to her being paid for a testimony. I don't know. Yeah, 3 hours, I know. Don't mind. I think it's because of all the other sanctions as well. Manslaughter, grievous bodily harm, and all that. That's true. Does it look
You
bad
said
for the
that,
jury?
you had pawned the wedding ring 2 months prior to Chris coming home and finding his guns are missing, right?
Correct.
And you've pawned other things as well, right?
Correct.
And sometimes you've borrowed money from other people to try and get those pawned items back before Chris came home, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Because you didn't want Chris to know that you were doing this, pawning things, or
I didn't care because we hated each other.
okay. So you didn't care if Chris knew, like you pawned a TV at one point?
I did not care.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm gonna move this back.
Yes.
Oh, redirect now. Jesus. It is. But the trouble is, it's a bad look, though. You know, is it a bad look for juries? Possibly. What the fuck's this cameraman doing? I think the cameraman's high as well. Jesus.
Do you remember those earlier statements that you gave?
No.
They weren't the truth, though, right?
No.
In February of 2022, you sat down and you told the truth.
Correct.
You said, I pawned a ring.
Correct.
Sustained bleeding.
You described items that had been allegedly taken that night.
Yes.
Okay. Attorney Smith asked you why you never said Ish was there that night.
Correct.
In your first statement, in your third statement, in your second statement, in your grand jury testimony, you've never said Ish was there that night.
Correct.
And that's because he wasn't there that night.
Correct.
Sustained.
Was Ish there that night?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Who was there that night?
Adam was there that night with me. That's it.
Attorney
No,
Smith
they've
asked
not
you
had a
if
lunch
Ish
break.
Came
Ellie.
after Adam left.
I didn't see him. If he did,
When you went to sleep that night, who was there?
just me and Adam.
When you passed out, who was there?
Me and Adam.
It's
Attorney Smith asked you about your grand jury testimony.
Yes.
She was reading it.
Yes.
And she asked you if Ish knew where those guns were in your home.
Yes.
And you said, I think I don't know.
Right.
And she read something to you.
Yes.
So you're on a minute.
Yes, you may.
So I think they're either having lunch during deliberation
There's a
or
box
skipping
around
lunch
several
because they have not
lines.
stopped for
I
lunch.
want you to read those to the grand jury, the statements that are within that box,
Okay. So it
starting
says-
with Q or A.
It's short.
Okay,
So
it says,
at my
did
house
Ish
number.
know that they
But fuck
that
it,
there
the
were other
defendant.
guns?
But
And I
fucking.
said, I think he did know. Why do you say that? Because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up.
Okay, and you can set that aside. So Ish may have known that there were other guns in your home.
Possibly, yes.
Would you be surprised that you were never asked if Ish knew where the guns were?
One more time.
Would you be surprised that in that grand jury statement, the testimony that you gave at grand jury, you were never asked if Ish knew where the guns were that in your home?
Right.
Do you remember being asked if Ish knew that?
No.
And that statement that you just read was about whether Ish knew that there were other guns.
Right.
We agree on that?
Yeah. Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you if Adam was your friend back in 2019. Was he?
Yes.
He was also your supplier?
Yes.
You'd call him if you needed, would you call him if you needed drugs?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever admitted involvement in the theft of these guns?
No.
Were you involved in the theft of these
No.
guns? Attorney Smith asked you about the rumors that you'd heard,
Yes.
specifically statements from Mike Sullivan.
Yes.
What did Mike Sullivan tell you happened that night?
He told me he didn't say anything. I asked if it was Adam who took them, and he just shook his head yes.
Okay.
So he didn't say anything.
This is going to sound like a silly question. Do you know what happens when you're asleep? What happens around you?
No,
Did Ish come over that night?
not to my knowledge.
Did you barter anything that night for drugs?
No,
Did you trade those guns for drugs?
no,
Did you trade anything in the house that night for drugs?
no.
Thank you. No further questions.
I know she can keep it because I'll be.
I got two. Yeah.
Come on, quick now then. We get back to Lefty and his butt
One of the
fucking.
first things that you said on direct was that your early statements were a lie. Is that right?
They weren't the greatest statements because I wasn't in the right mind.
Okay. So when the prosecutor asked those early statements were a lie, you said yes. Are you qualifying that now? Were they a lie or not?
I never lied, but they weren't they weren't, I don't know how to say it.
So you didn't lie back then, is what you're saying.
I've never lied. I've always said I had Adam come over and we hung out. He fell asleep. I fell asleep. I woke up. I saw the thing on the table in the morning. The back door was open, and that is all I know.
Okay. And if you said that you saw Adam in the morning and told him to lock up behind
I
you,
don't remember that at all.
if you said that,
Yeah.
would that have been true as well?
No.
Okay. We'll ask others if you said it, but if you said that, was that a lie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So when the prosecutor asked you to read a portion of the grand jury about Ish. Okay, and this is after on page 36, and I read that portion that came. Did Ish, it's referring to Ish, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? No. Is that right?
Correct.
And you knew that he used or held the 380 because you let him.
Allow some latitude, Attorney Smith, but we're not going over everything again.
No. Okay.
The objection is overruled.
You knew that he held the 380, right? Because you'd let him take it with him with the car. right?
Right, but the way the question was confusing. I let him borrow it. They didn't really ask me that.
Right, you were asked, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of, right?
Correct.
And then on the next page, you sort of describe maybe the 45 while we were together, right? That's on the top of page 47.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked, the prosecutor said, just so I understand better, would people kind of just use drugs as a group at your place? And you said kind of yes, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor said, what do you mean by kinda? And you said, I mean yes, right?
Correct.
And then he said, would any of these guns ever come out during that? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked, why not? Right?
Correct.
And you said, because I didn't want people to really know I had them, right?
Correct.
And then the prosecutor said, did Ish know that there were any other guns? And you said, I think he did know, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked, why do you say that? And you said, because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
I'm just assuming because even on Chris's Facebook, he has his profile picture shooting the gun. So it's like, I just assume.
Okay. But that's what you told the grand jury when
Right.
you were talking to them,
Correct.
right?
Yep. Yes.
And you had moved the guns from under the bed to the couch area, right?
I think I did, but I'm not 100%.
Well, you certainly told the grand jury that, right?
Right.
And you told the police that, right?
Correct. That I could have. Yes.
Okay. And when you said, when you sleep, you don't necessarily know what's going on, right?
Right.
But when we are talking about your sleep on the night before Chris got home, we're talking about the kind of thing that hits you when you've had days of crack cocaine, right?
Right.
That just keeps you wired and keeps you buzzing, right?
Right.
And when you feel like you're coming down, you don't want to, right?
Right.
You're going to do everything for drugs, right?
No.
You want drugs really bad, right?
I guess so.
You don't want sleep, right?
I think I needed sleep by that time.
Absolutely, because you are just wired to the hilt, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Can we just finish this now, then? I've had enough of this witness now. Right, what's the poll say? The poll said 50-50, 8 votes. Is she believable or not? Tie, 50-50. So verdict watch, 3 hours, 7 minutes. There's no lunch included in that. They either ate lunch during deliberation. They didn't stop for lunch. They didn't stop at all for lunch. So just to clarify that. The hot mic, Shelley, probably was the court's been used for other cases as well. That room's been used for other cases. So we saw this morning a defendant being taken out in chains and his jumpsuit and stuff. So maybe that's what the hot mic was. I don't know, but I know they're using it all day for other cases as well. And jury selection this afternoon. All right, what's going on? Come on. Let's get it on. Right, Lefty's butt fucking. What's he on about? Most are pretty open and shut. Last a day or two. Trials that are a week long are pretty fucking rare. True. I think this one's going to be about 4 days, this trial is. I believe they're doing closing today. I think what we're like what Mad was all about is if it's short, like I think because we all think he's not guilty for everything, it's easy enough to say they don't need all this time. But Lefty's right, they have to go through everything, so it will take. We might not even get a result today. Do you know what I mean? because they're going to go through first degree, second degree manslaughter, aggressive bodily harm.
Thank you. Final question. Attorney Smith discussed you wanting to do anything for drugs that night. You'd been up for 3 days straight. What did you do that night?
He slept.
Thank you.
One question.
I slept.
You may step down. Any objection? No. You may be excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do now is we're going to take a 10-minute mid-afternoon break, and then we'll go for the rest of the day. Okay? Please rise for the jurors.
Oh, I think she. And Superfly, that's also true.
10 minutes. Please have your witness ready. Be seated. Statement called. Next witness.
Once this day's finished in about an hour, we'll take a 20-minute or half an hour break, and then go back to day 2 then.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I'll be around.
I do. You can have a seat.
You still do verdict
Can you
watch.
start by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Mark Reed, M-A-R-K.
Fuck's he got in his face?
How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
A little nervous?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us where you're currently living?
In Bristol.
And how long have you lived there?
Not that long.
How long, if you had to guess?
Like a couple months.
Where were you living before Bristol?
The motel.
Okay. Was that also in Bristol?
No, it was in Ashland.
How about before that?
Before that, I was staying with a friend, and before that, I was in prison.
Okay. Were you in prison here in New Hampshire?
Yeah, Concord.
Concord. Why were you in prison?
Because I got arrested in Franklin, and I went to jail, and then something happened there. I got a new charge there as a conspiracy to commit theft by extortion.
Okay.
And then that's when I went to prison.
You were convicted, obviously, for prison? Did you go to trial, or did you accept responsibility?
No, I took the deal.
Okay. Silly question, but was prison a good
True.
experience for you?
True.
No, I hated it, but I mean, I learned my lesson.
Have you made lifestyle changes since release?
Yeah, I'm sober. I'm trying to get my own apartment, my license back, a car, trying to do everything. It's just, it's rough.
Is it a constant struggle for you?
Oh, yeah.
And you said you're sober. When did that change happen?
When I went to prison.
So that's what it took for you to become sober?
Yeah.
When did you go to prison?
It was October 10th, 2020. No, wait, sorry. I went to jail that day. I went to prison. I think it was March or April or something like that.
Of
20, yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. When I asked you, you said you currently live in Bristol. Who do you live with?
My mom and my grandmother and my brother.
So I want to turn your attention to back in 2019, specifically between June 2019 and November 2019. Where were you at in life back then?
I was a drug addict, selling drugs, doing drugs, anything really to make money. Didn't have anywhere to live. Was homeless. It was a bad time.
It was a bad time. When you say you were doing anything to make money, was that to support your you said you were a drug addict, to support your addiction?
Yeah.
How were you making money?
Selling drugs, selling guns, anything to get my hands on.
Sorry, let me back up. I want to unpack all of that. When you say you were addicted to drugs, what drugs were you using back then?
Heroin, meth, Xanax, Klonopins, anything.
And when you say you were selling drugs, what drugs were you selling?
Heroin, meth, mostly those two.
Heroin and meth.
Mhm.
You also said you would sell firearms?
Yeah.
And can you explain that for me?
Well, I knew different people that I can get them from, and I did. I got them cheap, and just I knew other people that would take them, and I would flip them because there's quick money in it.
Let me ask you this, Mark. Are you okay with me calling you Mark?
Yeah.
So back then in 2019, were you able to legally possess a firearm?
Yeah.
How about now?
No.
And is that because of your conviction?
Yeah, I'm a felon.
And you said you could buy firearms for cheap and then just offload them?
Yeah.
Was that easy money?
Mhm.
So back in that time frame that we talked about, did you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yeah.
How did you know him?
Well, I first met him. He hit me up on Facebook saying that we went to high school together, and then we like hung out once. And I don't know. After that, I realized I never met him. I never went to high school with him. And after that, we just started talking more. Before I figured out I didn't know him, we talked more and just started making plans to do things to make money and hang out and shit.
So I'm going to ask you to move a little closer. There's a microphone right in front of you to your left.
Right, there could be a lefty on the
I want to make
jury
sure that
somewhere.
everything you say is
It could be.
being picked up. So if I heard correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, he reached out to you via Facebook saying you went to high school together. Okay. And then you said you hung out.
Yeah.
Okay. How often would you hang out with the defendant?
Not that much. I think in total like 3 times, 4 times, something like that. It was not a lot.
Did the two of you have a drug connection?
What do you mean?
Did you do drugs together?
Yeah.
What drugs would you do?
Meth. I would do heroin by myself, but he would do meth with me.
In those limited actual face-to-face interactions you had with him, did you ever have an overnight with him, like spend the night in the same place as him?
Yeah, one time.
So sorry, I don't want you to elaborate on that. Just,
Okay.
A yes or no. Thank you. Did you conduct regular business transactions with the defendant?
Yes.
On one occasion, did he offer to sell you his family pet?
Yes.
And had you met that pet before?
Yes.
So I mentioned Adam Montgomery. Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
A white shirt.
And can the record reflect the witnesses identified the?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you ever visit the defendant's home?
Yes.
And was that here in Manchester?
Yes.
Do you remember the address?
I think it was 70 something Guilford Street or something.
Do you remember who he was living with at the time?
There was the dog and there was the Kayla, right? I think that's her name, Kayla, something like that. And the kid.
Okay. And when you say you think Kayla, was that an adult or a child?
An adult.
Was that the defendant's partner, or do you know?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And so how many times did you go to his address on Guilford Street?
I think it was once or twice.
And during those 2 occasions, was there anyone else there?
I think he said mine, and he said during those 2 occasions, I think he was stating the fact.
What did you, counsel approach?
Look, a lefty spitting out truths, like, you know. Yeah, that's true. Hulk Hogan's little brother. Absolutely. Lefty, you spitting them out today. I play to you.
So again, Mark, if you can move that mic actually closer to you so counsel can hear.
Yeah.
You said, did you say you went there once or twice or just once?
Once or twice.
Okay. The times that you went there, were there any other individuals at the home?
Just Kayla and the baby.
Okay. So you mentioned the defendant reaching out to you on Facebook back then?
Yeah.
Saying you went to school together. Was that the primary mechanism that you used to reach out to you?
Yeah.
Did you have a working phone at the time?
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But it was Facebook Messenger that we're talking about? Okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Reed, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 34. And I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that. You can
Okay.
go through it. Just look up when you're done.
I mean, Lefty, I mean, you've been right all day today. You've been doing well in this trial. You've taught us all a lot. My mic works perfectly now. Problem was it wasn't plugged in.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
And what is it?
Messages between us on Facebook.
Okay. And can you do me a favor and turn to the last page?
What do you do with my makeover, Mad World? Do you know what I mean? Like, what can we do to find him attractive? Anything? Must be something. What if he's got a big one? What if he's got a long one in the trousers? Would that like appease you?
And so the bottom message on that page, if you can look at the left, the box to the left.
Yep.
There should be a number.
1131.
Okay. Would it surprise you that you exchanged back and forth 1,131 messages with the defendant?
That is a lot. That's surprising.
And what was the date of that last message?
4/7/2020.
Okay. And if you can flip back to the first page, the first message, what was the date on it?
It was 7/1/2019.
So you can set that aside. Sorry, are those the messages you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes.
You can set that aside. I want to go back. You said you were in prison at one point in 2020. Were you approached by police officers in relation to this case at some point?
Yes.
And during that interaction with them, did you consent to the search of your electronic devices, specifically your phone and your Facebook account?
Yes.
Mad World go.
Judge May.
Yes.
It must be something like Shelley's like that. He looks nice, but if he's got a trouser snake, then would he be more attractive to you ladies? I don't know. I've heard Skullet before. I don't understand like the tattoos on his face. Shelley, come on, Shell. Come on. Let's not lie here. Lights are off and no one's home. Da 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 da. My heart beats. They haven't switched the audio back on. Well, when we said nicely, we meant attractive. Not nice person. Yeah, he's a nice person, but obviously,
Okay. And
Mad
have you had an
World looks
opportunity to
into
compare
it.
that with the messages that you still have?
Yes.
And let me back up. All those messages that I just showed you, the over 1,100, are those still on your phone?
Yeah.
Still on your Facebook account?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the items that I just handed you? Is that a fair and accurate representation of the messages that you exchanged between back and forth with the defendant between September 25th, 2019 and October 4th, rather, of 2019?
Yes.
Same messages?
Yes.
At this point, Judge, I would.
Lou, I think like Dirty Mind of Mad World and Shelley are
Any
going
objection?
down a notch. So they always go for the size of the trousers, the size of the dick, what they look like, and all that. But you, as a lovely person, Lou, go for the personality and stuff, you know. So that's the difference. Um, trouble you got left, no one will fucking understand you. You're too intelligent for it. No wonder that baby was missing so long without. I know. 2 years, someone said, wasn't it? Surprised Spider Girl's not you now. My heart beats. Harmony, yes.
35. The idea is stricken on exhibit 35 is entered as a full exhibit.
You still have the exhibit, Mark?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask that you read the first message on the first page. Should be in the top right.
I miss you too, Doug. I wish you were. Should I like say what it said, bleeped out, or just read the F?
So is there a redaction in part of the message?
Yeah. I know what it's supposed to say, but it doesn't say it.
That's fine. You can just say F.
All right. I miss you too, Doug. I wish you were F close the case, because I'd be there every day. I mean, dude, even Tilton's a effing haul. I mean, effing hour drive from where I'm at right now, bro. You F 45 minutes north of there. So it's like I want to come up there and kick it and S, bro, but I don't get the bread, bro. Me and my wife and my kids about to be out of the house in like 2 weeks, bro. So I'm trying to save up the F bread right now, hopefully to get us a place to go, bro. Like if you can make me some F plays, do make me any place, bro. Like, and I'll come out there, and then I would like to come out for like a stick, but you make me some place, dog, and I'll come out.
And what's the date associated with that message that you just read?
It's 9/25/2019.
And so it sounds like the defendant is, and that's from the defendant to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it says incoming?
Yep.
Okay. It sounds like the defendant is describing being kicked out of their...
Sustained.
The defendant mentions bread.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Money.
So I need money?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm glad he's got clean, but jeez, he must regret those tattoos now. Do you know what I mean? Like things you do. Oh, what's that on court? Just saw a head pop in on my TV. So glad he's clean. I'm glad he's got his life in order. I hope he gets a chance. I hope he gets a chance to turn his life around. Fuck me, what was he thinking with those tattoos? And also, oh, I mean, suppose it's his life. He could do whatever he wants. But if I was a tattoo artist, there's no way I would do someone's face. No way. Bad for him if he's doing well. Yeah, probably he's struggling to get a job and stuff for the minute, Shell. Don't have anything to spoil. Must got one a few different time. Lefty, I'm saying, brother. When I was a little bit younger, I was thinking, oh, tattoo, because he was fashionable. I'm so glad I didn't have one. Do you know what I mean? If he was in the UK, he'd probably get us. Yeah, he probably would. But even then, it's not. It's not the same. Mad world. Yeah, we know they're on your ass and stuff. But I know. I know. I bet you got one on your ankle. Um, all these like sweet places, you know. So none on your face. Oh, where have you got them then? Where have you got them? On your ass? Oh, okay. To be fair, I should have said wrist as well. Wrist or ankle, thigh. Okay, fair enough. And top of the spine. That one's gonna hurt a little bit. Top of the spine. Okay, so you're one of those. Okay, you were a rebel in your younger days. Just like fuck it, I'm gonna get tats. Like you're a rebel. I can see it. You're a rebel. People told you not to get tattoos. You're like, fuck off. Fuck 'em. Top of the morning to you. Fuck 'em. What does his tat say? No idea. It's one's a butterfly, one's like a what do you call it? What's Lefty say? I don't know what Lefty said. I can't. Wrist was the worst, I bet, because of all your arteries, blood veins, sorry. Was not what's the spider, it's chaos to the fly. Nice. All these Spider Girls references. Where is Spider Girl? Wiki Spider. Also, I don't know what Lefty said. I can't see it. I'd approve it. I just don't know where it is. I left the poll because it's a 50-50, so oh nice. Oh, that's lovely. That is genuinely really nice. Things like that are like stuff you can look back on. There's not things you're gonna regret to be because it's personal. So I like that. I like that. And Lefty, they've taken my authorization away from me. I literally can't authorize a single thing. Ah, how did that come through then? Why didn't that come
The
through
ID is
earlier on?
stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
True story. How did that not come through earlier on?
Yes, you may.
So Mark, I'm handing you what's been marked for admitted as state's exhibits
I
8
didn't
through
see it.
17.
I
And I'm just
don't
gonna
see
ask you to take a look at those. And look up when you're done.
Generally now, my world, I can't see it. Oh Jesus! What was this?
Hold on. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
What are they?
They're messages from my phone on Facebook between me and them.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate photographs of the messages that were on your phone?
Yes.
Do you recognize the phone that's in those?
Yeah.
photos?
Yeah.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask to publish.
Yes, you may.
Like, what's taking them so long? Like, I can't even skip it 'cause I don't know.
Okay, and starting with the first image that I handed you, Mark, if you could just describe what's depicted.
He's telling me where he lives and that he can come to me, but I don't know.
And so that address that's mentioned there, the 77 Guilford Street, is that where you met the defendant?
Yes.
Moving to the next. There's a phone number that was provided. Is that a phone number that you would use to communicate with the defendant?
Yeah.
I'm skipping to
I am live. It's not the screen. I'll go to it, but it doesn't say anything. That's fine. It's zoomed out now. The judge is not there yet, so it's fine. It's all good, guys, because we've got an eye on it, so it's all good. So we will go there now. Present. Share screen. Let me take this one down. Oh my days. Move myself. This isn't, do you know what I mean? Oh, fuck. This is a quick. Jesus. It's quick as fuck, Lefty. You're right, mate. Oh, this is not good, is it? Well, you say that if it's guilty for first degree, then it doesn't matter about everything else. Travis must be bricking himself. To say that his family are probably even physically sick right now. The reason I know that is because I feel a little bit sick. Yeah, we think so, Carwyn. We don't not 100% sure, but we believe so. Yeah. Oh my days. I mean, yeah, those tweeted like, yeah. Normally, it's the clock has stopped. Heidi's sleeping. Heidi'll be sleeping. Spider's sleeping. So it doesn't mean there's a result. It's just, but there's a lot of officers there. There's not normally.
Can't find a seat in the courtroom, you're gonna have to go outside.
Okay. Yeah, just Heidi just saying there might be results, but normally they switch off the verdict watch because they're normally quite accurate with stuff like that. Let's just hope it's another question. No, it's not good. You know, let's just hope it's another question. What's Court TV saying? Okay, there's a verdict. Fine. Okay.
If you're a family member of a victim or Travis Rudolph's family, you have priority. Everyone else, if there's no room,
Okay, yeah, this got off, so there's
you're gonna have to watch out.
now definitely verdicts.
Yeah. There's another seat right up here too. There you go. Sorry.
Just gonna have to wait now, don't we? Just normally, this is not a good sign normally, is it? So. And Travis was prepared for everything, so I think Travis, if he is guilty, I think he would not show any emotion. But I think his family will, obviously. Fucking hell.
All rise. Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Jeffrey Gillen presiding.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats.
I know, Amy, I know.
I know Deputy Lubinsky is always diligent in this regard, but I'm going to make sure that everyone understands. I have no idea what the verdict is going to be in this case. Zero, none whatsoever. However, some of you may be happy, some of you may not be happy. Do not, under any circumstances, express your displeasure with anything that's gone on in this during the course of this trial or with the verdict when it is rendered. If you got to think about things and say things, you can do that on social media or any other way you wish, but there will be no violence allowed in this courtroom. There will be no violence allowed in this courthouse. There will be no confrontation, no loud, obnoxious behavior. You maintain your civility, ladies and gentlemen, at all times. Remember, we are all human beings. We all must live with one another. And that is the way you're going to behave in this courtroom and in this courthouse. All right. Any reason why we can't bring the jury back into this room right now?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Let's bring them in, please.
Yes.
Okay.
All rise. Jury entering.
I'm sick here. I'm feeling sick as well.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats. I am given to understand, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that you have reached a verdict. Is that so? All right. Will the foreperson please hand the verdict form to one of our deputies? Deputy, somebody. Mike, would you go get that for me, please?
Massive group hug.
Would you publish the verdict, please?
In the Circuit Court of the 15th Judicial Circuit Criminal Division in and for Palm Beach County, Florida, case number 21 CF 002938 A and B, Division W. State of Florida versus Travis Rudolph. Defendant, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count one, we find the defendant not guilty. As to count two, we find the defendant not guilty. As to count three, we find the defendant not guilty. As to count four, we find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, the 7th day of June, 2023, in West Palm Beach County, Florida.
Would either side like to have, would either side like to have the jury polled? All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I, on behalf of everyone who is a participant in this trial, would like to thank you for your time and your consideration. I also wish to advise you of the special privileges enjoyed by jurors. In the absence of a court order, no juror can be required to talk about the discussion that occurred in the jury room. Our judicial system relies on juries for consideration of difficult cases. We recognize that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair so long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you about the trial. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial if you wish. In the absence of a court order, you have the right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with you. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. I will add that I know that there has been a great deal of publication about this case. You need to keep that in mind. It's very possible you will be contacted by individuals. So keep those rights in mind that I just read to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also now going to pass out to you letters identical to those which I've given your colleagues, the two alternate jurors whom I excused earlier in the afternoon, or I guess it was morning.
Oh, thank you all, Heidi. Thank
I would
everybody.
encourage you, please, to take the time. It won't take you more than a minute or two, well, maybe 3 minutes to fill out those questionnaires. I do, as I said before, I do take them very seriously. I look at them. I have made changes in the way in which I conduct jury trials and the manner in which I handle juries and jurors based on those responses to those questionnaires over time. So please take the time to fill those out and then throw them in the envelopes that have been pre-addressed and postage paid for you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I know it's been a long time, a long process, and I thank you very much for your time, consideration, and work. You are relieved.
This is like, I don't even know what to say. I'm in shock. It's one of these things. Look, I know everyone's feeling angry now, arrested and stuff. See you later, lefty, try, mate. But let's just celebrate for a minute. An innocent man is not going to prison. You know, whatever happens to Dominique or the other, fuck them. Fuck those fucking people. This is about Travis. Look at him. Look at Travis. Man. I generally lost all faith in humanity and the judicial system if he was found guilty.
Seems to me there are a couple of things we need to address, but I may be mistaken about that. So I'll turn first to Mr. Shiner. Is there anything I need to address so far as your client is concerned? Okay, well, that will be done. You will, of course, yeah. All right, that's already done, as a matter of fact. That's what I was thinking about. Let me talk to the state about that. Right. Okay, so he is not physically in custody of the sheriff's department, and that would be a different procedure. Now that he is on in-house arrest, do you know how he is taken off the monitor? Okay.
Mark, fair play to Mark as well.
I will not do that. All right, but I will authorize you immediately. Get on your cell phone right now if you want and contact whomever it is that's responsible for that and tell them that I have ordered that his monitor be removed. All right, anything else from either side?
Judge, I'm gonna file a motion, but it's not appropriate to do it now, to return property. But I'll file that motion.
All right, very well.
Judge, is all
Anything
the-
else?
Is all the evidence to be returned to the parties?
No. The evidence is going to be taken, kept by the clerk's office until such time as a motion is filed, particularly with respect to firearms. All right? All right, thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Stay calm, everyone. Stay calm. And more importantly, stay safe.
A smile on his face. Good lad. Good lad. Oof. This is huge. I'm sure there'll be just his ankle monitor, Carwyn. Ankle monitor. Look at that. What a picture that is. Well done, Mark. Well done, Trav. Mark deserves a hell of a lot of credit as well. Travis, what a. Oh. Oh. Jesus. I think it's such a relief, guys. I don't even know what to say. Look how happy he is. Yeah, look at. Do you know what? He's so proud of his brother, so proud of his mother, and everything. It's just like. Yeah, look, in my mind, right, there's two things here. In this moment, I just want to celebrate Travis. I just want to celebrate justice. Um, the whole judge and Dominique and those guys, wherever, I think that's a separate thing. I don't even want to associate them with him right this second. I just want to enjoy the fact that an innocent man is this afternoon being freed. You know, I don't want to even put those thugs in the same breath as this guy. What a special moment this is. I did. I doubted you, Florida. I doubted you, but you came through. What do you think about it? There was nothing to put him in jail. He was, but it's that butterflies not knowing. 3 hours in, three and a bit hours in, is it going to be guilty? Shit, this is so short. It just shows sometimes you can have a quick verdict. And I think the only reason it took so long is because they had 4 options. So thank you, jury, for doing your due diligence and everything like that. I appreciate that. I've loved this trial, guys. I've loved it. And I think I've loved it because justice has been prevailed. The chat has been amazing throughout this as well. So the support and everything's been great. Um, so all credit to you as well, guys. Hopefully he's in the background, Heidi. Hopefully Superfly's here somewhere, listening. Look at Mark with a massive smile. I would love to see the like the state's not witnesses, the state lawyer attorneys, their faces. How dare you bring this man along with a judge? But Well, it is a hump day, you're right. And Mark, fantastic job. Everyone's just been like, smiles, the clerks, everything. Everyone in the courthouse knew. Do you know what I mean? Even the clerks are smiling and, congratulations and all that. I still got sympathy for Sebastian's family. And they will probably not see this as justice, but I hope they see what Sebastian's friends are all about. Bastards. We did it. We survived. You're right, ID. Well, well. I wish Spider was here as well. What the fuck, Spider? Where's Spider Girl? I'm glad Shelley was here and Heidi, because I thought Heidi you might be sleeping, and for 1 minute, Shelley, I didn't think you were turning up. Hope Stacey was here as well. But even the first not guilty, I was like, great, but what about the rest of it? I hope this judge now gets viewed properly for his conduct. What a prick. Share screen. I'm sure he's not, but at the same time, do you know what I mean? It is what it is. Um, I mean, we're going straight back to a bloody trial now. I think it might be idea to have a slight break here. Um, or do you want a break or not? I'm gonna make a sandwich, or do I just play? Fucking hell, was that? Or do I just play this through? Look, I think tonight Travis and his family deserve to just celebrate tonight, and then tomorrow, yeah, let's look at charges for Tyler and everybody. Um, yeah, they will leave me, but I don't think they'll have it straight away now. Um, I'll put it on the thing. I'll search for it.
And so this is October 3rd, 2019. At 10:26.
I am searching for it. Don't worry.
And if you could just read that communication, starting with the first level, looks like a call.
Says you missed a call from messenger user.
Okay, the next one.
You or Mark, hit me up, dog. I got something you're really going to like. You got to hit me up now, ASAP.
Sorry, just a sec. So the person that's writing, I got something you're really gonna like. Is that an incoming? So is that you that wrote that, or is that someone else?
No, that's somebody else wrote to me.
Okay. And this is your communication with the defendant?
Yeah.
All right. And if you can go on to the next message.
You got to hit me up ASAP. You're going to miss out on it, bro. If you don't hit me up now, you should girl's phone something and call. You missed a call from messenger user. 603-858-333.
Okay, so the individual is providing you some phone numbers. Okay, you can go on to the next exhibit.
If there's a presser, let me know. I can't find one yet, so just let me know.
You can just read the exhibit number that you're on.
And I'll search for one. Whilst
12,
that's happening, I'm just going to make a quick
Let's see, sorry,
sandwich
12.
because I'm starving. I'll just play this through.
Then you're gonna miss out because I'm not messaging this shit. What the fuck, bro? Come on. There's a house phone there. You guys have cell phones up there. You guys have some type of service. Bro, Facebook is too choppy and it's too notch. I don't need shit like, S like this on messages and then Facebook, dog, you got. Okay, buddy, I called you first because I called you first because I know you were going. I don't know what it says underneath that one. Going something. This. I can't read what it says underneath that.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to the next message.
All right. There's no way you can call. Just let me know that because I don't want to sit here and keep playing this game. I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog.
All right, let's go to 13.
How much I want. That's from me.
So you wrote how much I want?
Yeah.
And what was the response to that?
He said, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? And I said, price of each.
So at the top of those, that exhibit 13, it's like some other messages. Or how much I want.
I mixed it up.
It's okay. Okay. You've reviewed those. They're fair and accurate.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to turn back to the exhibit 35 that I handed you. And I'm looking at page 2. And the top of page 2, if you can start with the incoming message, how then you're going to miss out.
Yeah. Oh, then you're going to miss out because I'm not messaging this S. And then I put, what the F, bro? Come on. There's a house phone there. You guys have cell phones up there. You guys have some type of service. Bro, Facebook is too choppy and it's too notch. I don't need S like this on messages and then Facebook dog you got. Okay, buddy, I called you first. Yeah, I called you first because I know you were going to want this, but there's no way you can call. Just let me know that because I don't want to sit here and keep playing this game. I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog.
Okay, and then is there a call after that? An incoming call?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you can go to the next message.
All right. It will. Don't ask me for this S later on, bro, because you're slacking right now. I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me up ASAP. And then I write, yo, if it's metal, I want it.
And let me stop you right there. What does that mean? You wrote that. If it's metal, I want it. What does that mean?
Guns.
Guns? Okay. If you can go to the next message.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear you.
All right, sorry. It is, bro. It's the big boys. How much?
If you can flip to the next page and continue.
I can't hold it. First come, first serve. Damn, bro. Unsent.
You're writing Dan, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's 3 unsent messages.
Okay, and let's talk about that. Those are incoming messages?
Yes.
That were unsent?
Yeah.
What were they?
Pretty sure they were the pictures.
Pictures of what?
The pump and the AR.
Okay, the pump and the AR. And when you say the pump, what does that mean?
Shotgun.
Okay, so pump action shotgun?
The 12 gauge, yeah.
12 gauge. Can you describe the pictures to the best of your recollection?
All I remember is that the 12 gauge had something special on it. That's why he wanted more for it and not what I offered him. I don't know. I know it was black. I can't really remember much.
So I am back,
Were
but
the
I've got to
photos-
be off stream
were the
just
firearms
week.
that you just referenced, were they
But I'll
resting
be
on
here,
something or
right? If there's anything. Shelly, Snort Kids Murder one, by the way,
I think
just in
they're
case.
resting on something.
Oh, hang on.
Let's go to the next message after the unsent photographs.
How much?
You can continue. So you wrote how much?
Yeah.
Here we go. I could be off screen doing it.
Travis, what does this verdict mean to you?
It means everything, man. I finally got my freedom back. I can get back to my life, man. I just want to thank the jurors, thank the court, thank everyone that was involved in this, man, because it means a lot for the support with everyone.
What do you think of the fact that they came back with a verdict in just, 3 or 4 hours?
I mean, I just felt like it was right. You know what I'm saying? I knew all along, you know what I'm saying, that I did what I did had to do to protect me and my brother's life. So.
Also, before I interrupt you, I just want to tell you it's been a team effort with Ms. Perlette, who couldn't be here today. And also, this is Ralph Morrison. He's a private investigator, former law enforcement officer and Marine. And Ralph is behind the scenes in many cases, and without him, we couldn't have done this.
This has been a momentous day for you. What's next for you in your life, Travis?
What's next? Definitely going to celebrate with my family, get back to trying to play football and everything. And just a walking testimony that, you know, without these two guys, Heidi, my team, my foundation, I wouldn't be here today.
Travis, you're smiling big right now. Now that you're officially acquitted, can you walk us through what the past 2 years were like, knowing that you didn't do anything wrong?
Oh, man, it's just a lot of tears were shed, man. Overwhelming tears, you know what I'm saying? Long nights, sleepless nights, everything. So that's what the last 2 years have been for me.
Do you feel like you want to pursue a case against any of the other players that played in what happened 2 more years ago?
Well, I'm not going to let Travis answer that at this point. He's just going to enjoy his freedom now, and we'll look at all options later on.
What does this mean for your football career? What are your plans there?
I'm gonna reach out to my agent, and God's willing, I'll still be able to play football. So definitely plan on getting back to football.
CFL or NFL? Or...
Yeah, anyone, just an opportunity. I love the game. So
you're not out of your prime yet, huh?
No, I'm just actually reaching my prime.
Were you nervous when we didn't know what was going to happen here? I know you and your family were out in the hallway praying. Could you tell us why that was an important thing for you?
Of course. I mean, it's just the fact of not knowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, your life is in 12 jurors' hands. That's a scary feeling. So I definitely was nervous. And, we definitely pray a lot. We have unwavering faith. So
Travis had faith from day one. He never, even the day he was arrested, he told me how innocent he was and how he didn't do anything on purpose. And he's never varied from the story. He's the first client in 35 years who had the exact same version from day one till he testified. And he's been totally confident, more than any of us actually, that the truth was going to come out, and his belief in God helped him get through this.
You have your mom, your brother, so many of your loved ones are out here. Tell us about their support right now. How do you feel?
It's a lot of support. Man. I love my mom. I'm my mama's boy. I know she can finally probably sleep more. You know what I'm saying? And thank God for my brother, man. He's a hero as well. It's not just me.
Mom, how do you feel? You have a few words, Mom?
The only thing I say, thank you, God. Thank you for just making me stay happy. And I love you.
What would you say to the jury? Anything you want to say to the jury?
I really appreciate the jury. They made the right decision. And God bless them all. And I appreciate them for taking out the time to actually listen to the truth come out.
What does not guilty verdict on not one but all 4 counts mean? What kind of message does that send, Mark?
Well, life, we're all human. We all make mistakes. I was tough on the lead officer. It's nothing personal. She really did arrest this man without the right information. And we hope it's a learning experience. That's what life's about. And hopefully she gets her cases done differently next time, and she learns some from this, and the sheriff learns from this. Because there's many mistakes made. And if those mistakes weren't made and this case was done properly, we may not be here. But we are here. So let's take this as a learning experience, and we have no hard feelings towards anyone, and we wish everyone the best, and everyone lost in this case. No matter what the verdict is, we're all losers as a community. But we're happy that the truth came out.
How has Travis lost in this case?
He lost 2 years of his life. 2 years of playing football, 2 years of roaming free, 2 years of hugging his family, 2 years of having a possible life sentence hanging over his head, having to pay for lawyers, having to suffer sleepless nights and worrying about this case. He's lost immensely that he'll never get back, but at least he can start his life over. Today he's being reborn.
Is there a message you'd like to give to the other families, the other parties that are involved in this case?
Well, everyone should be responsible for their own actions. Right or wrong, we should all be responsible for what we do.
And the jury spoke loud and clear that these men are responsible for the death of their friend. And maybe the state attorney's office will look a little differently next time, or even now at this case, as to who the real perpetrators were. But we
Any
can't change that.
message to the John Jump family?
Well, sorry for their loss, obviously. It's sad that anyone died, but responsibility is the most important thing. And that's why I've been doing this on both sides for so long, as a prosecutor and as a defense lawyer, because I believe in responsibility and the truth. And the truth came out today.
This verdict was unanimous, right? They had to all 12 agree on the same thing?
All agreed, yes, sir.
Could he have faced multiple life sentences or one life sentence?
Oh, he was facing first-degree murder was life in prison without parole. The attempted murders were a minimum of 25 years to life. So he would have died in prison. The opposite verdict, you would not ever see this man again, a free man. This verdict, he's now a free man.
So you could have potentially gotten 4 life sentences.
Basically, yes, sir. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that right?
I had to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got to run back up.
We got to go up?
That's amazing. Nice.
I'm going to throw you an imaginary pass and you running for freedom now. Hey, don't look back. Run, run. Make sure you call Ken and let him know I'm ready, baby. All right. You're welcome. Oh, my pleasure.
Okay, Lou. Yeah. It's great stuff. It's heartwarming. His friends are there, and
Free, nigga. Free. Free. Oh, you good, you good?
everybody loves a happy ending. Everyone loves it.
They doing that now.
What we doing tonight? We ain't got to go to the house. I'm going to study. I ain't gonna lie. I'm going to my sit-down right now. Hey, they probably don't know.
Y'all got to invite me when it happens.
We will. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's left hanging. Oh.
All right, let's leave this courthouse. That's somewhere no more.
Yeah, apparently he's 100% free, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Shirley, do you really? Yeah. Well, he's going to have a few drinks tonight and relax, I think. There we are. That's that done. Jeez. That's an awesome way to do it. All right, I've got to go back to this trial. Apparently, he was in prison for a year, in jail for a year, Lou, and then was under house arrest, I think. Right, back to the other trial. The other trial is, by the way, Shelley, the other trial has nothing to do with the kid, by the way. It's just part of the story. It's only firearms. There's nothing, obviously, we hear about the kid, but we're not discussing the kid in the. I wouldn't play it if we were discussing a kid. back to this one then. Wrong one. So back to the firearms one. And just to verify, there's no kids murder in this one. They might discuss the kid, but there's no kid. Yeah, Shelley, I wouldn't play it if it was a like. Obviously, we will hear about obviously that the child died 2 years old or something like that. But this is not the murder. This is just firearms, and I think it only lasts 4 days. So this is day one and day two together. So I just want to explain that to Shelley. Is I wouldn't play it if there was kids involved. Yeah, I think he had a year though in custody. Right, let me present this one first. Watch live.
And then I want, and then
Yeah.
he put, which one do you want? Both of them or which one?
Yes, I agree.
And
I agree.
then I put price of each. And then again,
Ah, okay, bad. Well, I
unsent
didn't know that.
message.
I didn't know that. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Do you recall what that unsent message was of?
I don't.
Okay. Let's go to the next message.
But we can work something out. What's some other this is why I need you to call me.
And that was from the defendant?
Yeah. But I literally have people blowing me up right now as we speak. But you, my dude, so I called you first. And then there's just a bunch of zeros.
So there's a phone call, it appears?
Yeah.
And that's an incoming phone call?
Yeah.
If you can flip to the next page and continue reading.
I'm just going to finish off my sandwich. I'll be
I
back
want the
in
12
literally
page, but I
5
don't
minutes.
got 3V.
And let me stop you there. 3V, what does that mean?
I think it was 3 sticks at the time.
And what do you, when you say 3 sticks, what does that mean?
A stick is 10 grams of dope.
Of dope?
Yeah.
And sorry, again, just another
Heroin.
detail. What is dope?
Heroin.
Heroin.
Yeah.
So 3 sticks of heroin?
Mm-hmm.
And how much is a stick?
It all depends where you go and who you get it from. But usually like $200.
Sorry, not the price, but the quantity. Do you know the
10 grams?
10 grams.
Yeah. So that'd been 30 grams for
30
3
grams.
sticks.
And you can continue reading.
All right. Because 8 got to pick up and down. I'll take it. How much? I'll take a stick for the pump, but I also need like $80 cash. So let me know.
And so those were from the defendant. I'll take it. I'll take a stick for the pump.
Sustained.
The messages that you just read, are those incoming or outgoing?
Incoming.
And so you left off, so let me know. You can continue.
Yeah. Because if not, so what's the deal, bro? Because I can't wait around all day. Is this a yes and no, maybe so? What's going on? And then I put, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. And does it continue?
Yeah. Hi, man. I mean, if you get to me first, then awesome. But you're trying to figure it out. So that's basically saying no or that you don't have it. So I told you, buddy, I can't wait around with it, bro. So, I mean, if you hit me up before anybody else does, then it's yours. But if somebody else comes here with the bread, then I got to take. Because we need the bread ASAP, bro. We're about to be kicked out of my any day now house.
And I think you mentioned earlier, but bread refers to money.
Yeah.
You can go to the next page.
Yo. And then after that, there's a bunch of, it's incoming call. And then again, yo.
And that's an incoming? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that incoming?
Yep.
And the next
then-
message?
What?
The next message?
It says, you missed out.
And is that incoming or outgoing?
It's incoming.
Okay.
And now it's outgoing. I said, can you send a pic? And then again for me, yo.
Okay, the you missed out is incoming though?
Yeah.
So you can set those aside. When you would communicate with the defendant via this Facebook account, how would you know that you were communicating with the defendant?
Well, because when I'm talking to him, it's like when I'm talking to anybody else. If you know who you're talking to, or if you talked to that person before, it doesn't matter how they say it. Like, you don't have to hear their voice to know it's them. Just the words they say and how they use their words. Plus, later on in some of the messages, I was talking to Kayla, and she wrote her name, and the way she writes, you can tell the two apart.
particular way of speaking or referring to you?
Yo, dog.
Does anyone else call you that?
No.
When you would arrange to meet with a defendant, who would arrive?
Huh?
When you would arrange meetups with a defendant, who would arrive?
Him.
Okay. Not Kayla?
No.
I think you testified that you still have the communication on your phone
Yes.
and in your Facebook account.
Yes.
Do you still have the same Facebook account?
Yes.
And how about the, how about the profile that you communicated with?
That I was talking to.
Is it still in existence?
It's I think it's deactivated, but it's still on my mind. Like I can see everything there. Just there's no name now.
There's no name now.
Yes.
Back when you communicated with that account, was there a name?
Yes.
What was the name?
Montgomery.
Did you want to purchase the firearms?
I mean, I did, yeah, but I didn't end up doing it.
Did you want to purchase both or just one?
Just one.
Was that the shotgun?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. They're easier to get rid of.
I got it for just a moment. One of the messages that you read aloud mentioned Facebook being two-notch. Do you know what that means?
I assume that it's like
Hold on 1 minute. Basis? Go ahead. You may answer the question.
I assume that it's like it's
Now the answer is
Approach. Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
Mark, do you know what that means? Two-notch? Facebook's two-notch?
it's too smart. Like it's
Overruled.
it's always there. You know, it's I don't know how to say it.
So it's always there.
Yeah,
The
I guess it
messages
never
are always
goes
there.
away. You know.
It never goes away.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we discussed, I think some of the messages you read, maybe the one that's up on the screen, it discusses, you read message was unsent.
Yeah.
What does that mean based on your experience with Facebook?
That the person that sent it, unsent it, they I don't know, I guess deleted it or whatever. They would
Have
say
you-
unsent.
Is that something you're familiar with on Facebook?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Carrie Smith, and I have some questions. But I'm just a little too far away from you. So, can I play more?
Yes.
Now, do you have the exhibits that are the regular pages, not the photographs? Do you have them there with you?
35.
Exhibit 35, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so let's just get a couple of things clear for the jury as they look through this later. There's a time column in those pages, right?
Yes.
And let's look at the first message. It's 1, 2, 3, third message that says, "Your Mark, hit me up, dog. I want something you really gonna like this." Do you see that message?
Yes.
And going over to the time column, it says 2:29:02.
2:29:20.
Thank you. 2:29:20, right?
Yep.
But your phone actually has a different time, right?
What do you mean?
There's different times reflected on your phone messages than are on this piece of paper, right?
I'm confused. Sorry.
So you have the photographs here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get a photograph that shows the message time on your phone, okay? Let's see. Here's one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe they are at the same time. Can you send a pic? Is sent at 3:44? Is that right?
Hold on, let me check.
I think I'm going to take that back. They are the same time,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they're the same.
And you, by the way, can you send a pic? That refers to the dog, right?
I don't know. I think. Shit. Can I go back and reread?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll go through some of those messages, and it seemed like from what I saw on direct, it's easier for you to read from the pages than it is from the photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the message at 2:45:12. It's an incoming message, and it says, "I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me ASAP." Is that right?
Yep.
And from the word grip, you understood that it referred to a gun.
No, a grip means a long time. The metal was what I identified as the gun.
Okay. So you asked Yo if it's metal, I want it.
Yes.
Meaning that you would take, you were in the market for a gun.
Guns.
I've never watched Harry
For
Potter.
yourself, but to flip it.
Yes.
Never seen it. Or Lord of the Rings.
One of his responses was, oh, I keep talking about his. Your Honor, at this time, can we introduce the stipulation with regard to the address?
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
Oh, what a relief.
Attorney Smith's stipulation A is to be read now. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you a stipulation. This is a stipulation or an agreement by the parties. The parties stipulate as fact that the October 3rd, 2019 Facebook communication that Mark Reed had regarding the sale/purchase of firearms was through a Facebook account number 100090078858803, that Mark Reed had communicated with Adam Montgomery through regularly. I'm going to read that again. Okay. The parties stipulate as fact that the October 3rd, 2019 Facebook communication that Mark Reed had regarding the sale/purchase of firearms was through a Facebook account that Mark Reed had communicated with Adam Montgomery through regularly. Okay. I didn't read the account number again because I know you all have that memorized. Go ahead.
So we will be clear, as far as you're concerned, you are communicating with Adam Montgomery, right?
Yes.
Because you've communicated with him before on this address, right?
Yes.
And there's no doubt in your mind because of the address, the dog that you recognized, and his manner of speaking, right?
Yes.
And one of the things in his manner of speaking is a little bit in code, right?
Yes.
It's like, I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of code. Yeah. And when he was talking about Facebook being, what was that word that was used?
Top notch.
Okay. That was code, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you said if it's metal, I want it, right?
Mhm.
And his response to you is, it is, bro. It's the big boys. You asked how much, and kind of at the same time, it's like interchanging whatever messages. I can't hold it first come, first serve, right?
Yep.
So he's telling you that he can't hold it for you, right?
Yep.
And he sends pictures, right?
Yep.
And these pictures are with the guns on something, right?
Yeah.
You said that they were actually on something, they weren't being held, right?
hmm
And you were interested in the 12 gauge, you said, right? But when I'm sorry, you have to say.
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. When you were having this conversation with Adam, he asked you, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? Right?
hmm
And you asked, well, what's the price of them? Right?
Yeah.
So you weren't turning down either, right?
No.
You want more information. Might be one, might be the other. Okay. And there was some sort of message that was sent and called back, right?
Yep.
And then there's a message that says, we can work something out. That's why I need you to call me, right?
Yes.
I haven't seen
says,
each other
I
yet.
literally have people blowing me up right now as we speak.
I know who
But
Harry
you, my
Potter
dude,
is,
called
but
you
I don't know
first.
anything about it.
Yep.
And this, by the way, is around 251.49. Exactly 251.49, right?
Yes.
And so you say that you want the 12 gauge, but you don't have the purchasability.
Yes.
And the other thing is that you have to go pick it up if you get it, right? Is that what pick up and down was?
Oh, I had to go pick up and down as in meth and heroin. Yes.
Ah, so you're saying that you have drugs both that for up and down
Yes.
as purchase abilities.
Yes.
Okay, so you're making the offer out there for what you have to be able to get the guns, right?
Yes.
And Adam says, I'll take it. Right?
Yes.
And you say, how much? Right?
Yes.
And he says, I'll take a stick for the pump, but I need $80 in cash.
Yes.
So I think that you were saying a stick is
10 grams.
10 grams.
Yeah.
But you didn't have 3 sticks, and he agrees to take a stick and $80.
Yes.
And a stick is normally worth $200.
Usually.
Okay, and that didn't work out, right?
No. 'Cause I didn't have the $80 cash.
Okay, and he couldn't hold it for you, right?
Right.
And so he told you later, can't hang around all day, right?
Yes.
And eventually it was that you missed out.
Yes.
In the meantime, he let you know he needs the bread ASAP because he's about to be kicked out any day, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of something you knew, or he had actually told you that that was why he wanted to sell his dog to you, right?
Yes.
That wasn't for you to resell on, that was for you, right?
Say that again, please.
The dog was
Yes.
for you,
Yes.
if you wanted to buy it,
Yes.
because he couldn't hold on to the dog because he was being evicted.
hmm
And he sent you a picture of the dog with his child,
Yes.
right? And that wasn't related to the business of buying and selling. That was hoping that you would take the dog because he was being evicted, right?
Yes.
And your felony was conspiracy to commit
Theft by extortion.
theft by extortion. And that was a crime that you committed while incarcerated.
Yes.
And you got some time that could be suspended on that, right? You got time plus you could earn a suspension of some of the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the police, that conviction was on 3/17/21. Sound right?
Yes.
And it was about a year later that police came talking to you about Adam.
Yes.
And you agreed to talk to him,
Yes.
told him about the messages. I'm hiding nothing, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark, I have a silly question for you, but what does first come, first serve mean?
And the first person who gets there is theirs.
Okay. Attorney Smith asked you about your conviction.
Yes.
About your sentence. When police approached you at the jail, first of all, do you remember who you spoke with at the prison?
No, no. I know there was a marshal, and I think the other one was a Manchester detective.
Does the detective Dunleavy sound?
I think so.
And when you say marshal, U.S. Marshal Service?
Yeah, I don't know his name. I forgot.
Okay. And so these gentlemen approached you and they wanted to talk?
Yes.
Did they promise you anything?
No.
Throughout all of this, have you been promised anything?
No.
Did you ask for any favors?
No.
Did you ask for any deals?
No.
Did you say, let me out of prison?
I wish it worked like that, but no.
So you've got nothing for your testimony?
No.
You just told the police what you knew?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. No further questions, Judge.
So I have to get my hood. The police, when they came to you when you were in prison, your deal was complete, right?
Yes.
And you were serving your time, right?
Yes.
And you were earning that extra time to try and get out early, right?
By doing a resident treatment unit there. Yep.
At Focus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not Focus. Sorry, it was I was supposed to go to the Focus, but I ended up being able to do an outside program, a sober living, and then rehab, then sober living. But
So you were in the halfway house at the time?
no.
Oh, okay. So anyway, you were earning your time out, right?
Yes.
And when did you get released?
It was May 26th of last year, the day before my birthday.
Congratulations. So when the state asked if the police promised you anything, it was your intention, although you said it would have been nice if you could just do it that way.
Tattoos
to
are
put your head
here.
down, work through this, and make the changes that you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And
It's
you,
tattoos, boy.
you were not a felon when you were having this conversation with Adam Montgomery, right?
No.
It was after the fact that you got in jail and then in prison.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
This one's really-
any objection?
No.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
And this witness is excused. Counsel approach.
Do I?
Absolutely terrible, boy. But he did it when he was drugged up and stuff, do you know what I mean? So he will have regretted that by now, I'm sure. But in America, it's going to cost you too much to get that lasered off, you know? So in the UK, as Lou said, you probably get the NHS to pay for it. Yeah, Superfly, I think Heidi said, it's a shame you're not here. Heidi was saying, bloody hell. Say, Kim, I'm not seeing Kim. I don't know what Kim is. He was very emotional, Superfly. He was great. So not guilty on all 4 counts. No messing. I believe he got his ankle monitor off. Someone took it off. It just like it was deserved. Do you know what I mean? So it was a bit, if anything, it was just relief. I'm shattered from it. I'm generally, I'm so tired now after that because I think you work yourself up so much towards it. Then after it's done, it's a little relief. It's like, oh, thank God. I can't even celebrate. It's just more of a, oh, justice. think Superfly is Mark Shiner. Yeah. Well, the only thing I think we had such a great chat going. Oh, Amy's here. Hey, Amy. I did. I don't know who's here. I don't know who's here. We're missing Kim. I'm not sure what Kim is. Spider Girl has just gone. She wasn't here today, which is not like Spider Girl. Madwell's been mad somewhere. Stacy, I hope, is just working. Hopefully, she was here as well to see the results. Mark Shiner, Esquire, Caroline, get it right. It was scary, but it's. When you look back now, it's stupid. Of course, he's going to be no.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've had an opportunity to talk to the lawyers about what we're going to be doing next. I think it makes sense to release you a little bit early today, so I'm going to release you now for the day. I want to remind you, as I will every day.
I'm stepping out there, and I'm gonna. Was I thought it was no, it wasn't the lead juror. It was the clerk doing it. Cause so the lead juror passed it to the clerk, and the clerk did it. You see, as I say, innocent unless proven guilty, and that hell today. Oh, Kim, I'm saying Kim. I wasn't sure where you were, Kim. I thought we lost you or something. Glad you're still here. King. So King, I'm not going to call him King anymore. King is gone. I don't know where King is. But you're Kim now. So yeah, well, I wasn't sure if you saw the results. Didn't know where you were. Same with Stacey. I hope Stacey saw it as well. I was just saying, it's such a great gang watching this. I hope, like, we're watching this now. I hope everyone stays to watch other trials. If we get enough of a following, we can start asking, right, what do you want to watch? Day 2 of this trial now. Then I've got to get this up. Yeah, no, I was the same. Okay, so I got that one up already. Sorry, I can't concentrate two things. To present, share screen. I'm half listening to this trial, if I'm being honest with you. Which is not great. But it's so hard, like, to care about this trial when, I was such a relief on the other trial. But it's still going. I can't wait for the next proper trial, do you know what I mean? Get everyone back in here, wherever that will be. Yeah, well, that's it. Well, I mean, look, Superfly, we got obviously one ongoing, this one. This is day 2 of the trial now. So you're happy to join us anytime you want for this. Tomorrow I'm doing day 3 and day 4. And I think there's only 4, maybe 5 days of this. So by Friday, we'll be done with this trial. And hopefully next week start a new one. Yeah, October, November, isn't it? Yeah. So I've got a series on it on Idol 4. I've only done 3 episodes so far, but I'm doing it, yes. But I don't think it's going to happen in October. So I think it's more likely if they go for the death penalty, I don't think it's happening until 2025. But even if they don't go for it, they're going to be pushing on to. I think they did that just for the sake of it, put pressure on the state. But I'd be surprised if it does happen in November. But if it happens, Kim, I'm covering it. The only thing that is bad about it, Kim, is that they think now they will not be live streamed, that they will release it after each day, which is like if they finish at 5 o'clock every day Pacific, that's 9 o'clock Eastern, which we probably won't get it till about 10 o'clock Eastern. Well, I'm not going to stream at 10 o'clock at night because that's like 3 o'clock. Um, That's like 3 o'clock for me. So I don't know. Well, I'm gonna have to figure it out. But I do want to stream it. Yes, just I don't want to stream it like 10, 11 o'clock Eastern time when it's like 3, 4 o'clock my time. No, it's like, hey, I'd say stay and watch this if you want, or come back to the next one. We never know, by the way, Superfly, what we're covering. It's just day by day, minute by minute. Yeah, because Mark is M-A-R-C in Wales. In England, it's M-A-R-K. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. So about probably 8 o'clock Eastern. That's what my plan was if they do that, because I'm just like, well, if I do it 8 o'clock Eastern, then it's like, right, everyone dialed in, let's watch it. And then let's not try and get off the tweets, try not to look at stuff like that. You know, yeah, Shelley, he's not lying. Mark is spelled with a C in Wales. If you go to any other part of the UK, it's K, but in Wales it's a C. You can have some Ks as well, but most of the Cs. Amy, sorry, it was you saying that, Amy. Yes, I will. I just want to keep able to keep on Twitter and not update it. It's gonna be hard, do you know what I mean? But I will. So your time, probably 8 o'clock, I'll stream it. Day behind. But it's so hard with social media. Everyone will be up to date. So I'm not sure how much of interest there's going to be now. In that case, because the media are going to be there. They'll be talking about it. So I don't know, but I will still stream it because I'll keep off Twitter. I won't watch anything. I'll just watch it the day after.
Should we be bringing the witnesses?
And if
Yes,
no
right
one
now.
watches it with me, then it is. I think people will watch
okay.
it. So
So we need Mr. LaBelle. Do you want to just have him?
what do you look for? Handsome
start him on
people.
stand?
Is he a handsome man? If he is, he's Welsh.
Okay. But that's fine, but it's not a secret that he's incarcerated.
No, you're right.
In bed
So
for
when it comes time
happy
for him to
days,
come
yeah.
off the stand,
I want to start it quite early, but I want to be sensible.
and thank you to the sheriff's department for getting him here.
But I
on
also
time
need to
this
speak to
morning.
Luna. So I might make it at 9 o'clock Eastern if Luna's going to watch it with us as well.
So they're bringing him now? Okay, perfect.
So, because I want Pacific people as well. And, I want Luna, if she's going to actually watch it. I know she might not watch it at 6 o'clock, but she can catch up in 2 hours if she starts watching like 7:30, 8 o'clock. So, Luna, if you're here, are you going to watch it with us? Or are you going to. Thing is with Luna, she'll be all over Twitter. She won't be able to help herself. She's a nosy bitch. Do you know what I mean? As most people are. They'll be all over Twitter looking at it. But she'll still watch it, I think. Fiery. Fiery. We say fiery in Wales. Tanllyd. That's what it's called. So fire in Welsh is tan. Tan. T-A-N. Tan. Tan. Fire. Fiery. And it's Tanllyd. Tanllyd. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, maybe. But also, what you need to do is mute Kohlberger, Idol 4, and stuff like that. Just mute it. And you'll be fine. It's just, I think a lot of people will be doing that, though. Do you know what I mean? Because you want to watch it, but I think still people will be on Twitter watching it. I just don't want spoilers in the chat. I don't want people coming and spoiling it. I just want to watch it for what it is. Doing it at 9 o'clock Eastern is going to be hard for me because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to be on I'm on Twitter and I'm going to have to mute all the words. I just wish they just do it live. Just stream it live, guys. What's the problem here? Do you know what I mean? Jeez. Luna, are you here, Luna? Luna, 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 Luna. Excuse me. Oh, why don't I fucking skip stuff? I don't know. Put the subtitles on. 1.25. I think so this week will be over in about 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Okay, Kaz, no worries, boy. See you later, bud. Or see you tomorrow. Jock boy. Shelley, I agree. The judge already basically said that he's not going to allow it. So it'll be either you just keep up to date with it live on Twitter through the media tweeting it, or and clips and stuff like that, or you watch it. Well, tomorrow, Kaz, no problem, boy. Or you watch it after it comes out after the trial, which is probably gonna be like 9 o'clock Eastern, I imagine. But are you really gonna watch it that time? Because that's like till 3 o'clock in the morning your time. So I will do a fresh one a day later, and people want to join. So yeah, that's fine. Oh, they absolutely. You should see my series. I'm quite level-headed about it. I've started a series on it. It's just gone beyond. People go nuts. You're right. People go nuts with it. Like I've said, right. I say this in my videos in the series. I don't care if he's guilty or not guilty. I just want the right person in prison. I don't want a retrial. I don't want anything. I just want justice. And the only way you get justice is if nothing is shared, and if we just have a fair trial, and if he has a fair trial and he's found guilty, then so be it. If he has a fair trial and is found not guilty, then so be it. It just has to be a fair trial, because there's nothing worse than if it goes through an appeal or something the media do or say goes against the trial and they have to do a retrial or whatever. That hurts the families. Let's keep it quiet. Let's get the trial going and let's go. And do you know what? I think half my viewers hate that because I just lost a shit ton of viewers. Anyway, right, let's skip this then. What do you say, Mad? Well, I've done the same. Too much speculation. I hope they do stream it, but I think they won't. They're streaming it, I think, Madwell, but not live. That's what I think. So it'll be fine because you'll be there with me. So, nerds, Lefty. Okay. Fair.
Right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In a minute, I'm going to bring in the jury. We're all just going to stand for the jurors when they arrive. Is everyone ready? All right, please rise for the jurors. Who just be seated?
Slow it down once they start.
Yeah, why don't you just be seated?
Rise for jury.
I got a 2.0 speed.
Ready to proceed with its next witness? Yes, you may be seated while taking the oath. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. LaBelle. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury, give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Never do the value. If it's like that, I wouldn't cover Bright Goldberger.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Kevin LaBelle, Labelle.
Oh, poor thing.
And is
Oh,
all your
she's
last
okay,
name,
Lefty.
Capital L, small B,
That's not
or is it a
nice.
capital B?
It's capital B.
Capital B. Want to make sure that we get it right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. LaBelle. Mr. LaBelle, currently, are you currently serving a parole setback sentence at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men?
Yes.
And have you been convicted of several felonies over the years?
Yes.
Let me ask you, how long have you been a resident of Manchester before you were at the New Hampshire State Prison?
All my life.
All my life. And how old are you now, sir?
31.
Let me ask, in 2019, October of 2019, back then, where were you living?
At my mom's house, 227 Patterson Street.
I'm sorry, you say 227?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. By the way, if you can't hear me at all, please let me know. I'll be glad to speak up, because if you can't hear me, then I know the jurors can't hear me either. How do you know Adam Montgomery? How did you first meet him?
I was riding my bike and I met him. I was asking about the tattoo in the back of my leg.
And when was that in 2019? What time of year?
Sustained.
What time of year did you first meet him?
I honestly can't recall right now. So long ago.
Do you remember? You said you were riding your bike though.
Yeah. So I want to say it was maybe fall time.
Maybe fall time. Okay. Do you know where he was living in Manchester at that time?
Guilford Street.
Do you remember the number of Guilford Street?
I don't remember the number, no.
And did you spend any time with each other, hanging out, things like that?
Lefty being father of the year again. Fair play, Lefty.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you use?
Crack cocaine.
And what did you see him use during that time?
Crack cocaine, heroin.
In October of 2019, what, if anything, did Adam Montgomery offer to sell you?
Shotgun and AR-15.
A shotgun and an AR-15?
Yep.
Okay. Did you see the shotgun and the AR-15?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for me, what did the shotgun look like?
It was a black shotgun, had a scope on it, had a pack so you could hold more shells up by the receiver. It was a Mossberg. I think it was a model 500A.
500A, and you said it was black as well?
Yeah.
So black 500A, Mossberg. You said with a scope, is that right?
Yep, single pump.
And when you said so we could hold extra shells near the receiver, what part of the gun are we talking about? If you could explain that for the jury, because some members of the jury may not know where the receiver is.
Up above. So it's like where the shells would come out.
Okay. And when he showed that shotgun to you, did it have any rounds in that area?
Yes, at 5 in that area.
5. And what about the AR-15? Did he show you that weapon as well?
I didn't really see the AR-15. I just got to look at it, but I know it was there.
Okay. So where did he show these to you? Where were you?
In the living room of the Guilford Street address.
And how much did he offer to sell the AR-15 for?
I can't recall the price of the AR-15. I know I bought the shotgun for $250.
Okay. You can't recall the price for the AR-15. You bought the shotgun.
Yeah.
So you purchased that from him.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did that transaction take place? In that same
place,
Guilford Street.
Yep.
And did he? Who else was there when he showed you these guns and offered you these guns?
Kayla was there.
And do you know
she was in the kitchen?
She was in the kitchen. And when we say Kayla, who is Kayla?
Kayla Montgomery's wife.
What room were you in when he showed you these guns and you bought the shotgun?
The living room.
Living room. Did you see where he got the guns in the house before he showed them to you?
He went upstairs, so I'm assuming the bedroom.
So he went upstairs. Did he tell you how he got them?
No.
When he, did he tell you whether they were stolen?
No, I said they were hot, which, I mean, obviously I assumed they were stolen.
Okay. So when he said hot, is that what made you have that assumption?
Yes.
Okay. Had you heard that term before, that somebody says something's hot? And then
yeah.
Okay. When he showed them to you, how were they stored? Were they in a case? Were they wrapped in something? Did he have nothing on him? He just brought the guns down by hand?
Pretty sure they were wrapped up in a blanket.
Do you recall what the blanket looked like?
I don't recall.
And were they wrapped up together or individually?
I honestly can't recall. It was a while ago.
Okay. And did you see both guns or just the shotgun before you bought it?
I saw both guns that day, yeah.
Now, at that time, in October of 2019, had you already been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
Okay. So it was illegal for you to have a gun at that time, correct?
Yes.
Other than you said Kayla was there when the defendant sold you the shotgun and showed you the other gun, was there anybody else in the home?
I think the kids were there too.
Did you see any other adults in the home?
No.
Initially, when you spoke, well, you did speak to police about this, about the defendant offering you guns and then selling you the shotgun, correct?
What's up?
You did meet with police before, is that right? And talked about what you're talking about today?
Yeah.
And when you initially met with them, did you tell them that you had purchased the shotgun?
I can't recall. I'm honestly not sure. I think I may have. I've met with them so many times, it's hard to honestly keep track of it, but I know I told them eventually that I purchased a shotgun from him.
And in terms of talking to them about Adam Montgomery showing you these two guns and offering these two guns for sale, did you say that each of the times that you met with him?
I think so, yeah.
When you told the police that Adam Montgomery had sold you that shotgun and showed you those two guns, At that time, did you have a lawyer present with you?
What do you say that again?
Was there a lawyer that was in the meeting with you when you met with police and you told them about Adam Montgomery showing you these two guns and then selling you the shotgun?
No.
And when you spoke with them, did you give them permission to look at any of your social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay. What did you give them permission to look at?
My Facebook.
In your Facebook account, what was the name that you had for your account?
Kevin O'Leary.
Kevin O'Leary. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
O'Leary? At the time that you met with police and you told them this information, did you have any sort of a deal worked out for any of your criminal charges?
No.
And it's my understanding that recently you may have reached a plea deal on a different matter, a different felony matter that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And that particular matter does not involve the Attorney General's office, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Sustained.
What prosecuting agency is doing that, is bringing that charge against you?
What do you mean?
Which prosecuting agency is bringing that charge against you? So which office? Is it a county attorney's office, a police department, a attorney general's office?
Oh, it's not the Attorney General's. It's whoever. I mean, I broke the law. It's whoever handles that. I'm not sure.
And with regards to that, the prosecutor, well, you said already it's not the Attorney General's office.
Yeah.
When or before you came to testify today, were you made aware that an immunity order has been issued for your testimony here today?
Yes.
And that order states, have you seen that order? Have you read that order before?
I believe I've read the order, yes.
Okay. And with regards to that order, what's your understanding of that order? What does that protect you from?
Being charged with anything I've, admitted to today.
Is that usual then that you get immunity? Does it happen a lot in America that you get offered a lot of immunity? Just that. It's got to be quite serious if you get immunity.
Well, I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 41, identification only. I just want to have you take a look over that for a minute. And take your time and look up whenever you're done. Thank you. With regards to the immunity order that's been issued here, specifically on this, what part of this order talks about the protections that you're getting? In terms of what is actually is the protection that you're getting?
I just have protection from immunity, so whatever I say can't be used against me. So admitting that I bought the shotgun or anything like that, from what my understanding is of it, that's why I'm here today.
That's for your testimony today. This immunity order protects you from your testimony today. That's your understanding. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything about your previous testimony. Thank you. Your Honor, the question is going to be withdrawn. Let me restate that. Mr. Lavelle, does it say anything about the previous statements to police? If you want to take a look.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's all right. It's multiple paragraphs. So it's all right.
Thanks, Kim. It was more that
I'm just going to
like,
direct your
I haven't
attention to
seen
the
the
second
trials with
paragraph in regards
immunity in
to
it
the-
yet. That's all.
And the question I'm going to ask you afterwards is whether or not the immunity order says anything about your statements to police, anything before today.
No, right?
That's all right. Take your time. Take your time.
It just seems to be quite unusual that you get immunity. Are they 100% that he's not involved? Reduced sentence, I get, but immunity seems a lot. What if he
So I'm gonna
stole
grab the
it?
order back from you. Does that say anything about the statements to police before?
No.
And Mr. LaBelle, while we were talking a moment ago, I think I may have overheard you say correctly that you're dealing with a concussion right now. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I am.
Okay. Does that at all affect your memory of your interactions with Adam Montgomery and him showing you these two guns or selling
No, I can clearly remember that I bought the guns off and everything. I have a concussion, so trying to do everything right now is a little confusing, but yeah.
Understandable. Understandable. Thank you for explaining that to me.
You're welcome.
At any time, did you ever fire that shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I can't remember the date, but I know I was with him. I was at this place behind Rock Rimmon. It's a bunch of sand dunes. I don't know the exact place for it, where it's called. We fired a single round out of it there.
Okay. And you said you were with him. Is him Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
A few months later, what did you do with that shotgun? After you had purchased it and owned it for a while, what did you do with it?
I wound up selling it back to him for a gram and a half of crack cocaine.
Sold it back to him for a gram. Did you say a gram and a half?
Yeah.
Okay. And later on, did you see him holding that shotgun after you had sold it back to him at any time?
I believe he got rid of it to someone else.
Okay. Did you ever see him carrying it around or anything like that?
We didn't hang out much after that.
You stated before that when you bought the shotgun, there were no other adults in the house. That's right? None that you could see. Excuse me.
No, I can see, but I'm pretty sure Kate was in the kitchen of the house.
Right. You did mention Kayla. I apologize. I want to make sure I got your words and your testimony correct. There was Kayla in the house, you said. With regards to the two guns, when they were shown to you and when you purchased the shotgun, you said, I believe,
I think he's just been
$200
accused of
$250.
purchasing
Yes.
firearms, not the
Yes.
major.
Who did you hand that cash to?
Him, Adam Montgomery.
Is Adam Montgomery seated in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you please point out where he's seated and then the color of the shirt he's wearing?
Blue.
Your Honor, if the record could please reflect the witness to identify the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Just a moment, please. Mr. LaValle, I apologize. I'm about to ask a question. In 2019, when you bought this gun from the defendant, what were you doing for work at that time?
Landscaping.
And how long, or do you remember what company you were working for?
I don't remember the company now.
And how long did you work for them?
I'm not sure. Off and on. I think I was working for Lock Linden Landscaping at the time. I think I worked for them for like 4 or 5 months.
But you were working at the time that you bought the shotgun?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe the next one's.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Mr. LaBelle, I'm gonna take a second to move the podium over to my stuff there, and so you can take a deep breath if you want.
Yeah, Kim, I agree. From what I've heard, gun control might be an issue. I don't know anything about guns, so I'm not gonna pretend I know. It's the same with everything. Probably 95% of people are very careful.
So my name's Caroline Smith,
There's
and
just
I
like
have a few questions
5%.
for you as well.
Alas,
You talked about some things that you couldn't really
we've
remember.
lost everyone, I think, in chat
So
now.
do you
They're
remember
down to
what year this event was that you're talking about with guns?
2019,
And how do you remember that?
because that's the year it happened.
Okay. Do you remember what time of year?
Can't remember the time of the year. I know for certain that I had received and bought the gun off him and then sold it back to him. That I can remember.
Do you remember what time of year?
Like I said, I can remember buying the gun off him and I can remember selling it back to him.
Okay. Do you remember the time of year?
Yeah, you've asked that 3 times now. I said I remember buying the gun off him and selling it back to him. I don't know what's confusing about it.
Okay. So I have asked 3 times and you still haven't answered. Do you remember the time of year?
It was September-ish, maybe.
Okay. Do you remember the time of day?
No,
Do you know if it was morning, noon, night?
no, it was 4 years ago.
Okay. So do you remember if it was dark out?
No,
Do you remember if it was in the morning?
no,
Sustained.
Do you go to Mr. Montgomery's house back during that time period in the morning?
usually in the afternoon.
Okay. And so do you go there at night?
Sure.
Okay. And on this particular occasion, you don't know if it was afternoon or night?
No, I was over there multiple times. So, I hung out with them multiple times every day almost. So it's hard to say what day it was that these guns were bought in.
Okay. And I think that you said that you talked to the police multiple times and you told them you purchased the gun from Adam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, when you talked to the police at the halfway house, you said that you had gone to Adams and saw them, but that you didn't purchase them. You recall that?
Maybe, possibly.
Okay.
I know eventually I told him I bought the guns off him.
Okay. So you have a vague recollection of originally denying that you bought any guns off of Adam, but you said that you had seen them, right?
I know I bought them off him. I had the shotgun in my house, so I know I bought the shotgun off him for $250.
Okay. So I'll slow down my question a bit. My question was, you have a vague recollection of talking to the police saying that you saw the guns but not bought them, right?
I think at first I didn't tell them. I think it was my second meeting with them. I told them I bought the guns.
Okay. So on the first meeting, you didn't tell them you bought the guns, right?
No.
And that meeting was at the halfway house?
The first meeting, I believe so.
Okay. And the halfway house means that you've gone through your sentence at prison, and this is a step to try and get out of prison and back into the community, right?
Correct.
And so let's talk about your convictions. In March of 2013, you had a Class A felony conviction for receiving stolen property, right?
Yeah.
And in February of 2015, you had a failure to register as a sex offender.
Correct.
Which means that there were convictions earlier that required you to have to register in 2015, and you didn't.
Right.
And you went to prison for that, right?
Yeah.
And in 2019, you got a habitual offender charge conviction,
Yeah.
and they actually suspended that sentence and gave you probation, right?
I don't know. I've been arrested many times, so it's hard to keep track of what's what.
Sure. Okay. If I showed you a copy of the conviction, you think that might help you?
I don't know.
These witnesses for the state aren't exactly great, I must be honest.
Okay, I'm going to show you a stapled package of material and give you a chance to look it over, okay?
Okay.
So, after reviewing this, does it refresh your recollection that you received a conviction for habitual offender with a 2.5 to 5 suspended and 2 years probation on March 18, 2019?
Yeah, I believe so. That's what I went to prison for, yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, you got a suspended sentence at that time, right?
I mean, I'm not sure. Like I said, I have a concussion, so I mean, words are kind of jumping on the paper right now, like I said. So, I mean, I can't really read. So I'm just trying to answer your questions as truthfully as I can. What I can remember is that I bought the guns off him. Pretty much what it boils down to.
Are you confident to testify? Can you read and understand what's in front of you?
Oh, I can understand what's going on. I can understand what's going on in the past.
Okay. So on March 18, 2019, you got a conviction for a habitual offender. You got a suspended prison sentence with 2 years probation, right?
Sure.
Is that correct?
Whatever it says in the paper is correct, yeah.
I kind of need the answer from you, so if you want to.
So, all right, let me look through it, then, yeah, we'll do it this way. Do you want to be so clear? So what charge are you referring to?
The habitual offender?
Is that,
charge?
and what page would that be on in here? If you can show me.
Sure. So this first page says that you are guilty of a felony, right?
Yeah, it says date of offense, May 8th, right there too. So
Sure.
you're saying March, so obviously that's not going to happen.
The date of the conviction is February 17, 2015. Is that when the judge signed off on it?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And the charge that was attached, oops. Did I give you the wrong one? Huh. Sorry.
Looks like you did.
Who's left? Who's left
are
here in chat?
completely correct. I'm way off
Anybody?
there. So that I just handed you the failure to register as a sex offender charge,
Yep.
right?
Complete wrong form.
So the March 18 charge, let's try that again. And do you think that if I walk you through some of the paperwork here, it might help you get through it?
Possibly.
Okay, I'm going to show you.
Just going to check with the guys. See if memories are fresh. Because that's what we're doing for one with each one. That's where we have step.
All right. You may proceed. The objection is overruled.
So this one. Go ahead. Yeah. So I'll get it right this time. I'm going to show you a package of material, and it sounds like maybe if I walk you through the right pages, we can probably get through it faster.
If it's the right form, yeah.
Okay. So on March 18, there was a conviction as a certified habitual offender. Is
Yeah,
that right?
that's right. It's right
And that was guilty, and it was a felony.
Mm-hmm.
And the sentencing sheet shows 2.5 to 5,
Yeah.
and that was suspended for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you also got 2 years of probation starting right away, right?
Yep.
And so you started on
Just so people know,
probation
this actual trial
on
is
March
rested
18,
already.
the day of the sentencing,
So
right?
this trial will be
I believe so,
finished
yeah.
tomorrow,
And you never reported
as in for
probation,
us.
right?
No, I was in prison.
Whoever watches it, day 3 and day
In
4
March of
together.
2019?
Oh, no. Never mind. No.
Okay. So in July, so anyway, one of the terms of probation is not to have guns, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't actually report your probation, right?
I don't believe I had probation. I'm pretty sure it was parole. It was after the prison sentence.
Okay. So let's go back to this document that I showed you. And I'm going to show you the sentencing sheet again to see if
Yeah.
that refreshes your recollection of whether it was probation or not.
Pretty sure it was parole.
Okay. And so under this, here's that sentencing sheet we were looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the top of that sentencing sheet, page 2, it says probation for a period of 2 years forthwith, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you got a probation violation on that charge, right?
On what charge?
The habitual offender that you got a suspended sentence for.
Yes.
And that probation violation, you went back to prison when you were picked up on that charge, right?
On the habitual offender?
Uh-huh.
I honestly can't recall.
Okay.
It's so long ago.
Okay. Well, anyway, in March of 2019 on to throughout 2019, you had not reported to probation, right?
I'm not sure. It's 5 years ago.
Okay. Okay. In July of 2020, you went back to prison in part for the probation violation on the habitual offender, right?
I don't know. Can you show me where it says that? If it went back in July?
Okay, I'll start with the probation violation. And again, maybe walk you through these documents. That was from July 10 of 2020, right?
Mhm.
And that's for a violation of probation or parole, right?
No.
And the number on that and for that, you got the 2.5 to 5 years, right?
Yeah.
So you were back in prison on July 10, 2020, right?
No.
Oh boy.
And that
So
was
good.
for a failure to appear after the 3/18/19 sentencing that you failed to report to probation afterwards?
I believe so.
Okay. And so during the summer into the fall, if police found you, they would have arrested you on the violation of probation, right?
Assumingly.
Okay. Then there was on that duty to report where you had gone to prison for a period of time back in 2015. They actually imposed more time for that because of that probation violation, right?
I can't recall, honestly.
Oops, just read it again, sorry. That duty to report,
Oh,
on
geez, this draws
January
away long.
7 of 2021, you got a violation of probation or parole on the,
So this is a quick question, Caroline.
and were sentenced to 2 to 5 years in New Hampshire State Prison. Is that right?
At this point, I'd just like to see the form because you showed me the wrong form twice so far.
I have to ask the question before I approach you to show you. So, on January 7, 2021,
Yep.
violation of probation or parole,
Yep.
and the sentencing sheet says 2 to 5 years.
Yep.
Okay, so we saw the that sentence is the sentence, that 2 to 5 years that you were serving when you were spoken to the police at the halfway house, right?
Yes.
And that is when you spoke to the police at the halfway house, but didn't tell them that you had purchased a gun, right?
Correct.
Because telling them that you had purchased a gun would have been a new crime, right?
Potentially.
You were a felon at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes or no.
Yes.
And as a felon, you're not allowed to have a gun.
No, you're not. That's correct.
Pardon?
That's correct. You're not allowed to have a gun being a felon.
So purchasing a gun is a new crime, right?
Yes. They also didn't ask if I bought a gun.
Okay. So
I admitted that to them later on. My second question. I told them my second or third meeting that I purchased a gun.
okay. So
I think they were.
when you are talking to them in March of 2022, they've come to you at the halfway
That's what you
house,
look like.
Yeah.
and they tell you they want to talk about Adam.
Yeah.
They thought there was
They
enough
want to talk
evidence.
about some guns.
So if they
Yeah.
thought there was enough evidence
And
to
by
take
the
it
way,
forward, it's their
Kayla
fault
was a friend of
for not
yours,
doing a
right?
better job, Kaz.
I'd say acquaintance.
Okay, she's somebody that you had reached out to after you had
So
talked to
to
the
answer your
police about
question, in that
stuff, right?
specific
Yep.
thing, it's for
And
me, they were to blame themselves.
when the police came
The
to
state
talk to
gets to
you about
decide
Adam, you
if
at the
there's enough
halfway
evidence to
house
take
had
it
the
forward or
ability
not.
to go into the community.
And they
again,
thought there
right?
was.
Yeah.
You could
So they
work,
should have done a better
right?
job.
Yeah.
And so
Personally,
and you had access to a TV
I
at the
don't
halfway
think
house.
that there was enough
Mhm.
evidence to take it forward. And I think that rests on the lead investigator. So that's to blame. So the lead investigator should have done a better job. But in your situation, it'd be the state. Says, well, yeah, both. Yeah, essentially, yes. Obviously, both on the judge, yes. But if we were to pick one, I'd say it's the states. Because they should never have taken it forward in the first place, in my opinion. we've all seen what Carwin's quick questions are, like 5 minutes to wait, and then he types it. It's sausage fingers, it is. I've got them. I understand.
Objection is overruled.
Shelley, this finishes it tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, this is done.
So you were aware that Adam was
nice
arrested
neck.
back when the police came to talk to you in March 2nd, 2022, right?
I believe so.
And I've said March 2nd, 2022. Do you know that that was the date?
I don't know when the date was.
Do you think if I showed you a report of your conversation with the police, that it might refresh your recollection?
It might. I don't know the actual date he was arrested. I don't know the actual date the cops came to talk to me in the halfway house. I just know they came to talk to me.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of the report. Now, maybe to pinpoint some things for you, you were living at the halfway house called Calumet House?
Yeah, it was.
And that's at 126 Lowell Street in Manchester? Or anyway, it was the Calumet House as it reflects on that report, right?
Yeah.
And looking at the date of that report, does that help refresh your recollection about March 2nd, 2022?
I don't know if he was arrested March 2nd, but I guess that's when they came to meet with me.
That's when they came to meet with you, it was March 2nd, 2022.
No.
Okay. But you, at the time that they met with you, they met with you, knew that Adam had been arrested at that point, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that Kayla had been arrested at that point, right?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. And when they talked to you about guns, right?
Yeah.
They actually told you that they had some information that was pointing to you, right?
Not that I'm aware of. They had questions for me. I don't know if they had information that was pointing towards me.
Okay. Well, the questions were about Adam and some guns, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't particularly want to talk to them that day, right?
No.
And one of the ways that they got you to talk to them was to let you know that you might. Coach? Ruled. And one of the ways that they got you to talk to them was to say they had information that could get you in trouble, right?
I didn't say they had information that get me in trouble. They had questions for me.
Okay. But you didn't want to talk to them at first, right?
No, I talked to them.
Okay. You said before we went up to the judge at the bench that you didn't really want to talk to them when they came, right?
I didn't really want to talk. No, I don't want to talk to cops in general, but I did. I gave them my permission to go through my Facebook. They had questions more about the missing girl, not more of the guns.
Okay. So when they talked to you, they said that they were more interested in Adam and the gun and not so interested in you, right?
I can't recall.
That they were interested in getting you in trouble for the guns. They wanted information from you, right?
I can't recall. I guess that's a long time ago. I know they had questions for me. I answered them as truthfully as I could.
Okay. So, but one of the things that you knew was if you told them that you had a gun, that they could arrest you, right?
Yes, possibly.
And you're in the halfway house on your way back into the community, and you don't want to be facing another charge, right?
Correct.
So you talk to the police reluctantly, but am I fair to say reluctantly?
What do you mean by reluctantly?
You didn't really want to do it, but you sort of, with the,
No, I willingly talked to them. I could have said, I plead my Fifth Amendment and I'm not talking to you at all, but I did talk to them.
oh, the Fifth Amendment, and that's what you're doing here today, right? You had asserted your Fifth Amendment right today? Is that right?
I have immunity for my testimony. That's why I'm here.
Right. And the immunity for your testimony is because you asserted your Fifth Amendment privilege, right?
Sure.
Am I correct?
Maybe.
So you knew that being here and admitting to purchasing a gun could get you criminal charges.
Potentially.
And so before you testified, you needed the promise from the prosecutors that they would not charge you based on the testimony here today, right?
I don't understand the question.
Do you remember when you were talking about the court order with the prosecutor? And he showed you that piece of paper and had
Yeah.
to read? And that court order you read said that you will not be prosecuted for information that you give here in court today, right?
Correct.
However, it did not say that you couldn't be prosecuted for statements that you gave before today, right?
I'd have to see the paper again.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 41 for ID. Yeah. And I think the prosecutor specifically asked if you knew that it did not protect you from statements that you made before today, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So when you told the police eventually, on one of the other interviews, you did tell the police that you purchased a gun, right?
Yeah.
And that statement can be used to charge you with a criminal offense, right?
Yeah.
And you don't expect to get charged for being a felon in possession of a gun, though, do you?
No.
You felt pretty comfortable that they weren't going to charge you, even though you didn't have immunity for those statements, right?
I don't know how to answer the question. My understanding is that as long as my testimony is truthful and honest, is that, you know what I mean? I'm okay.
Okay.
For buying the gun. I understand that, you know, I can't be charged for admitting that I bought the gun
Okay. Why do you understand that to be true?
because that's what it says in the paper. I mean,
So we just clarified that the paper said your testimony here in court and does not apply to the statements you made to police before court, right?
mhm.
But you don't expect the police to charge you for those statements.
I don't know. I guess they can. I guess they can if I'm not protected by it. So who knows?
But you don't expect it, right?
I don't expect it, but it could happen.
Okay. And it hasn't happened to date, right?
No.
But you have gotten another charge that you're back in prison for, right?
Yes.
And I think that, did I hear on direct that you've resolved that for a lesser offense?
Yes.
And that's just recent, right?
Yeah, it's running with my prison setback.
Pardon?
It's running with my prison setback.
So you got a prison setback after you left Calumet House, and when you were talking to the police, you got out into the community, and you ended up getting another in trouble again and going back to prison, right?
Yeah.
And that's called the parole setback, right?
Yes.
But you've already also reached an agreement on another charge that you testified about that you say will run at the same time as your prison setback.
My understanding.
So it's your understanding you won't do any additional time for that new charge.
That's a misdemeanor.
Okay. Didn't start as a misdemeanor, though, did it?
No.
Started as a felony. Right?
No.
Now, we talked about the conversation at Calumet House. The next time that the police talk, and that's when you didn't tell them you had purchased a gun. The next time you talked to police was on April 28, 2023. Is that right?
I don't know the dates.
Okay,
I'm out of time.
so there is sort of a process that we go through for you to approach them there. And I'm going to approach, would looking at the report help refresh your recollection, do you think?
Yeah, if it's the right one.
I'm going to show you a copy of a document, and you see your name on that document?
Yep.
And you see a date on that document?
I do.
And on April 28, 2023, you were back in the New Hampshire State Prison for Men, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a little over a month ago, right?
Yeah.
And a little over a month ago, you told them you didn't want to be recorded, right?
Right.
And the first one wasn't recorded either, right?
Right.
And you're not in a good situation being back in prison, right?
Sure.
And you do want to help police out, right?
Yeah.
And so you actually tell them something that will get you in more trouble, right?
Potentially.
Because you think it'll help the police with what they are looking for, right?
Sure.
And they actually gave you some of the information about the investigation that made them think that you were holding back before.
What do you mean by holding back before?
When you hadn't said that you purchased the gun
I
and,
told them before that meeting I had
oh, when?
before 428.
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure they've met with me 4 or 5 times, so it's hard to keep track of which date. But on one of them, I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay. So, in any event, talking to the police about a gun that you possessed while you were a felon and while you were on probation, during all that time, nobody brought charges on you, right?
No,
And you didn't expect anyone to bring any charges on you, right?
no,
Because you were giving the police what they wanted.
no.
You were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Suppose.
Okay. Okay. And so when you say that you purchased the gun from Adam, you definitely bought a gun while at Adam's house, right?
From him, exactly. Yes.
Okay. You were at Adam's house.
Yeah.
The gun was there, right?
Yeah.
And Adam's house was a place that you hung out sometimes,
Yeah.
and other people hung out sometimes.
Yeah.
And Mike Sullivan was there sometimes.
I can't recall. I know we hung out at Mike Sullivan's house. I can't honestly say if Mike Sullivan was there or not.
Okay. And some of the people that you also hung out with, did you hang out with Kim Fran?
No.
Okay. Ishmael Garcia?
No.
Didn't know him?
I don't even know who these people are.
Pardon?
I don't even know who these people are. When I hung out at Adam's house, I hung out with him and Kayla.
Okay. But other people came over there, right?
Yeah, but I don't know their names. I don't know who they are.
Okay.
Maybe. You know what I mean? Most of the time I hung out, it was just me and him.
Okay. But there were times that you were there that other people were there, right?
Sustained.
So we've established then that other people are there when you have hung out, and you don't know what their names are, but they were kind of hanging out doing the same thing that you were, right?
Sure.
And you don't remember a whole lot from that.
Hi,
time.
Lady Low. Sorry, I was tweeting at the same time.
And
Oh, have you been here all
but
day?
when
You
you
haven't been
started
here all day, have you?
testifying, you were
I'll just do a
absolutely clear
recap
and
for the
gave.
Travis
I was
Rudolph one
there
on
at Adam's
Twitter.
house, and
I hope you're well.
there was an
You can see he's dead.
AR-15
There's
that I
only
didn't really look at,
4
and a
people here.
shotgun that I really did look at.
There's a few
right?
more in
I went to
Rumble,
both
but
of them.
after the
Okay.
Travis Rudolph trial,
And you were
everyone
very,
fucked
very
off.
clear on that, right?
Yeah.
That was as clear as a bell,
So I
right?
hope you're well
That's
as
something I
well.
wanted. I bought it. That's how I know. It held it in my possession.
And the beauty of this trial is
And
this is day 2.
but there's
And there's
a lot
only
from
2
that
more
time
days to
period
go,
that
and
you
this
don't remember,
finishes
right?
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the reasons that you don't remember, well, no.
Pop it in now we can.
In-
Nah, that's why I love you, see. That's why I love you, Lady Low. Appreciate. We've had a really good stream going for the Travis Rudolph one. And I didn't expect it to be so quick, so I started streaming this, but now no one wants to watch it, obviously. So I'm a bit stuck here. Oh, Lefty's around. You knew that Lady Law was around, so Lefty pops in. Lefty's been around. Lefty's won Father of the Year again today.
One of the things that
I
you
hope your
said
daughter's doing well, Lefty. That's
um,
all I can say. I had a bad chest when I was younger
in
as well,
April
so
to the police
I
was
understand.
that you sold the gun back to Adam after a couple of
Oh,
months,
cheers, Lefty.
right?
Just be quiet.
How long was it
Now
that
that
you
Lady
had the
Law's
gun
here.
before you say you sold it back to Adam?
A couple months.
I know.
Maybe 2, maybe
He can
3.
sniff
What
you
does
out,
that
Lady
Can't be
Law.
certain.
To be fair, he
Couple
has
months.
to be here most of the day.
I can't be certain. Couple months.
mean? And October 3rd, November 3rd. So like around early November, early December?
I'm not sure. I can't be certain when I sold it back. I know I sold it back to him for a gram and a half of crack.
Okay. And that may have been, you say,
I would say like a bad smell, but
right?
you know a bad smell, Lady Law.
And
So I can't
a
say
couple
that
of
about
months
you.
later would have been early December, right?
I'm not sure.
A couple of
Creeper
months
vibes.
from early October
Lefty's
would
not
be
a
early
creeper.
December.
I'm not a creeper.
Sustained.
Okay.
I don't know what it is about you, Lady Law, but everyone just seems to love you. I don't know what it. Everywhere on Twitter, everyone loves you. You just got
Another
this
thing that
vibe,
you
I think.
said was
Innocent
that
vibe,
when
like
you sold it back to
like you're a
Adam,
proper bitch. Do you know what I mean?
it took you along to sell it to somebody else. Is that right?
We tried trading it to Mike Sullivan.
Lefty.
You said that you and Adam were in a car together, right?
I can't.
I know. That's
Yeah, I'd like
what's
to see the
great about
report
it.
again.
Don't give a fuck. I was speaking about it this morning. Who was I speaking to?
Report, and I can show you, it's a 3-page report, and I'll
It's
say
Mad
what
World of Spider Girl.
information that I'm asking about is sort of in the middle on that second page.
I was saying, no one's here, so I couldn't go fuck. I'm speaking now. Subtitles are on, guys. No one's interacting, so I'm going to speak to my love, Lady Law, the gilf of my life. So I was speaking to Mad World and Spider Girl actually this morning. I mentioned, because you said on the channel that you're going to start your own channel. They're like, oh wow, okay, didn't
You
expect
talked
that.
about
I said we're going to film something
driving over
together on
with
Goldberger.
Yeah.
to
I was
Mike
like,
Sullivan's.
I need to
Yeah.
work with Lady Law because
And
Lady Law
that,
is going to be a
Adam went
superstar
inside
when
Yeah.
it comes to
and
YouTube. Honestly, you're gonna take this place by storm. I think you're gonna get
you say that
a lot of followers very
Adam took
quickly,
that gun that you had had
and
for
I
a
think
couple of
you're
months
gonna
and
be
sold back to
a
him,
star.
wrapped up in a blanket.
And that's not bullshit. I genuinely think that you've
Mike Sullivan's.
got the
Yeah.
potential, the charisma to be a
And
star.
that he
So I
stayed
want to
there
hold
for
on to your
about
coattails a
45
little bit,
minutes.
like you
Yeah.
know.
Came
And
back out
then
with
he,
it.
pardon?
And they came back out with it.
Never
Okay.
forget. Never forget. I
So,
used to do the ghost pictures for you.
this is what you said in April of this year, right?
You got mouth to God's ears.
And
But no, generally, I once you start,
Mikey, or you called him
you're
Mikey,
not going
right?
to have the
Yeah.
same issues
Mike
I've had.
Sullivan was somebody that you
You're
had
not going to
hung
be
out with
streaming with
before,
7
right?
people in
Once.
you. You know, it's
Oh,
going to be
I
like
thought you said that you
7,000. So
We traded the gun to him, or whatever. We tried to trade the gun to
don't
him. That's
forget
what I'm saying,
about
is
us.
we went
Like,
over there, I met him one
don't
time.
forget about me
That
doing
was the only
the,
time you met Mike
you know,
Sullivan?
the ice cream. What do you call it?
Yeah, he might
Milkshake
have been in the
songs
house
for you and
or
stuff.
someone before. I really don't know who he was. It was more of Adam's friend than mine.
Okay, I thought that you had said a few minutes ago that you had hung out at Mike Sullivan's, not with other people at Mike Sullivan's, not really so much at Adam's.
I said I hung out at Adam's.
Form a song of your choice. I just don't want you to forget about me. I want you to help me give me a shout out, give me subscribers, give me somebody to watch me.
I see.
That's all I want.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Lefty, you're so full of shit. You used to do this, but I'll be honest with you. Lefty's now known as the big teddy bear here. Acts all tough, but as a big softy. No, but Leo, I can't wait for you to start your own channel. I think it's been great. I think it's be great for the community as well.
So I do want to get this straight. Are you saying that you went to Mikey Sullivan's but didn't go in, and that was the only time that
I
you
know,
were in there?
I know. I'm so excited to do a video with you, and
No,
I
don't know.
I want to help you out
I
as
can't
much as I
recall,
can.
honestly. It's been so long.
Not that I can help you out
What I'm
too
saying is I
much
met Mike Sullivan once.
because you're gonna have it sorted anyway. But
Not that time though. Is that what you're saying? It was a different time that you.
it's good for you to practice with me because,
Maybe,
like,
possibly, I'm not sure.
for you, all your
I don't really
issues
hang
and
out with his
stuff like
friends,
that.
I'm saying.
If you fuck
So
it
I
up,
hung out
you
with
just
them.
fuck
That's what
up
I'm
with me,
saying.
like,
So
you
anytime I
know.
hung out with Adam, it was me and Adam.
So
You know
you're
what
all
I mean?
set up then,
Don't
ready
really
to
know any of
go
his friends.
when
I know
you're
who
ready
Mike
to
Sullivan
go.
was because we tried to trade the gun to him.
Well,
I had issues with my mic today.
No, but I've seen him
No
before.
one could hear me.
He
It
was
was
in a car
really
one
bad.
time.
Figured it out. My mic wasn't even fucking plugged in.
No,
Stupid things like that.
I just know that's who we were buying the stuff from.
You were buying drugs from Mike
Yeah,
at some point?
at some point.
Okay. So you knew Mike from buying drugs from, and you knew it was his house that you
Not
were
a softie, no, I'll tell you, you are a big softie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And I love that about you,
And
Lefty.
let me talk about the immunity.
I'm a big
that
softie
you
as well,
have
don't worry
for
about it.
corporate. You could have chosen.
It's
not
good
to
because
talk
you can
to
talk
the
about
police
tits
today,
and Fanny and all
Sure.
that,
because
and
you
then
had
still be a
Fifth
big
Amendment
softie about it.
privilege then,
Still be caring
too,
about it.
right?
Sure.
Do you know that?
And you can
No,
still
not
put
really.
Mad World in a place.
So you didn't know that you didn't have to talk to the police.
No.
Certainly didn't know that you didn't have to talk to the police.
I wanted to talk to them. I offered to talk to them. So when they came in, I didn't hesitate.
Okay. But now you're hesitating talking here in court about the crime
Mean Lefty.
that you committed in possessing a gun.
Oh, there's no question of that at all. I bought the gun. That's point blank period. I bought it off them.
Softy loves.
And You,
So I'm trying to do a tweet on Twitter. My video is
recently
6 minutes long and it won't bloody
a
load.
felony to a misdemeanor to get no
Only
additional
6
time.
minutes.
Is that
Yeah, we
right?
can over this. Yeah.
You go, Kim. You go, Kim. Kim, I don't think you've met Lady Law. Lady Law, Kim is new from yesterday in the channel, and big Free Zachariah Anderson fan from that group. Kim, Lady Law is an attorney. She's going to start her YouTube channel before long, and she's going to be an absolute superstar. You know, she's going to be one of those high flyers. So you'll have to follow her. I'll have her on my channel in a couple of weeks. But Kim, you know, you still got to support me now and again. Don't forget about me. You have to pop in and see me now and again. But yeah, once she's uploaded, we'll let you know, Kim. She's an advocate for everybody as well, like Zachariah Anderson and stuff like that. Basically, she's a female version of me, except she's a lot prettier, a lot more intelligent, and she swears more than me. So, but you'd like her. It is so I don't want to build you up like that. Sorry, I shouldn't really build it up. I just genuinely, you, me, 4 other viewers here, I genuinely think that you have the potential, if you want to be a superstar. Oh, it posted. Thank fuck for that. Lefty, right, Lefty. When she starts a channel, you still got to pop in here now and again, right? Because I need someone to keep control of Mad World and Spider Girl. So you can't leave me altogether. All right, let's skip this fucking thing. What's going on? Why are we? As a break. Yes, once you see her, Kim, you'll understand what I mean. Basically, she's a gilf. She's a gilf with a potty mouth. I don't. Do you know what? Lefty. I haven't got a fucking clue, to be quite honest with you. I generally don't have a clue. Weapons. I thought it was a good idea at the time, but now I'm like, what? No one's here watching the fucking thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like maybe I chose the wrong bloody trial. It's So basically, this Adam Montgomery is accused of killing his old his girl, his child daughter, but that's in a separate trial. So otherwise, I wouldn't cover it. And now he's been accused of stealing and selling guns, like 4 guns or something. But I'm being completely honest with you, I'm just like, whatever. I'm not really listening to it. It's napping on me. Oh yeah. To be fair, let's be nice to Lefty because his daughter's home from school because she's ill. So I'll give you a pass, a little bit of a pass there, Lefty. Ali took her for ice cream as well. So the sweet is the big teddy bear he is. Um, I do hope she's all right. I had bad chest when I was younger, so I know it's really hard to breathe and stuff. So I hope she gets better soon, mate. Genuinely hope that. Um, so yeah, I don't know. There's more people now. I'm ranting and raving, not nothing to do with the trial. More people are coming in. If people aren't going to watch this, I'm just going to. Oh yeah, so the small trial is called Harmony, and no one knew she was missing for 2 years, Lady Law. 2 years. And she'd been dead for 2 years and no one had missed her. How cruel is that? That's why I could never ever stream that. I'd be in tears. I'd be in tears watching it. So this is a second trial. But
It's okay. I just didn't want to
are
start
you
without you. Go
enjoying
ahead.
this trial?
Yes.
I mean, is anyone even watching this trial? Oh yeah, listen, the children ones. I'm out. I'm out with the children ones. I can't do them. I would literally cry on screen. I just can't do them. And they play with my heartstrings. So I would never cover this one if it's a child. This is literally just guns. And I thought, you know what, I'll cover it because waiting for the results. But now we got the fucking results, the verdict. um, yeah, is anyone actually watching this then? Right, I'm going to put a poll up. I'm still going to stream it for today, but if not, I might play the Parkland one. If that's the case, let me put a poll because I don't want to play this if no one's watching it because it's pointless. If there is somebody watching it, I'll stream it. If one person says yes, we'll stream it. But so what do I do? Carry on. We'll move to the what's it called? Parkland. Shooting.
Have the witness ready in the courtroom. Thank you. And then whenever we're
It's
ready,
a trial.
Are you ready to bring in the jurors, everybody?
Okay, Lady Laws, you've done it. Fine. Lady Law, you've decided we're watching it, so we're watching it. That's easily done. As long as one person watches it, I don't give a shit. Lady Law, so basically, day 1 and 2 are today, day 3 and 4 are tomorrow, and then day 4, closing verdicts. So literally, by tomorrow night, it's done. This trial's done. One more day, that's all. And I'm playing at 1.25 speed. So we're watching it. That's fine. But you haven't missed anything. So the guy who owned them, the guns, was the first
Please
nurse.
be seated.
Second guy, woman was the wife of the first guy, X. Both of them nothing burgers. Then the other guy was called Mark, was involved. Plus this guy we just didn't see. And now this is the fifth witness. But that's all it is did he steal and sell the guns? Lefty, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Pour the water, just lift the lid first, because otherwise, there you go.
I wouldn't cover this if his children was involved. I couldn't. And yeah, you should, Lady Law, honestly, 2 years they killed his daughter, apparently.
Okay, before we get started, there's a microphone right in front of you.
I don't know, Mad World.
So if
I
you
won't
just pull that
stream
a
it.
little
I'm telling you
closer
that.
to you.
I'm not streaming it. Mad World, I'm not
So you
streaming
might
it.
want to get a little closer to it. I just want to make sure that we're making a clear record. Everything's being recorded. Can you start by saying your first and last name and spelling it for the record?
Michael Sullivan, Michael Sullivan.
And how old are you, Mr. Sullivan?
42.
So Harmony is the
Where do you currently
daughter.
live?
Well, I'll be right back. I'm just
in
going to make a coffee. I'll be
Hampshire,
back now.
Massachusetts.
And who do you
Now the
live there
Lady
with?
Laws, you have
My
gone
wife.
re-energized all
Any
the time.
children?
5.
And prior to living in East Hampton, Massachusetts, prior to living in East Hampton, Mass, where did you live?
Manchester, 620 Somerville Street.
Did you receive a subpoena to be here today?
Yes.
Would you have been here without a subpoena?
Yes.
You mentioned that you lived in Manchester on Somerville Street.
Yes.
How long were you there?
I want to say 3 years, 3.5 years.
And when you lived there, who were you living there with?
My wife and kids.
I want to turn your attention to late 2019. Were you living back on Somerville Street in Manchester back in late 2019? And where were you in life at that point in time?
Well, just prior to that, I was living on another part in Manchester, and I was doing construction, and I started taking pills, Percocet, and then after that, I just became an addict. I started doing like heroin, and I would do cocaine, and I just became an addict. Same time, like it's like looking back on it now, it's like it's like a lifestyle. It's like you get so wrapped up in it that like you don't understand that it revolves everything you do in your life at the time.
Do you remember around when that addiction started?
Right before I had moved to Somerville. So, I think I was 37, 38.
What year would that have been around?
15, maybe 2015, 16, somewhere in there.
Your wife, you mentioned you lived with her in Somerville Street.
Yeah.
Was she aware of this addiction?
Not for a long time, not for a long time. Because she's never done like any drugs or even smoked or drank or, anything like that. So, like after I it gets to the point where you think you're hiding it from everybody, but really like everybody knows and you're kind of just lying to yourself. So, like once my wife confronted me about it, you say you're going to fix it. You lie. Usually it takes you hitting like rock bottom. That happened to me,
When was rock bottom for you?
I had gotten in trouble, like I was worried about losing my kids, and my wife was taking the kids and leaving, and, she got tired of broken promises and was going to just take my kids and leave.
Was that around January of 2020?
Yeah.
The objection is sustained. I'll let the answer stand, but caution the state, no leading questions, please.
Do you remember when you hit rock bottom?
It was early 2020.
Prior to that, what was your drug of choice?
It started with Percocet and then it went to heroin, or fentanyl, either or,
Heroin or fentanyl?
Yeah.
Are you sober now?
Yeah. 18 months.
18 months sober?
I went to a facility, and then I also go now daily to a place in Mass where I get treatment and I do meetings still. So.
And I think you said earlier it took you getting into trouble to get sober.
Getting into trouble, but it was more like like getting sick, and then like I don't think you really think about yourself as much because you're destroying yourself, but like at some point you kind of open your eyes and see everybody around you and realize you're like destroying them too,
And I noticed you just looked down when you said that. Is this something, the spirit in your life, is it something that you're proud of?
No.
So back to late 2019, did you have a circle of friends?
What the fuck are we doing now then? I just read that.
I had like a big house.
Right, I'm pausing. What are we doing? Yeah, it's a cop one. It's the officer one. Right. I'm going to put it in the chat because it's Madworld, Lady Law, Lefty, Kim, 4 people I know, and there's 2 others here. I'll put up a poll up for a couple of minutes to see what we're doing. I don't mind either way because I can stream it at 1.25, 1.5. Start poll. And it's the officer, it's not actually Parkland. The officer that, yeah, he does something. Which one? Whichever one it is what I'm jumping to do now. There's a poll there, answer it. Tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really want. I want you to fucking just choose something in the poll. Kim probably is. So actually, Kim, what vote in the poll? What do you fancy, Kim? 2 votes, 2 for Parkland shooting officer. Happy days. Only 2 votes though, so we've not got a majority yet. There's only 5 here now, actually, so it probably is that. Still only 5. Um, Three votes. Okay, but there's 6 people here, so I just need 1 more vote. And then we're doing it. Oh, fuck me. 8 people here now. You can't vote for some reason. That's weird. Right. Everyone, look at the poll. 8 people here. Okay, but if I'm doing Parkland, geez, this is gonna be messy now, isn't it? Do I just start a new stream then? I'm just thinking this is gonna be a mess. I can't do a playlist then if I just stream on here. Oh, this is. But will everyone click the link if I? What do you mean? What's redirect? What do you mean by redirect though? Oh, or put it in the description or something. Oh, hang on. I think I know what I'm going to do. Hang on. I think I know what I'm going to do. I just need a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes. Here we go. I'm doing another stream. I've got the stream ready and everything, so it's not a big deal. Let's do that there, that there. I know, I don't know how to do it as well. Yeah, just I'll put the link. Oh, actually, just go to my channel. It'll be up in like 2 well, hang on, let me set it up first. Let me set it up and then we'll be gone. Just do a Canva, do a quick thumbnail. Then we're ready to go. Yeah, I don't know how to do the rate thing. Put that there, that, get out the way, that out the way, that out the way. And Google that. Image. There. There. You see me actually live set up a stream. How privileged are you all? You must be loving it. That one there, no. Just can't do two things at once. I don't even know if people are still there. Okay, share, downloads, done. Back here. There. Oh, shit, where's my thing gone? Okay, upload thumbnail. Apply channel. Jesus, look at me. Look at me go. There, StreamYard. There. Five. Right, I got two streams going. I'm live. I am live. Let me get this one up then. If you go to my channel, you'll see that I'm live. Not sure if you can copy and paste that though. Let me put it in the description so people can click on it if they want to. Put a little link in here now, live. Adam Montgomery. Go into the description box, refresh, go into the description box. The link for the new trial is in there. Hello, Madworld. Hello, Amy. They've made it. Rumble's gone. So that one's gone. So everyone that's in the Adam Montgomery, please go to the new one. The link's in the description, or go to my channel, or do whatever you need to do, and I will start streaming. I'll get it up ready. Present. Share screen. Kim is here. Lady Law is here. Do you think Lefty's gonna come, or do we do a good enough job to make sure he didn't come? I hope Lefty comes. Park and shooting. Share. I didn't know that we could do this though. Two streams at once. It's gonna be a 1.25 speed, and it's gonna be English. Lefty thought, oh, it's gonna be a nice stream for me now. Right, there, that one there. StreamYard, 4 people there, but I'm just gonna leave that one now. End broadcast on StreamYard. Guys, the link is in there